362 Martin versus United States. Mr. Giacomo.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court. Congress amended the Federal Tort Claims Act in 1974 to ensure a legal remedy for the intentional torts of federal police. The text of the law enforcement proviso is phrased affirmatively as a freestanding rule. With regard to acts or omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers of the United States government, the FTCA shall apply to any claim arising out of 6 intentional torts. The United States is therefore liable for these intentional torts when committed by FBI agents empowered by law to execute searches, seizures, and arrests. Petitioners bring the claims Congress expressly permitted, but the 11th Circuit held that sovereign immunity bars them. As a result, the Court asked the parties to address 2 questions. First, whether the Supremacy Clause bars FTCA claims. The answer is no, and the parties agree. As a federal statute, the FTCA is protected by federal supremacy, not restricted by it. Second, whether the discretionary function exception is categorically inapplicable to proviso claims. The answer is yes, for 2 distinct reasons. Read in harmony, the provisions cover different categories. Once a plaintiff satisfies Section 1346b(1) by alleging the elements of an intentional tort, the discretionary function exception does not apply because intentional torts require unlawfulness. There's no such thing as a discretionary intentional tort. Read in hostility, assuming interstatutory conflict, the text, informed by familiar canons of construction and this Court's precedent, demonstrates that Congress gave the proviso's waiver of sovereign immunity the last word. The proviso is the clearest statement of liability in the entire FTCA. So the government's argument in this case and the 11th Circuit's holding below invite a simple question. If even proviso claims Congress amended the statute to affirmatively guarantee are barred by sovereign immunity, what is left of the Federal Tort Claims Act? I welcome the Court's questions.
How broadly does the proviso extend?
Well, if this Court reads the proviso in harmony with the discretionary function exception, it doesn't expand any more broadly than it needs to make sure that those 2 don't come into conflict. But if the Court presumes that there is conflict, Your Honor, then it would supersede the other exceptions.
So in this case, how would it apply?
In this case, it would apply because the Court would simply say the discretionary function exception doesn't apply to this category of claims. The law enforcement proviso does, and that's the end of the analysis for the second question presented.
So how do we know in statutory interpretation how far a proviso like this applies?
Well, Your Honor, there are a number of statutory canons of construction, and I think the answer to this specific question here is we know that it extends beyond simply subsection H because Congress stated it as an affirmative freestanding rule as opposed to somehow being parasitic to the language before it in subsection H.
Well, wouldn't you expect it to be placed someplace other than in one subsection after a colon?
So I would say as a general rule, Your Honor, the answer would probably be yes, but the reason the answer is no here is because when Congress enacted the law enforcement proviso, it understood that the only barrier to liability for the United States was the intentional torts exception, meaning Congress's understanding of the discretionary function exception is the same as the one I'm articulating here today.
And you get that from what? The legislative history?
No, Your Honor, we get it directly from the language of the law enforcement proviso, but the legislative history, or at least the context in which this amendment was made, make very clear that our interpretation is the correct one.
But I guess I don't understand why in absolutely every case you say the 2 are mutually exclusive. I mean, isn't there a possibility? I mean, I completely understand your view that on the facts of this case, given the origins of how the law enforcement proviso came into being, it was a wrong house raid scenario, just like the one that you are addressing here. I understand how you say that this should not be a situation in which the claims are barred. But does reaching that conclusion require us to say that there can never be a situation in which the discretionary function exception applies in the law enforcement context? That seems to be what you're saying. Those 2 are just totally separate, and I wonder whether the kinds of policy determinations that I thought the discretionary function was about could arise in some law enforcement circumstances, albeit perhaps not here.
So let me say a few things, and then maybe we can have a dialogue about how this would operate. But to answer your question, no, certainly the petitioners in this case do not need this broader rule to be articulated for us to win this case. This is the quintessential proviso case. This is the type of case that motivated Congress, as we know from all the news coverage and the language of the statute, to enact the proviso. But of course, we're offering this answer in response to the second question that the court granted here, which is asking categorically how these two things interact. But to get then to that question, it's simply the case that, as we can see from this court's precedent addressing the discretionary function exception and the broader intentional torts exception since 1946. There's been no overlap even between those categories. And so now we're moving into the space with intentional torts committed by law enforcement officers, where there simply can't be a situation where you're exercising the type of discretionary function that the exception in 2680A covers, where you're also somehow committing an intentional tort, because those intentional torts will all hinge on some portion of the elements or defenses being there's a lack of legal justification, there's no probable cause, or something along those lines.
Counsel, I don't think it was quite fair to say that everybody agrees on the first question. Amici doesn't agree on the first question. But putting that aside, because Amici could address Wynn, and I understand your argument on that first question. I believe it's that Wynn, which was the basis of this circuit's decision, was a case involving state law conflict with federal law. There's no conflict here because federal law is what makes the officers liable, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So there can't be a sovereign immunity preemption of federal law itself.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Now, going to the second point, there are 12 exceptions besides the law enforcement exception at issue here. I don't think you quarrel with the proposition that if a police officer assaults someone in a foreign land, which is another proviso among those 12, that the intentional tort provision would not control, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What you're asking us to do is to say 11 of the 12 other exceptions are still operative against the law enforcement proviso, but only this one, the discretionary one, is not. Is that your position?
Not quite, Your Honor.
Well, but that's what it sounds like to me, because if the other 12 are applicable, because the text itself of the law enforcement provision says that the provisions of this chapter, and the chapter includes all 12 of the other exceptions, shall apply to any claim for a police officer's assault and battery.
Yes, so if I could clarify what I mean, Your Honor. As we articulate in the briefs, we have two separate paths and two different interpretive methods for how the court could address QP2. On the first path, which is the harmony approach, there is not any overlap between provision A and subprovision H, and so you don't need to get into what to do if there's a conflict. If the court, as the government asks, assumes that there's a conflict here, even though none was found below in the 11th Circuit, then our analysis would extend beyond the reach of subsection H. And to address your specific textual question about the language of Chapter 171, the government actually agrees with us at footnote 3 of its brief, where it says the appropriate natural reading of that means that the Chapter 171 other than Section 2680. And the reason why that's the case is because that same language appears in the preamble of Section 2680, and it also appears in subsection C and subsection H. And so to take the position that subsection 2680 would cancel itself out would require the court to read that language differently in the preamble than how it would read it in subsection C and H.
It does seem to me that what you're asking us to do is to answer the question we didn't grant cert on.
So
you're asking us to say that an intentional tort is never discretionary. As Justice Ketanji Jackson mentioned, I'm not quite sure that's true. The case involving the Secret Service agent who arrested someone who appeared to be threatening a protectee, under state law, if that person was not engaged in conduct that directly appeared to be threatening, that might not be an intentional tort, a false arrest. And yet, I think there's enough measure of discretion of deciding when someone could be a threat to the president or to some other protectee that would fall within the discretionary.
So let me respond in a few ways, Your Honor. First was your note about the scope of the second question presented. So I would say that our arguments here fall squarely within that scope because, as we explained, to understand whether there's a categorical application of one provision to the other, of course we need to know what the categories are to see if they overlap at all. And that's not some sort of word games from us. If you read the government's bio at pages 21 and 22, where they propose the language for what this court ultimately adopted as QP2, they follow on with the next sentence explaining that what's wrong with our position is that it mischaracterizes the scope of the discretionary function exception. And so that question is not only explicitly in the language of question presented
I'm not sure, because there's a huge circuit split in a lot of judges talking about how to define that as the discretionary exception. Judge Bibas has a wonderful concurrence in which he says it's been read too broadly.
Yes.
I might be sympathetic to that argument, okay? But I don't know whether we should be answering it.
So I agree that the court shouldn't be answering that broader question. And to clarify, in our cert petition, we relied on Judge Bibas's articulation of there being 3 separate circuit splits. We offered a 4th as well. And the one articulated in Section 2A of our cert petition is the one we're talking about here, this question of whether the law enforcement proviso and the discretionary function exception interact, and if so, what happens. And this court, of course, granted on that narrower question, which now asks the court only to consider what to do with intentional torts and torts that are committed by law enforcement officers, as opposed to the entire sphere of negligent torts that would also potentially come into play.
So why wouldn't a perfectly sensible approach be to say you might lose on whether the proviso applies outside of H, and send it back for further consideration of the discretionary function arguments that you've made before us, that Judge Bibas has raised, and that are the subject of I don't know how many circuit splits. Wouldn't that be a sensible course?
So the reason I would suggest that the court doesn't take that approach, Your Honor, is that that would effectively be the court overruling the Nguyen decision, but leaving in place all the other bad decisions like Shivers.
We would leave in place everything as we found it, to be sure. And I don't doubt that there's an interesting circuit split that might merit our attention sometime soon. But this is an awkward vehicle to address it, given that it really wasn't teed up for us that way because of the peculiar nature of circuit law below.
So I would say, Your Honor, as the government argued in its bio for asking this separately phrased question to be taken, it said this is actually the threshold question, not for QP2.
I understand that, but I think it thought a different version of it was the threshold question, and that is how far does the proviso extend? Does it extend beyond H?
Well, Your Honor,
I can understand how you'd read it differently, but I think that's what the government was asking us to decide.
Well, Your Honor, I would just point out again, at the bio at 21 and 22, they articulate this point, and they say that resolving this question of QP2 is threshold to QP1 because the 11th Circuit's articulation of the Supremacy Clause bar is effectively just an importation of what it understands the discretionary function exception to be. And so if this court were to only address QP1, it would essentially be resolving the question only for the 11th Circuit, but leaving all the other circuits.
I would answer both QPs, I think, but I'm wondering whether saying the proviso doesn't extend beyond H, but leaving you to argue below that the discretionary function exception doesn't include unconstitutional acts, intentional torts. And that would be something you could argue below. Now, if I can just, you can respond to that, but
Sure.
before I let you go.
Okay.
Like
I'll be up here.
Well, I got a lot of friends who want to have their chance too. I'd also like you to address the government's suggestion that we shouldn't address the Supremacy Clause question because we don't need to in this case.
Okay,
Your thoughts about that?
Sure. So the first question on why the court shouldn't simply say the answer is that there isn't a categorical situation for QP2 and send it back is that then we go back to the 11th Circuit where the case law is such that there is no constitutional exception even. And so you're sending the petitioners back down into the 11th Circuit, where even the government agrees that the 11th Circuit precedent, which will say it doesn't matter if the Constitution's been violated, you can still act with discretion, is wrong. And we'll be stuck there with the hope of perhaps getting en banc review of the 11th Circuit. And the government will have then short-circuited the Nguyen decision without having to confront the way that the discretionary function exception actually overlaps with the law enforcement proviso. Now, to answer the second question about why or whether this court should address QP1, of course it should address QP1. But the point that the government is trying to get the court to decide QP2 on its preferred new text of QP2, which is whether it extends to the other 12 subcategories, that just goes to show that these two things are basically the same. The Supremacy Clause bar of the 11th Circuit is just a dressed-up version of the discretionary function exception as the 11th Circuit and many of the other circuits have too broadly understood. And so this court can simply address, by citing to Gobert, here's where we know the line comes for the edge of the discretionary function exception without getting into every nook and cranny, to still say, even with that line, maybe the further line not fully defined, we know that intentional torts committed by law enforcement officers are not stipulated in subsection A.
So would it be helpful to you that address the categorical separation between the two? Would it be helpful to say something about whether or not we are speaking to the scope or extent of the discretionary function exception? I mean, I understood your response to Justice Gorsuch to be that if you just say no categorical exclusion of discretionary function, it goes back, and the 11th Circuit is going to say, fine, discretionary function applies, barred. And that your point is that even if there's no categorical preclusion, we still have to have a debate about the extent to which the discretionary function actually covers these situations, or the one that you've presented in this case.
That's correct. And I would even go a little bit further, Your Honor, and say, if the ultimate result is this court takes the government's selected approach and just does answer basically each QP with a one-word answer and send the case back down, then it will also implicitly be saying that the exact sort of case that Congress amended this act to allow is going to be doomed by the 11th Circuit's precedent, which inverts the Gobert standard and says, unless something specifically tells you in federal law you can't do anything, you have open discretion to do it.
No, we wouldn't be saying that. All we would be saying is that we're deciding this particular case. I know you would like us to go quite far, but all we would be saying is that the proviso applies only to H, and the 11th Circuit's Supremacy Clause cases appear to be a workaround based on them trying to work around their prior determination that the proviso applies across the board. Now, that may not be good for you. I understand that, and that's why you're arguing what you're arguing. But as far as the development of our case law is concerned, why should we go further than that and get into this enormously complicated question about the scope of the discretionary function exception?
So, Your Honor, I wouldn't ask the court to get into the more enormously complicated aspects of the discretionary function exception. Again, we're simply saying there's a line where it's obviously not going to touch things like the law enforcement proviso. And the reason that this court should get into that question here is because, as you explained, the 11th Circuit's workaround for what to do with this is its Supremacy Clause bar. But many of the other circuits have created workarounds. They're just messier and built into a factual analysis of each case, where, for instance, all of the other cases except for Linder have held, well, of course, the discretionary function exception can't reach the sort of heartland law enforcement things, but maybe in this case, because it's an INS arrest or because it's something outside of what we perceive to be normal law enforcement, things are different. And so the line is being drawn right now by all the circuits. They're just confused about where to draw it. And because of that confusion, the line varies from circuit to circuit. And so if this court is going to take this issue up and provide any clarity, it should provide clarity to all of the circuits instead of just the 11th Circuit. And I think that's doubly important here because, again, Congress went out of its way in 1974 to go through all the steps it needed to go through to specifically amend the FTCA to say this very affirmative, freestanding thing. If you're a federal law enforcement who commits an intentional tort, we, the United States, not you, the officer, will pay for it to make sure that there's a remedy for the innocent victims of your mistake or wrongdoing. And so it's more important than simply just answering a categorical question. There needs to be some guidance on this so that this statutory provision actually has effect. Because going back to Justice Jackson's discussion with me, the result in this case of the Martin family having no remedy here is that that provision has no effect. It's a complete nullity if that is the outcome of this case.
It does seem to me that we need to address the Supremacy Clause question, because if we were to send this case back on the narrow grounds we've been discussing with you and that you're resisting so well, it's possible that the 11th Circuit could wind up agreeing with you that the discretionary function exception doesn't reach your case. Perhaps that requires the en banc court's intervention, but it might do so. And then it would still have its Supremacy Clause jurisprudence that would bar your case. So at the very least, it seems to me that we need to address that. Do you see it differently, and what are your thoughts about that?
No, Your Honor. I think the court it should definitely address the Supremacy Clause bar as the 11th Circuit articulated it, because that bar, of course, as it's phrased as any actions that are within the nexus of federal officials' acts and within the furthest reaches of the Constitution are going to be provided Supremacy Clause protection, basically takes away most of, if not all of, the thrust of the FTCA, which of course is why my friend Amicus on the other side has said, well, maybe we can just go back to private bills, which is, I think, the main mischief that Congress was intending to remedy with the FTCA, in the same way that the mischief that they were trying to remedy with the proviso are the very sort of intentional torts committed by the FBI agents in this case.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito? Justice Kagan? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson? Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Liu?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This court granted cert on two questions, one about the reach of the proviso in subsection H, and the other about the Supremacy Clause. To resolve this case, this court need only decide the question about the proviso, namely, whether the proviso in subsection H modifies the discretionary function exception in subsection A. The answer is no. Congress placed the proviso in subsection H, and given that choice, the proviso modifies only subsection H. It does not modify the discretionary function exception in A. That exception, therefore, bars petitioner's claims. And because it does, this court need not reach the other question presented, which asks whether the Supremacy Clause bars those claims. The 11th Circuit resorted to the Supremacy Clause only because, under circuit precedent, the proviso in H modifies the discretionary function exception in A and renders that exception inapplicable. But if this court rejects that interpretation of the proviso, it should simply affirm on the ground that the discretionary function exception bars petitioner's claims without reaching the Supremacy Clause issue. Now, petitioners have injected a third issue into the case, whether their claims satisfy the discretionary function exception in the first place. In other words, whether they satisfy the two-part test this court articulated in United States versus Gobert. But that issue isn't fairly encompassed by the questions presented, and it's not independently cert-worthy. In any event, if this court does reach the issue, all they would need to do is reaffirm Gobert, because petitioner's claims clearly satisfy Gobert's test. I welcome the court's questions.
Can a proviso such as this extend more broadly than this case?
So the presumption is a proviso applies only to the thing that it's attached to, but there are cases where the court has found that presumption rebutted and has thus read a proviso to state a general freestanding rule. We don't think there's any indication here, any basis for finding the presumption that the proviso applies only to the thing it's attached to be rebutted. And so we think the general principle that a proviso applies only to the thing it's attached survives and applies here.
Counsel, I'm having I'm sorry.
Your approach puts a lot of weight on strict adherence by draftsmen in Congress to organization along that lines. It's certainly plausible that H was the main thing that the proviso was addressed to, but not necessarily the only thing.
Yeah, I don't really think that's plausible. I mean, put yourself in the shoes of the 1974 Congress. It had before it all of Section 2680, the lead-in language, plus 13 exceptions, starting with A, ending with N. And if Congress had wanted to create a universally applicable proviso, i.e. one that applied to all 13 exceptions, I don't think they would have put it in the middle, in H.
No, that's the most logical place to put it, but heroic assumption to think back to 1974 and put myself in Congress's shoes, but it's also, you know, they got a lot of things going on. They're very busy, and if it applies logically more generally, I don't know why we wouldn't at least entertain that.
Well, I don't think it applies logically more generally. All the textual and structural indications indicate that Congress put it in H because it wanted to apply in H. And so it's not just that it's in H, it's also that Congress used the phrase provided that, which is words Congress uses when it wants to introduce a proviso, which then triggers this presumption that it applies only to the thing it's attached. It's the fact that Congress, before they provided that, used a colon, which suggests that a connection between the proviso and the thing that immediately precedes it. It's the fact that Congress put a period after the proviso, which then separates the proviso from every other exception in the statute. It's the fact that even my friend concedes that it would be implausible for Congress to have wanted the proviso to apply to certain exceptions, especially subsection K, which is the foreign country exception. No one thought Congress wanted to open the door to the application of substantive foreign law in cases involving police conduct. It's the idea that there's a similar parallel proviso or exception in subsection C, and no one thinks that exception applies to all the other exceptions. I think everyone agrees that that exception applies only to subsection C. And so I think you have all the relevant
Counsel, what was Congress doing? It passed this proviso because of the Collinsville raids. Their officers, without a warrant, broke into a home. They tied up people. They were as threatening as in the current situation. Why bother if we accept that they had the discretion to think there was danger? With or without a warrant, the emergency doctrine exception would let them break down a door. So what was Congress thinking?
So I don't think that the conduct in the Collinsville raids falls within the discretionary function exception.
But why? Only because there was no warrant?
Because their conduct was well beyond the discretion conferred on them because it violated clearly established First Amendment rights.
That's interesting because in Gobert we said if an official drove an automobile on a mission connected with his official duties and negligently collided with another car, the exception, discretionary exception, would not apply. That was because, and I'm quoting, although driving requires the constant exercise of discretion, the official's decision in exercising that discretion negligently, I'm putting in that word, can hardly be said to be grounded in regulatory policy. I mean, I don't see the difference between that and saying that an officer's action in using a GPS to break into the wrong house has any policy related to it. It's like driving negligently. You got to that house by mistake. You drove negligently and hit someone. So I don't understand how the act of going into a wrong house can be discretionary?
Well, we understand the discretion here to be the discretion as to how to identify the target of a search warrant.
Oh, he had it identified. He got the right target. He just had the wrong house. It's not a question of, did he make a mistake in his warrant application about this individual being a drug dealer? All right, there I might agree with you, okay? I'm talking about a wrong house raid. He has the right target, the right house, but breaks into the wrong one.
Right, and it's because, as the courts below found, of a reasonable mistake that the officer
That's
made.
the issue. Is that consistent with Gobert? And I'm asking you to explain to me how that formulation is consistent with Gobert.
Well, I would just run the conduct here through Gobert's two-part test. So step one of the test asks whether there is a federal law or statute or regulation that specifically prescribes a course of action that the employee needs to follow.
There is. Go get a search warrant for a drug dealer's house. Now, what policy says, now go search a house that's not the drug dealer's
Well, no
house?
policy says that.
And that is negligent driving.
No policy says don't break down the wrong house, the door of a house.
No, excuse me. Of course, as
Don't traumatize its occupants, really?
Of course, it's the United States policy to execute the warrants at the right house.
I should hope so.
But stating the policy at that high level of generality doesn't foreclose or prescribe any particular course of action in how an officer goes about in identifying the right house. And as the district court found at 52A, the sort of discretion left to the officers here to determine the right house is filled with policy considerations. The officers here were weighing public safety considerations, efficiency considerations, operational security, the idea that they didn't want to delay the start of the execution of the warrants because they wanted to execute all the warrants simultaneously. Those are precisely the sorts of policy trade-offs that an officer makes in determining, well, should I take one more extra precaution to make sure I'm at the right house? Here, petitioners suggest, for example, that the officer should have checked the house number
Yeah, you might
on the
look at the
mailbox.
address of the house before you knock down the door.
Yes, and as the district court found at 52A, that sort of decision is filled with policy trade-offs because checking
Really?
the house number at the end of the driveway means exposing the agents to potential lines of fire
How about
from
making
windows.
sure you're on the right street? Is that?
And how does that?
I mean, just the right street.
No, I mean, I was just going to
Checking the
say,
street sign, is that, asking too much?
what I would say is exactly what the courts below found, which is that the officers here made a reasonable mistake as to where they were. The allegation from petitioners' claims is that they should have done more. They should have stopped and got out of the caravan of vehicles and checked the street sign.
But I guess, Mr. Liu, the question is, how does that really differ from Collinsville? I mean, the problem that I think is sort of what is happening in your analysis is that you say that the Collinsville conduct does not fall within the discretionary function exception, which seems to me to be a concession that even if we agree with you that these aren't in two separate categories, law enforcement and discretionary function, we still have to figure out how broad the discretionary function exception is, which is the question you say we're not allowed to answer.
The conduct in Collinsville flunks the first step of the Gobert two-part test.
Is that the discretionary function test?
Yes.
All right. Well, so then we are having to assess the scope of the discretionary function in this conduct, in this context.
I don't think so.
I don't see how you can say we have separated that out of the question presented, we can't look at it, and you're still answering these questions in this way.
No, because I think this case comes to the court on the assumption, as the courts below found at 17 to 18A and at 58A, that the conduct here did satisfy Gobert's two-part test. Now, the only out that petitioners have left then is to say that the proviso nevertheless removes those claims from the scope of A. That's what I took to be the threshold statutory question that this court granted cert to decide. If I may just address one point that my friend
I'm
raised.
sorry, counsel. You're doing exactly what the other side is doing. You are begging the question which is how far is the discretionary exception goes. The other side wants an absolute rule that all intentional torts are not covered. You want the opposite, which is if there's any discretion in the activity, then no negligences or intentional actions are covered.
No, I don't.
The two of you are going into separate corners.
I'm not asking for an absolute rule. I'm asking for the court to just stick with its test in Gobert.
Yes, because you got a great decision below, but is that fair?
Sometimes that test will result in the United States being exposed to liability. Sometimes it won't. It's not an absolute test. If I may just address my friend's suggestion that the proviso did nothing when Congress enacted it, we don't view that to be the case. Before the proviso was enacted, officers like Guerra had two layers of protection from liability. They had the discretionary function exception, and then they had an extra special layer of protection provided by subsection H, which gave the United States blanket immunity for any claim based on a particular type of tort. What the proviso did was remove that special layer of protection, but it left in place.
That is so ridiculous. Congress is looking at the Collinsville raid and providing a remedy to people who have been wrongfully raided. And you're now saying, no, they really didn't want to protect them fully. They were just going to take them out of that exception, but leave in the discretionary exception. I gave you discretion in Collinsville. The officers are permitted to break into a home if they think an emergency existed. That's why those officers did that.
Yeah,
they may have been wrong about the emergency existing. They may have been wrong about the warrant law. But under your test, it's their discretion to arrest when they think there's an emergency.
No. What we understand the proviso to do is to remove that blanket special layer of protection in H. That requires the U.S., in these types of cases, to battle it out under the discretionary function exception. And that's quite significant because there's a large set of cases that are going to flunk this court's two-part test in Gobert, chief among them the raids in Collinsville. And so by removing the proviso...
That's right, flunk it. All right, thank you.
So by removing the proviso, it requires the United States to hash it out under the discretionary function exception. As I say, there are plenty of cases that are going to fall outside that discretionary function exception.
Thank you, counsel. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that point?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito? No? Kagan?
Just so I'm clear, we can say the Supremacy Clause is not a bar. I know you don't want us to reach that, but we can say that. We can say the proviso does not apply beyond H, and we can stop there and leave questions about how to apply the discretionary function exception to the facts of this case for remand, correct?
That's right. I would say that the courts below already did that analysis, and so a remand...
But if so, they can say that.
They can say that again on remand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Can I just, before you leave the podium, can I just ask you about your point that we should not reach the Supremacy Clause question? I guess I have a concern about our jurisdiction in this particular situation, because I'm looking at 28 U.S.C. 1254, which outlines our certiorari jurisdiction. It allows us to hear appeals from lower courts by writ of certiorari granted upon the petition of any party. And the only question that we're looking at now that was put to us by petition is the Supremacy Clause question. The government, in this case, asked us in the bio to add what we now call the second question. Mm-hmm. And so I guess I don't understand that, I appreciate that we could also hear that question. But I'm a little worried about suggesting that we can exercise jurisdiction to resolve a question that never appeared, only a question that never appeared in any cert petition before us.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. I understand the granting of the petition to be necessary for this court to exercise its power, but that once it's granted the petition,
Then we can totally change it and add questions that don't exist,
I do
that weren't
think
there?
I do think it's within this court's discretion at that point to decide, for reasons of prudence or otherwise, exactly what questions it wishes to decide in reviewing the judgment below, because that's ultimately what's being reviewed as the judgment.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Mills?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The FTCA does not make the United States liable for lawful acts of its agents. That is true for three reasons. First, Section 2674 makes the government liable only to the same extent as a private person in like circumstances under state law, and a private person cannot face state liability that conflicts with federal law. Second, Section 2674 reserves any other defenses, including those only available to government agents. Government agents are not liable for acts within their federal duties. Third, a federal court in an FTCA case stands in state court shoes, which means it must consider applicable federal law. Otherwise, the United States would be liable where a private person and a government agent would not, contradicting the statute. Thus, the United States can have a Supremacy Clause defense in FTCA cases. I welcome the court's questions.
I don't quite understand your argument. I think you suggest that you can raise sovereign immunity as a defense, a private individual.
No, Your Honor. My argument is that a private individual can raise the Supremacy Clause as a defense to state tort liability.
Okay.
And they have in this court's case law. So Hunter versus Wood involves the government, this court giving a Supremacy Clause defense to a private railroad ticket agent who was following federal law.
Do you think that a private individual can enforce federal law?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think Hunter is a perfect example of that. There, the railroad agent was following a federal court order. Here you have something similar with the agents following the warrant. You also have that sort of flavor in other cases. For example, when an airline denies boarding to someone who, under FAA regulations, doesn't show the proper ID, that's another example of a federal law duty.
Why do you think the 11th Circuit took this tack of sovereign immunity?
So I don't dispute the party's contention that there seems to be a concern based on the 11th Circuit precedent and its interpretation of the intentional tort proviso. But more importantly, I think the 11th Circuit was right. I think their position follows from Section 2674.
But I guess, Mr. Mills, I mean, you're quite right, of course, that private parties can raise preemption arguments and that the United States could raise the same sort of preemption arguments. But I guess the question that I have is, how is that really relevant to this case? Because that's not the nature of the immunity defense that the 11th Circuit applied here. It wasn't a statutory preemption sort of argument. It was a, basic sovereign immunity kind of argument.
I disagree, Your Honor. I think it was a standard preemption analysis, just like this court's decision in Neagle. And so I think Neagle is a prong of this court's statutory preemption analysis that obviously comes up more rarely than the typical preemption cases, but it involves the exact same conflict between federal law says you must do this and state law says you can't take this action reasonably necessary to do that. So I think that you do have the same implied conflict that you would in other statutory preemption cases. And I think the private person, the key there is that it's in like circumstances. So, as an example, I would point the court to 28 U.S.C. 530B, which says federal government attorneys are subject to state rules of professional conduct, quote, to the same extent as other attorneys in that state. And the lower courts and the federal government have read that language, look at their bio in 161323, to mean that a preemption defense is available even though the federal statute references or incorporates the state rules. The government says no attorney can be subject to a state rule that conflicts with federal law, and because government attorneys are subject to them only to the same extent, therefore neither can the government attorneys. And that's the exact same point I'm making here. No private person can face state liability that conflicts with and thus is preempted by federal law, and so within the scope of 2674, neither can the United States. But even if you set aside the private individual aspect, you still have the third paragraph in Section 2674, which provides any other defenses, including defenses available to government agents. On the petitioner's theory, Neagle, in the famous case where he protected Justice Field, escapes liability because he had a federal duty. But on the petitioner's theory, today, he could turn Mrs. Terry, the wife of the assailant, could turn around and sue the United States for damages, and the United States would be civilly liable, even though Neagle was performing his federal duties. Same thing in this case. If the agents had gone to the right house under their theory, and state tort liability would have applied under whatever the state law happens to be, the United States would be civilly liable for money damages for going to the right house. So I think that underscores that there has to be a Supremacy Clause defense available when the federal agent was acting within their federal duties. And then the last aspect I would point to is this court's decision in Richards and Hess, where the court said you have to consider applicable federal law. Again, the court said that's the only way to make sure that the statute doesn't extend more liability to the United States than that faced by private individuals or the government agents. Here, applicable federal law includes superseding federal duties, and that follows directly from this court's decision in Neagle and the rest of the Supremacy Clause defense cases we cite.
Mr. Mills, to be clear, the 11th Circuit is the only circuit that has adopted this particular line of thinking with respect to these kinds of cases. Is that right?
That's right. No other court has considered it one way or the other.
And how long? Do you know how long this has been the precedent in the 11th Circuit, the application of the Supremacy Clause in this way?
Since 2009.
Thank you.
And in that 15 years, there have only been 3 cases before the 11th Circuit. The Supremacy Clause defense more broadly, the Cobb article we cite in the brief says that since 1787, there have only been 59 cases involving a Supremacy Clause defense. So contrary to the petitioner's argument, this is not a defense that would swamp the FTCA. It simply means that when the federal agents are performing their federal duties, the United States can't be liable in money damages.
Anything further? Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor? Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to respond to a few of the questions that came up when my friend from the government was discussing things with the court. The first thing I'd like to point out along the lines of what Justice Sotomayor was asking is that the government's position in this case and the 11th Circuit's decision below, their understanding of the discretionary function exception would do 2 things. 1, it would eat up almost all of the entire FTCA, but 2, more importantly, it would certainly eat up all the claims that the proviso was enacted to provide liability for. And here, the language of the proviso itself is very direct, but the Senate report backs that language up. And there, the Senate talked about the fact that what they were doing was removing a barrier to liability, not just a barrier so the rest of the FTCA could then still get in the way, even though the officers had violated the proviso. And so to say that subsection A still applies to bar almost all of, unless you take the government's qualified immunity application, the claims that the proviso raises would mean that Congress has enacted a completely useless law in 1974. That simply can't be the case. Even addressing it to the circumstances of Collinsville, as Justice Jackson asked questions about, or this case, Gobert doesn't apply. The government gets around this by taking the position that the 11th Circuit has taken, which is to say, unless there is something telling you you can't do this, and the something either has to be a statute or clearly established law, you have discretion. That's not what Gobert says. There's a whole step 2 to the analysis, which none of the courts in the 11th Circuit or elsewhere that take a broader approach consider. Of course, there's discretion in the colloquial sense when police are raiding a house, but that discretion is not legislative or administrative decision-making grounded in social or economic policy. It's the same discretion we see with driving a car or flying a plane or seizing horses in the Hadley case. And so it simply can't be the case that what Congress did when it enacted the proviso was to say, even though the officers in this case had a warrant commanding them to go to one address, there was discretion for them to go to another, so they should lose on step one. If we get to step two, there's no question that there was no policy here. As my friend said, the government's policy is to raid the right house. They didn't do that. The preparation is kind of immaterial to the ultimate result here. If you really, really meant to drop the pizza off at the right address, it doesn't matter. You still need to give a refund if you drop it off at the wrong address. Even then, if we look just to the concept of the conflict of the language, we assume that there's a conflict, which, again, we do not think the court should do and the court does not need to do. The decision in Alaska is on point with this case. We talk about colons and periods and indentations and the preamble. All of that stuff was available in Alaska. The government was on the wrong side of that case, and it made the arguments we're now making, and those arguments prevailed. And in fact, even the dissenting justices cited things that now support us here. Unlike in Alaska, where the proviso was limited to such claims, here we have an affirmative freestanding rule as Justice Scalia requested. And unlike in Alaska, here it doesn't matter that this was in the middle of the set of exceptions, because Alaska was the same way. The submerged lands provision was M, this other provision was E. None of that mattered. What's very clear here from the language Congress enacted and from the fact that it took the time to add this amendment was that they wanted the claims, if they satisfied the proviso, to move forward. And it's crucial to keep in mind that if petitioners win on this issue, they don't win this case. We're fighting to get a day in court where then we can duke it out over the elements of torts and defenses under the Georgia element standard. So it's not as if this case being decided by this court will even render the government liable. We still have more steps to take. But we want to be able to take those steps, and through the law enforcement proviso, Congress said that we should be able to take those steps. Now, on the question about the second question presented in jurisdiction, I can't say whether there's a jurisdictional problem, but what I can tell you is that when we wrote RQP and then saw the government's suggested language for narrowing it, we understood that to mean RQP but narrowed. If it was a completely separate issue that assumed the scope, covered our claims, we would have objected that that was an inappropriate conditional cross petition. But we didn't. And we rightly understood then that when this court did that, it was narrowing our question to the specifics that the government offered, as the government says at page 22 of its bio. That narrowing still requires the court to consider, to some extent, the scope of the discretionary function exception. And if it doesn't, the government's theory, which has prevailed across most of the circuits, that anything that has any element of judgment or choice is good enough to get you into that exception, means that the FTCA will become largely a nullity. This covers cases like the law enforcement proviso cases, but it also covers the more run-of-the-mill cases like VA malpractice, where obviously a doctor has as much discretion to decide which artery to close off than a police officer does which door to go to.
Thank
or
you,
it will
counsel.
cover.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills, this court appointed you to brief and argue this case as an amicus curiae in support of the judgment below. You have ably discharged that responsibility, for which we are grateful. The case is submitted.
Happy first 100 days. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the bipartisan Take It Down Act passed the House last night. This important legislation was championed and guided through Congress by our wonderful First Lady, Melania Trump, including through her direct advocacy on behalf of survivors during her passage efforts. The Take It Down Act criminalizes the publication of non-consensual intimate imagery and requires social media and similar websites to remove such content within 48 hours of notice from a victim. The First Lady thanks all those who voted in favor of this important legislation, and the President looks forward to signing it when it arrives on his desk. Today officially marks 100 days of promises made and promises kept by President Trump. This has truly been the most historic start to a presidency in American history. After building the greatest economy in the world in his first term as president, President Trump is in the process of doing that all over again. The American people trust in President Trump. Since his first day in office, President Trump has focused on defeating the Biden inflation crisis, bringing down the cost of living, and making the United States the best place in the world to do business, invest, create jobs, and innovate. And President Trump's efforts are working. 345,000 jobs have already been added since the start of President Trump's term. Last month's jobs report saw nearly 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted, and it was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been added to the economy already. This is a sharp contrast to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost each month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. The U.S. employment rate remains at historic lows. And thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing price relief for the first time in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline since the COVID pandemic, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prices across the board for everyday goods have seen declines since this president was inaugurated. From airfare to used motor vehicles to prescription drugs, prices are dropping. In fact, last month's drop in the price of prescription drugs was the largest ever recorded. And after Joe Biden botched the response to the bird flu, President Trump and Secretary Rawlings' aggressive plan have brought down wholesale egg prices more than 50% from Inauguration Day. President Trump ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy and fossil fuels and has restored American energy dominance. And Secretary Wright, Secretary Doug Burgum are working hard on that effort every single day. Oil and gas prices are now way down because of this bold approach. Gasoline prices down 7%, energy prices are also down as well. The Department of Interior just announced a new offshore drilling policy that will boost oil production in the Gulf of America by 100,000 barrels per day. On the deregulation front, President Trump is committed to cutting senseless red tape, especially for America's small business owners who are the backbone of our economy. We know cutting regulation leads to lower costs and higher growth. The mass deregulation effort by this administration will help usher in the golden age of America, which is underway. Immediately upon taking office, President Trump blocked all of the unfinalized Biden-era rules, saving Americans more than $100 billion, or $2,100 per family of four over the next decade. And the president also launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. This effort is projected to yield significant cost savings in the coming months, including the EPA's rollback of tailpipe emission rules for light-duty and medium-duty vehicles and the Department of Transportation's latest corporate average fuel economy standards. These two efforts alone yield $755 billion in total savings, or more than $8,800 per family of four over the next decade. In total, the combined savings from all of these actions equal just over $935 billion, or nearly $11,000 in real savings per family of four per the coming decade. The press is not talking nearly enough about the positive impact of President Trump's deregulation campaign. And investments from the biggest companies and countries in the world are pouring in under this president. So far, total investment commitments under the Trump administration have reached more than $5 trillion, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $500 billion from NVIDIA in AI infrastructure, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in AI infrastructure as well. All of these investment commitments are estimated to generate at least 451,000 new high-paying jobs for American workers and families. At this point, President Trump has secured more investments in the United States of America in 100 days than Joe Biden did in 4 years. President Trump is America's businessman in chief, and that's why these trillions of dollars in investments are flooding to our country. The business community is bullish on America because President Trump is back in charge. Tomorrow, the president will host CEOs and leaders from several companies that have made these investments to tout their historic commitments to our country and encourage others to follow suit. Under President Trump, there has never been a better time to invest in America. And the president finally said enough is enough and refused to allow America and our workers to be ripped off any longer on trade. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and to rebalance America's trading agreements. More than 100 countries have already come to the table looking to offer more favorable terms for America and our people. There has never been a president who has created his own leverage like this president, and we are just getting started. Republicans in Congress are getting very close to passing President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, which will include the largest tax cuts in American history, strong border security measures, major military advancements, dramatic deregulation, and common sense spending reforms. As President Trump has said before, the best is yet to come. For more on President Trump's economic successes so far and the plans ahead, I want to pass it off to our incredible Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who is here today, and we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat, we have Brendan Peterson, the financial services reporter for Punchbowl News. Punchbowl News covers power, people, and politics based in Washington, D.C., laser focused on Capitol Hill, the politics of legislating, founded in 2021, and it is the first newsletter that Capitol Hill and the White House reads every morning in the middle of the day and throughout the evening. Thanks for being here with us, and we'll start with you today.
Thanks so much for being here. I have a question for Secretary Bessent. On tariffs, the president said over the weekend that we are hoping that maybe tariff revenues could replace income tax. But we also keep hearing about the deals that the administration is pursuing. So my question is, what is the White House's ultimate objective here? Do you want to have long-term tariff revenue or deals that might reduce those tariffs?
I think it's a combination of both. So we're going to take in long-term tariff revenue. We put a process in place. We have 18 important trading relationships. We will be speaking to all of those partners, or at least 17 of them, over the next few weeks. Many of them have already come to Washington. What President Trump is referring to is the ability for tariff revenue to give income tax relief. And I think there's a very good chance that we will see this in the upcoming tax bill. The president campaigned on no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and the restoring interest deductibility for autos, for American-made autos. So tariff income could be used for tax relief on all those immediately.
So you think that there is a role for significant tariff revenue in U.S. fiscal policy?
I think that it is something that got put away a long time ago, and I think that tariffs will bring back American manufacturing and generate substantial revenues.
On manufacturing, we've seen some pretty grisly surveys this month from the Philly Fed, which saw the biggest drop since May of 2020, and the Dallas Fed, similar plunging outlook, poor shipping orders. What are American manufacturers not understanding about your push for onshoring in the U.S.?
Well, I think I was in the investment business 35 years, and I learned to ignore the survey data and look at the actual data, and the actual data has been quite good. The job data is good. Americans keep spending, and as Karoline said, we have these incredible commitments to bring manufacturing back on shore with record investment by domestic corporations and foreigners who want to come into the U.S.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Chinese continue to say that the U.S. and China are not engaged in any consultation or negotiation on tariffs. You recently said you've talked to your counterpart, but more about, quote, traditional things like financial stability. So can you clarify, is the administration talking to Beijing specifically about tariffs or not?
Well, we're not going to talk about who's talking to whom, but I think that, over time we will see that the Chinese tariffs are unsustainable for China. I've seen some very large numbers over the past few days that show if these numbers stay on, Chinese could lose 10 million jobs very quickly, and even if there is a drop in the tariffs, that they could lose 5 million jobs. So remember that we are the deficit country. They sell almost 5 times more goods to us than we sell to them. So the onus will be on them to take off these tariffs. They're unsustainable for them.
And they are saying you guys are not talking about it. So is that true?
Look, they have a different form of government. They're playing to a different audience. So I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty, again, of who's talking to whom. But as I said, I believe for the Chinese, these tariffs are unsustainable.
And very quickly, 2 days ago, you said you didn't know if President Trump had spoken to Xi Jinping. Do you know now?
Again, I would say Karoline and I have a lot of jobs around the White House. Running the switchboard isn't one of them.
Go ahead.
Secretary Bessent, thank you so much for being here this morning. You've talked about the importance of giving investors certainty when it comes to the market, yet the Trump administration is continuing to negotiate several complex trade deals in a very sort of compressed time frame. When do you expect you'll be able to give the market some certainty around those deals? Do you have a deadline? Is it the 90-day pause? What are we looking at here?
Good question. And I think one thing that has been a little disconcerting for the markets is, President Trump creates what I would call strategic uncertainty in the negotiations. So he is more concerned about getting the best possible trade deals for the American people. We had 4 years of bad deals for decades of unfair trading, and we are going to unwind those and make them fair. What we are doing is we've created a process. I think the aperture of uncertainty will be narrowing, and as we start moving forward announcing deals, then there will be certainty. But certainty is not necessarily a good thing in negotiating.
Mr. Secretary, last night there were reports on the administration sort of walking back a little bit on the auto tariffs. Can you sort of just elaborate on that decision there and what we can expect going forward, and why sort of the shift in those auto tariffs?
Well, President Trump has had meetings with both domestic and foreign auto producers, and he's committed to bringing back auto production to the U.S. So we want to give the automakers a path to do that quickly, efficiently, and create as many jobs as possible.
Jasmine. Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Secretary. Back on China, does the administration anticipate supply chain shocks or supply shocks coming now that cargo shipments from China are significantly down? And if so, are there plans in the process of how to address that?
I wouldn't think that we would have supply chain shocks, and I think retailers have managed their inventory in front of this. I speak to dozens of companies, sometimes daily, but definitely weekly, and they know that President Trump is committed to fair trade and have planned accordingly.
And then second question, can you outline the timeline for when you think some of these deals, particularly with your Asian countries like India, Japan, South Korea, you may have an announcement?
I'm glad you brought up our Asian trading partners and allies. They have been the most forthcoming in terms of doing the deals. As I mentioned, Vice President Vance was in India last week. I think that he and Modi made some very good progress, so I could see some announcements on India. I could see the contours of a deal with the Republic of Korea coming together, and then we've had substantial talks with the Japanese.
Andrea?
Secretary Bessent, just continuing on the path of the sort of like progress. You said yesterday, I think, that it was could happen as early as this week or possibly next week. Can you give us a bit of a timetable? And then I wanted to ask about South Korea specifically. They've said that they probably won't be able to make a comprehensive deal until early July because of their elections. Japan also has elections. And to what extent are domestic factors complicating your efforts? Canada just had an election. You know, are you seeing that you might have to think about delaying the 90 days?
Well, I would actually take the opposite tack, that I think from our talks that these governments actually want to have the framework of a trade deal done before they go into elections to show that they have successfully negotiated with the United States. So we are finding that they are actually much more keen to come to the table, get this done, and then go home and campaign on it.
Sean? I'm sorry, did you have a comment on whether something could happen this week or next week? For a deal. So, you know, you said yesterday.
Again, I think that we are very close on India. And in India, just a little inside baseball, India, in a funny way, is easier to negotiate with than many other countries because they have very high tariffs and lots of tariffs. So it's much easier to confront the direct tariffs when as we go through these unfair trade deals that have been put in over decades, that the non-tariff trade barriers can be much more insidious and also harder to detect. So a country like India, which has the posted and ready tariffs, it's much easier to negotiate with them. So I think the India negotiations are moving well.
Sean, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would also add that the bringing down the terrible Biden inflation has been a priority for the first 100 days of the Trump administration, and President Trump has done a great job of leading that since January 20th. Interest rates, mortgage rates are down, gasoline and energy prices are down. We're expecting the further decreases. And as Karoline said, the big tax on consumers that goes unnoticed is deregulation or regulation, and we are deregulating and bringing that down. So, from a household income point of view, we would expect real purchasing increases. We've seen them over the first 100 days, and we would expect that to accelerate. We are doing peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and deregulating. And the deregulation is a longer lead time, but I think by the third and fourth quarters, that's really going to kick in.
Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A question for you and Secretary Bessent. We talk a lot about volatility and uncertainty in the marketplace, and the president has stated all along that he's more concerned about mainstream America, the American worker. You just talked about deregulation and this entire fair trade and reciprocals. What is your message to the American people in terms of letting them get through this disturbance and the outcome being greater and a greater good for the American worker, the American people, the American families?
I would say trust in President Trump. There's a reason he was reelected to this office. It's because of the historic success of his economic formula in the first term, and as I laid out at the beginning of the briefing and the Secretary has talked about and the President talks about every day, there's a proven formula that works. Massive deregulation, energy independence, and tax cuts, which are coming. And the Secretary is working very hard on that with our counterparts on Capitol Hill. If you want to talk about that, that's a huge deal to put more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. As for the fair trade deals the President is trying to negotiate, he's not just righting the wrong of the mess that he inherited from the past 4 years of the Biden administration. This is a mess that has been created for the past 4 decades that has sold out the middle class, that has moved jobs overseas. You think about our heartland, middle America, what towns used to look like, what they look like today. President Trump wants to restore the golden age, and it's a process to do that. And that process is underway, but he's put together a fantastic trade team. Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Jamieson Greer, all working incredibly hard on this effort 24/7. But tax cuts are coming, and that's key. And Mr. Secretary, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yep. So it's really a three-legged stool in the economic policy. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So we are in the midst of addressing, as Karoline said, these long-term trade imbalances. The tax bill is going much better than I would have thought when I took office on January 28th, and that's through President Trump's leadership. That Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune are united. Speaker Johnson, we had a very good meeting yesterday with somebody called the Big Six, NEC Director Kevin Hassett, myself, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, Committee Chairman Jason Smith, and Senator Crapo. And the tax bill is moving forward. It is going to give permanence to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, which will, back to the question on certainty, it will give American business certainty, it will give American people certainty, and then President Trump is also adding the things for working Americans that is talked about earlier: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, making auto payments deductible. So that will substantially address the affordability crisis. And the other thing that I would note, and back to data, is that the Vanguard, one of the largest money management firms in America, said that over the past 100 days, 97% of Americans haven't done a trade. And in fact, individual investors have held tight while institutional investors have panicked. So individual investors trust, the investors trust President Trump.
Megan, in the back.
Can you detail for us exactly what we should expect as far as relief on the auto tariffs front? And then further, Mr. Secretary, should we expect other industries to also get relief the way we've now seen for auto and tech as well?
I'm not going to go into the details of the auto tariff relief, but I can tell you that it will go substantially toward reshoring American auto manufacturing. And again, the goal here is to bring back the high quality industrial jobs to the U.S. President Trump is interested in the jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past. We don't need to necessarily have a booming textile industry like where I grew up again, but we do want to have precision manufacturing and bring that back. And another important, very important function of this that does not get talked about enough is national security. President Trump, his overriding the concern and belief is that economic security is national security is economic security. And we saw during COVID that our supply chains got cut off. And we need to bring back a lot of those supply chains, whether it's in semiconductors, medicines, the steel, and we have to onshore those. So it's a combination of making trade free and fair and remedying this gaping national security hole that he was left with.
I would just add, Megan, the President will sign the executive order on auto tariffs later today, and we will release it as we always do. Go ahead.
Secretary, any updates on the negotiation with the European Union, and is it hard to negotiate with the European Union?
Pardon?
Do you have any updates on the negotiation with the European Union?
I'm more involved in the Asian negotiations. My observation would be, goes all the way back to Henry Kissinger's statement, when I call Europe, who do I call? So we're negotiating with a lot of different interests. Some of the European countries have put on an unfair digital service tax on our big internet provider. France and Italy, other countries, Germany and Poland, don't have that. So we want to see that unfair tax of one of America's great industries removed. So it's going to be a give and take. So they have some internal matters to decide before they can engage in an external negotiation.
Edward.
Thanks, Caroline. Mr. Secretary, so contacts I have in the business community say that they're basically frozen for long-term investment because of the uncertainty around tariffs. How long do you think President Trump has to make a deal before there's damage to the economy?
Look, I think that what we're seeing is that business leaders, they've gone into a pause, and I think we're going to give them great certainty on this tax bill. And I think over the next couple of weeks, as I said, we have 18 important trading relationships. We'll put China to the side. 17 they are in motion. And then, as I said yesterday, I think there's a very good chance we're going to get this tax bill done. And the tax bill is going to be very powerful for domestic U.S. investment. So what we are going to do, one of the most powerful parts of President Trump's 2017 tax bill was full expensing of equipment. We are going to make that, as President Trump said in his speech to Congress, that will be retroactive to January 20th. The other thing that we are looking to add is full expensing for factories. So bring your factory back. You can fully expense the equipment and the building. We will couple that with deregulation, cheap energy, and regulatory certainty, and that will continue to make the U.S. the greatest destination for domestic and foreign investment.
And the president, well, if I could follow, just the president said that world leaders would like to meet with him in Rome, in Vatican City, about trade. Other than President Zelensky, who did the president meet with, and about trade, and when could we get some of those deals?
The president met with President Zelensky, as you know, which we talked about, and the president continues to be engaged with his fellow leaders around the world in the European Union. You've seen many of them visit the White House. I want to harp on, in closing, the point the Secretary just made. On the campaign trail, the president promised the American public that he was going to make America the best country in the world to do business again. The lowest taxes, lowest regulation, lowest energy costs of anywhere in the world. And if you do business in the United States, you won't pay a tariff, you won't pay a price. That's not just good for companies around the world, but it's good for the American worker. That's what this team is focused so hard on every day. We have work to do. The golden age of America is underway. But as I pointed out in the beginning, there's a lot of reason for the American consumer, the American CEO, the American small business owner to be confident and optimistic about this president and where we're headed. So you will hear more from the president himself later this evening. He is traveling to Michigan, as you all know. He'll make a stop at the Air Force Base with Governor Whitmer, and then we will head to a rally tonight where you'll hear more from him directly. So we'll see you in Michigan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
We might have to move our little sign over, huh?
Here, I'll do that.
Whoa. Knock that down. Don't you have people?
Yeah, I got people.
He's got to do it all. Right? He's got to do it all. We put that together really purposeful,
He's a full-service
too.
speaker.
Yeah.
That guy's got skills.
Oh.
Need some caulk?
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Today marks 100 days of President Trump's second term, and I am honored that he has chosen to celebrate in my home state of Michigan. There's no better place to celebrate 100 days than in Macomb County, Michigan. The first 100 days proves that we are headed in the right direction, the direction in which 77 million people voted for. Just look at the White House lawn today. Pictures of violent, illegal aliens that Biden let into our country. These rapists, murderers, and child molesters have no home here in the United States of America. And guess what? There's room on the White House lawn for a lot more of them. And that's what the American people voted for. And we are going to keep going until every single one of them is removed to make our streets for Americans safer. Thankfully, there's a lot less of those illegals coming in now, because apprehensions at the border are down 94%. And Border Patrol averaged the lowest daily nationwide apprehensions in history. President Trump is taking action and Congress is passing border security bills. We've sent a message. The border is closed. Now, on the other hand, Democrats' message is open borders and literally putting violent MS-13 gang members before the American people. That's their message. Look no further than their recent trip to El Salvador, one of which was funded with, yes, taxpayer dollars. Instead of meeting with their constituents, Democrats catered to MS-13 gang members. Not the family of Rachel Morin or the family of Lincoln Riley. No. They would rather have MS-13 gang members who entered our country illegally brought back to the United States. That is the Democratic Party. Own it. On numerous occasions, they have sided with violent illegal aliens and gang members. Democrats are doubling down on their failed agenda. Why? Because they have no plan, no vision, and no leader. Or maybe they do. Maybe their next leader is in MS-13. Meanwhile, House Republicans, we have our leader, and that leader is our president, Donald Trump. He's unleashed American energy, taken out terrorists, and restored common sense by protecting women's sports. And he's achieved all of this in his first 100 days. Now, turning our attention to our business and our work this week, committees have been instructed, and we will begin to pass pieces of that one big, beautiful bill. We will identify savings and investments that will make America secure and competitive. Now, as we continue our committee work, I encourage you to watch the markups very, very closely. You will see Democrats go on the record supporting the largest tax increase in American history. Benefits for illegal immigrants and violent gang members, because that's who they support. And Democrats want the destruction of American energy and the American energy industry and the good paying jobs that come with that industry. And before Democrats begin their fear-mongering, which we know they'll do, let me be clear. The only cuts that this bill makes are to the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that are in their bloated bureaucracy. And somehow, Democrats will have a problem with those. They ignore the fact of what the American people want. The American people want lower taxes. The American people want good-paying jobs. They want a safe and secure and most of all competitive America. That's why House Republicans will continue our work this week to put Americans first and make America safe and secure again. While Democrats who are lost and leaderless fearmonger and fight against the American people's agenda, we will get to work to pass that one great, big, beautiful bill. Now I will turn it over to my freshman colleague, Troy Downing of Montana. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Here,
Troy. What's that? Oh,
you probably don't need that.
I'm feeling towering over there. Well, first of all, to leadership, Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and Chair McClain, thank you for allowing me to speak about this. I'm really excited, and thank you all for being here and listening. I'm very excited about this first 100 days. President Trump, in his first term talked about promises made, promises kept, and I think this time it's on steroids. And I think it's important because this country was at a precipice, was absolutely at a precipice. And I hear some of the critics saying too much, too fast, and I'm saying it couldn't have happened soon enough and it can't happen fast enough because we can't afford falling off of that precipice. I mean, as a nation, everything that we talk about, you hear this American dream, that's being squandered, has been squandered. That brass ring is getting farther and farther away, and the policies of this president have started to pull that back in everything that he's doing, in helping with the economy, in tax policy, in having trading partners trade fairly with this country, which is something that's overdue. Everything that's happening right now, securing the border, is all going to come back and bring that brass ring back that is that American dream. And I'm really, really excited about that. 140 executive orders. Our job now is to start codifying those so they're not fungible, so that the next administration can't undo that. We need to have policy. We need to have laws passed on that. I'm looking at the investment. Everybody's talking about the trade policies. What has that resulted in? In just this first 100 days, we got $5 trillion being expected to be reinvested in this country, 451,000 jobs. I mean, talk about giving you an ability to rebuild that American dream. I mean, we are on that path. We're looking at gas prices down 6.3%. Earnings on all private sector employees grew 1.4%. Doge. I mean, so many of us are shocked at what they were uncovering. $160 billion, and that comes to about $1,000 per taxpayer in waste, fraud, and abuse that's being crawled back. And it can't happen soon enough. And the other thing that affects my district, affects this entire country, is that invasion at the southern border. And we have seen a stop to that almost instantly. Only 9 illegal aliens were released in the United States since the president was sworn in. That's a 99.99% decrease. I mean, as I said, this couldn't happen fast enough. I believe this country was at a precipice. I think the president is delivering on his promises, and this conference is ready, willing, and able to start codifying this into law so that it continues to claw back everything that is the American dream, everything that's great about this country, and I'm happy to be part of that team. Thank you. Great job.
President Trump's first 100 days in office can be described in 4 words: promises made, promises kept. Thanks to President Trump, the border is more secure than it's ever been, and criminal, illegal aliens are off our streets and out of our country. Under President Trump, American energy is being unleashed. Domestic production empowered, and historic investments have been secured. We've seen waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government exposed and rooted out like never before. And common sense has replaced the woke nonsense that had saturated our government and way of life. President Trump has moved at a record pace to bring America back from the pit the Biden administration left us in. With Joe Biden in office, our nation endured the influx of millions of unvetted illegal aliens, criminal aliens, from all over the world into our communities. American businesses were held back by an expansive regulatory state, and policies that lacked truth and disregarded reality put our children and families in jeopardy. But no more. The American dream is being renewed, and the American people can once again be prosperous, safe, and free. But to keep this train going, Congress must act. Our members are hard at work crafting a reconciliation bill that will deliver President Trump's America First agenda for our great nation. And we won't rest until we get it done, because failure is simply not an option. And I yield to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Well, anybody who's been following since the day President Trump took the oath of office for this second term knows that President Donald Trump has been working nonstop at a feverish pace to deliver results for the American people. I don't think we've seen a president in 100 days get more things accomplished, follow through on more promises to get this country back on track. And we're only 100 days in. Obviously, the things that we've been working with this president on are really going to be starting off in a much bigger way with this one big beautiful bill. The budget reconciliation process formally starts today with the reconciliation bill. 7 committees go to work this week. Next week, another 4 committees will continue doing that important work. And this has been about a year in the making. This is not something that happened overnight. All of our committees have been meeting both individually. We've been meeting with the president for about a year to get to this moment and start delivering on those things that we all ran on. These are not just campaign promises that Donald Trump talked about on a campaign trail. This is also something that House Republicans said we would do. We said we would prevent a massive tax increase on American families. If Congress takes no action, there would be a $4.5 trillion tax hike on families. And if you listen to Democrats, who are all going to vote no on this package, let's make no mistake about it. They've been clear from the beginning. They just want to obstruct everything. You saw it at the State of the Union when President Trump said, look, this 13-year-old boy beat cancer. And they all just sat there on their hands, angry because President Trump was highlighting somebody else's success. And I think the American people got disgusted when they realized a whole major party in America is just going to oppose anything President Trump does because they hate him as an individual, even when it's good for America. And believe me, preventing a tax increase on over 90% of American families is good for America. But every Democrat will vote no because they want a tax increase on American families. Every Democrat will vote no on a bill that's going to secure America's border. You've seen President Trump deliver through executive action on things he can do. And it's resulted in amazing results, over 95% reduction in border crossings illegally, deportation of hardened criminals, violent gang members, murderers, rapists, finally sent back to prisons in their country where they belong, where many of them came from. And what are Democrats doing? Democrats aren't celebrating that. They're flying to other countries to try to get hardened gang members in prisons released back into the United States. It's lunacy. But that's where their party is because they are void of any ideas. They are a leaderless party. The Democrat Party literally has no leader except AOC and Crockett and Bernie Sanders. And that's what their party's become. They're just opposed to everything. They don't want to produce more American energy. But the good news is we do. That's also going to be in this bill that we start debating, to allow America to produce more energy so that we and our friends don't have to be dependent on foreign nations like Russia or Iran for oil and natural gas. We can do more of it. We can lower costs for families. We can create more jobs at home. We can ensure that more manufacturing can be done in America. That's all going to be part of this bill. We're also going to make our military more competitive. Everybody knows China's been incredibly aggressive at not just their naval fleet, developing hypersonic weapons. And America had fallen behind under Joe Biden. And Donald Trump said, we are going to address these inadequacies. And if you look at what's in this bill, again, addressing major problems to make our country competitive again militarily, and every Democrat will vote no on that as well. And the good news is Republicans said, well, if Democrats are just going to block everything, if Democrats want a tax hike, if Democrats do not want secure borders, if Democrats want to make our country more dependent on foreign nations for our energy, that's why they lost the election. Those days are gone. We can actually fix all of these problems without any Democrat support. We'd welcome their votes. We'd welcome their input. But they've chosen to just go the other way because their far left radical base won't let them work with Donald Trump on anything that's good for America. But that hasn't deterred President Trump. President Trump is resolute in fighting for those hardworking families who have been struggling. Again, the tax increase, when they talk about millionaires and billionaires, it's over 90% of Americans who would see a tax increase if no action was taken. That's families making $50,000, $60,000 a year. That's not the rich. That's the people who are just barely getting by, who have been struggling under the weight of the failures of Joe Biden's economy. The waitress who's maybe working 2 jobs, barely getting by, and President Trump and this Republican Congress are going to deliver on no tax on tips so that that single mom who's maybe working 2 jobs can have a little bit more money in her pocket and be able to take her kids on a vacation or invest in her kids' college. That's what we're doing this week as we watch the Democrats oppose everything just because they've become a party derelict of any ideas. This is a Congress of leadership and action, working with a president who's probably done more in 100 days than any other president we've ever seen, and the best is yet to come. And our leader in this fight, who's been marshaling us through the whole way, is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks to all of you. Welcome back. Hope you all had a blessed Passover and Easter. We did. Our members are excited. It's a great day in our country. Thanks to the Republican Party, America is back, and we're excited about it. I talked to the president twice this morning already. He's having a big celebration for the first 100 days in Michigan, as Chairwoman McClain noted, and he's excited about all of that and everything that we're all doing together. We had a big meeting of the Republican conference this morning, and they're all excited. They were all home for the 2-week district work period, and they were moving around their districts and talking with their constituents and getting lots of pats on the back. It's a great time for the country, and you can sense our optimism about all that. It's been noted a couple times here, but 100 days ago, not far from where we're standing right now, President Trump made his historic return to the presidency. He made a lot of promises, and as Whip Emmer noted, the 4 words that best describe this administration so far is promises made, promises kept. We've recounted among this group many times, 77 million Americans delivered President Trump a landslide victory. We had our highest popular vote total ever as House Republicans, 74.8 million, and we got a mandate to do exactly what we're doing right now. We have not wasted a moment. President Trump has accomplished more in the first 100 days than most presidents do in their entire careers, their entire tenures. The Atlantic, right? I don't know if there's an Atlantic reporter here this morning, but that's not President Trump's, they're not a fan of him, right? Yesterday they described him this way, quote, "He is the most consequential American leader of the 21st century." And that's an understatement. President Trump has, here's a list: removed men from women's sports, ended DEI in the federal government and the U.S. military, expanded oil and gas extraction to lower prices, taken steps to end unfair trade practices, secured trillions of dollars in new investments in American manufacturing, deported criminal illegal aliens, stood up for religious liberty and rooted out anti-Christian bias, combated virulent anti-Semitism on college campuses. The list goes on and on and on. That's just barely scratching the surface. That's in 100 days. We're just getting started, and that's one of the reasons that we're so excited. Nearly every public opinion survey found that voters in the last election were most concerned about 2 things. This is just one metric for consideration: inflation and the wide open border and the crisis that created. Look at this. On just these 2 issues in 100 days, illegal crossings are at an all-time low, as Congressman Downing noted, and inflation is falling rapidly. President Biden often said that he had exhausted his executive authority. He told me that we needed new laws. He told me this many times himself. We had to stop the border crisis, but Congress has to act. I pleaded with President Biden, do your job, use your executive authority. He claimed he didn't have it. But as President Trump has just demonstrated, all we needed was a new president. We needed real leadership. We didn't need new laws. The Trump administration has stopped illegal border crossings Congressman Downing said it well, 99.9% success rate. The border crisis is solved. More than 100,000 illegal aliens and gang members have been deported, and that makes Americans safer. They feel more secure again. Groups of migrants are actually stopping their journeys, and they are turning around. You know why? Because we got a new sheriff in town. Due to President Trump's border policies, we now know again that deterrence works. On inflation, President Trump promised to rapidly drive down prices and make American goods affordable again. The Consumer Price Index beat expectations, actually dropped 0.1% in March. That is the first time that has happened since COVID, okay? Inflation is cooling. Energy prices are down, as we all know. Trillions of dollars in U.S. investments have been secured by the Trump administration. And again, we're just getting started. President Trump built the greatest economy in the history of the world in the first Trump administration. And we know that he can do it again. And we're going to help. And that's what we're engaged in. People are excited all around this country. We set fundraising records in the first quarter. We gave all the numbers out to the members this morning. I raised $32.2 million in the first quarter. It's an all-time record for a Republican speaker in a midterm. I'm not taking personal credit for that. I'm saying this is an all-team effort. Every House Republican is out working. Their sleeves are rolled up. They're working around the clock. We're setting fundraising records. The vulnerable Republicans from the swing districts and the vulnerable Democrat swing districts, it's the Patriots and the frontliners, okay? The Patriots outraised Democrats 2-1. They almost doubled what Democrats raised, and they have almost double the amount of cash on hand right now. That's an indication of where the American people's sentiment is. They see that Republicans are delivering and Democrats are in disarray. While we're working to build on President Trump's successes and codify his agenda into law, the Democrats just still don't get it. I mean, they just keep demonstrating they don't get it. More than 100 days into the 119th Congress, and the contrast could not be clearer. Everybody said, recounted some of this today, but they don't have any message. They don't have a clear leader. They don't have a clear vision. They don't know what to do. Their platform has been repudiated, and they're turning on themselves. You know, the vice chair of the DNC is going to spend tens of millions to take down his own incumbents. That shows you where they are. They've resorted to cursing and shouting and outrageous political stunts. Their approval ratings are in the low 20s. Their most vulnerable members got outraised 2-1, as I mentioned. And it just goes on and on. I two polls I just want to highlight, and then we'll go to your questions. There was a poll that came out a little over a month ago. It's Quinnipiac, and I think it's the most telling poll of the first 100 days of this Congress. But I got the graphic in front of me. It was Politico published it. Lots of people talked about it. The headline says Democrats face historic discontent with the base. Now, what they did was they polled Democrats and their approval of their own party and Republicans' approval of their own party. I mentioned this before, but Democrats are underwater 9%. They have a net negative 9% approval rating in their party, whereas Republicans in Congress are enjoying a 69% approval rating, okay? So that chart is stark. It's the largest chasm between the two parties in history. It's the highest marks we've ever gotten and the lowest they've ever gotten. It tells you where they are. This morning, CNN has a new poll, getting you a nod right there on the front row, right? Republicans' view of GOP leadership, 78% approve, thank you CNN, 21% disapprove, all right? Democrats' view of Democrat leadership, 42% approve, 57% disapprove. Stark contrast between the two. And one of the most baffling political displays that we've ever seen, Congressional Democrats used their district work period to fly to El Salvador and provide comfort to a wife-beating MS-13 gang member who entered the U.S. illegally. I mean, it was a shameful performance, and I hope their constituents do not forget it. We won't. And we reflect on the first 100 days of the Trump administration. It's very clear which party is fighting for the American people, for a stronger and safer and more prosperous America, as Leader Scalise just said. We're happy to be here, and we're happy today. You can probably tell. Take your questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of polls about the first 100 days of President Trump's administration were released a few days ago, and he has the lowest approval rating of any president in the last 80 years, according to the Washington Post, ABC News, and Ipsos, I believe. Other polls suggest similarly low numbers. How do you interpret those numbers, and is that not a sign that your conference, your party, your leader need to be changing course given those low record ratings?
No, look, there's always in any new administration, it's a roller coaster, right? When you come in and you make dramatic change, which is what he did, he's delivering on the promises made. There's some bumps along the road. We're changing everything. As we said, when President Trump was running, I told him and we told our own voters he could be the most consequential president of the modern era. Now the media is, all of you are acknowledging that is true. By extension, we can be the most consequential Congress as well, because we quite literally have to fix every area of public policy. The last 4 years was an absolute unmitigated disaster, and we got to fix it all. So when you're doing that, it's disruptive in a way, and in the early initial people, they have an emotional reaction sometimes for the big changes, but what they're seeing and what the real polling is showing is that they understand that we're headed somewhere. This is out of the gates, all these big achievements that we just recounted, and I said we're just getting started. The reconciliation bill is the big chunk of this. The vehicle through which we will deliver the America First agenda is this big, beautiful bill, which is why we call it that. The president's approval rating is better than it was in 2017 when he got started, right? Because people trust him. The thing about President Trump is he's had an administration. This is not a new thing. People remember. It's hard to remember. It seems like it was 20 years ago. But right before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. There's been a little question and concern about, the rocky start, some of the stock market, some of the tariff policy and all that. But right now, even today, people are beginning to see the dust settle on that. They understand there was a master strategy behind this, and they're seeing the results. We're going to have 100 countries, by some accounts, and maybe higher, renegotiate their trade policies with America because of what President Trump did. He's the only leader bold enough to have done that. And that's going to be a net positive, of course, for all the American people. It's going to be more fair for us. We trust the executive to do that. We trust this executive to do that. And President Trump has had some great achievements. So, look, polling goes up and down. We all talk about it, pros and cons. But at the end of the day, we're going to deliver on these results, and the American people are going to reward us for it.
Two of your members, Elise Stefanik and Mike Lawler, are both considering runs for governor of New York. Those one seat in particular, Congressman Lawler's seat, may be one of the most competitive in the country. They can't do both. They can't run for governor and Congress. Will you have conversations with them about what works best for your conference, and have you started having those conversations yet?
I have lots of conversations. I love them both. They're two of my favorite people and my most trusted colleagues, and they're both super talented, which is why they get talked about for doing other things. We have lots of, look, we've got a very talented group here. We have lots of House Republicans who are being courted to run for Senate or governor or do something big. I mean, my preference is that they all stay here with me, right? We get the job done. But I don't begrudge anybody for having other opportunities, and we ultimately support them in whatever they do. But are we having conversations? We are, yeah, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But I ultimately, look, I support my friends and colleagues. These are more than colleagues, they're friends. And I want all of my friends to do well and go as high as they can, be of their highest and best use to the country. So we'll see how it shakes out.
Mr. Speaker Johnson, do you plan on meeting with governors to advise them on how they might restructure their budgets if you're reforming SNAP and Medicaid? Kathy Hochul is working on the New York budget.
I'm not sure Kathy Hochul and I are going to sit down and talk about New York's budget. But I will just say this. We're going to be good stewards of the taxpayers' resources, okay? Do not believe the hype. Do not believe the lies the Democrat Party has said. We had their ads taken down, okay? They were running ads around the country in swing districts trying to convince people that Republicans were going to gut Medicaid. It's just simply not true, and that's why their ads and billboards had to come down. We sent them a cease and desist letter because we pointed out they were lying. By the way, the Democrat leaders in Washington have zero credibility with the American people. Remember, they tried to tell us for the last 4 years that Joe Biden was an exceptionally talented, brilliant, on-point leader, okay? They don't have any credibility on any of this. We're going to prove the opposite. The committee markups, as Leader Scalise noted, we have 7 committees marking up components of the big, beautiful bill this week. We have 4 others next week. That third week that we return, the Budget Committee will merge all that together into the one big, beautiful bill, and you will see the results. We are going to preserve the programs. We're not gutting Medicaid. We're going to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse, which every single American should be applauding. The Democrats should as well, but they're not allowing themselves to do it. And we're going to make sure it works better. We're going to preserve the program, not cut it. It's exactly the opposite of what the Democrats are saying. So the states will adjust to all these things, and we will make sure that the people who need these benefits and rely upon them are protected. Okay, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Apologies for a wonky tax question. One of the big concerns for some of our investors and Bloomberg readers is the tax treatment of carried interest. The president wants to change that. What are your views on that?
I've listened to the discussion, a very thoughtful discussion back and forth amongst interested parties, and I'm not going to forecast where that comes. I mean, I know. Look, I'll say this about our Ways and Means Republicans: they have put in, I mean, literally scores of hours down in the basement with the whiteboards, gaming out the very ideas and making sure that we make the right choices. You'll see a lot. That markup will be very telling on that. But they've come to a consensus. I'm not going to get out in front of them before that's discussed and released in committee. But we've heard from interest groups around the country, and we want to do right by them. I think at the end of the day, I think what's going to be great about this legislation, the reason it's going to be so consequential, the reason it's going to be the biggest legislation, I think, in many decades that Congress has passed, is because not only are we going to give everybody a tax break, right? They're not going to have the largest tax increase in U.S. history at the end of this year. It's going to help hardworking families. It's going to be turbo boost to the economy, because I think this will send a message of stability to the markets, the bond market, the stock market, investors, job creators, entrepreneurs, that they have their tax rates permanent and solidified. They know they can plan accordingly, and that people have more money in their pocket to spend on their own families and their own needs and obligations. That's going to be good for everybody. And I think when it comes to this, I think all boats are going to rise again. That was the net result in the first Trump administration, the greatest economy in the history of the world, because we did thoughtful tax policy and we did real regulatory reform. Right now, as Congressman Downing said, both those things are on steroids. And you're going to see this result in spades, and people are going to see it and feel it. And by the way, they're going to feel it before the midterm election in 2026. So that's another big thing. Last one.
You inserted a provision in a rule to block efforts to target Trump on tariffs, and now you've done the same to prevent resolutions of inquiry, including this probe into Pete Hegseth, his use of Signal. Why are you using the rules of the House to effectively protect Trump rather than let the House work its will?
No, we're using the rules of the House to prevent political hijinks and political stunts, and that's what the Democrats have. As I mentioned, no leader, no vision, no platform. All they have is obstruction. They're trying to target. They showed us over the last 4 years, the last 8 years. They used lawfare. They used, conspiracy theories. All these political weapons to just go after the president and make his life miserable. That's not what the American people voted for. That's not what they deserve. We can do better. So we're preventing this nonsensical waste of our time. We don't have time to waste. We got to, as I mentioned, we got to fix every.
Tariffs they're using. It's a bipartisan
But as we've discussed many times in this room, the executive branch has the constitutional and appropriate legal authority to address unfair trade practices with other countries. That's exactly what President has been doing and is doing, and the results, I think, are going to be obvious at the end of this. We have to give them the runway. This is not a separation of powers concern at all. Congress has a role to play, but so does the executive, and I think everything they've done thus far has been entirely lawful and appropriate, and that's what our policies reflect. So we're going to continue to do that, and I think the American people are going to see the result at the end, and they're going to be quite satisfied by all this. So we got to move. Thank you.
Can you give a quick timeline on reconciliation?
The Committee on House Administration will come to order. The title of today's hearing is Why the Wait? Unpacking California's Untimely Election Process. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Also, without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any material they wish to be included therein. Thank you, Ranking Member Morelli, members of the committee, and our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. Today, the Committee on House Administration will continue its oversight of federal election policies. The chairman of the committee, it's a top priority of mine to improve federal election law and increase transparency for American voters. During the 2024 election cycle, 155 million Americans across the country cast their ballot in the elections for president, Senate, House of Representatives, in state and local elections as well. Over 16 million of those votes were cast in the state of California. Most Americans watched election results being announced on election night. That wasn't the case in California. According to the Associated Press, it wasn't until December 4, nearly a month later, that all of the California races were ultimately called. The longer it takes to provide the results of an election, the more voters can lose trust and become frustrated with the process. Today, we'll examine the reasons for California's delay in reporting results. A major cause of the delay in California election results is the state's universal mail system, which is prone to delays, tabulation, and ultimately the calling of races. The ability to vote by mail in California has been available in the state since 1982, and state lawmakers have continuously expanded the bounds of mail-in voting ever since. In 2022, the California legislature codified pandemic-era procedural laws and enacted universal vote by mail for every election administered by the state. In other words, every registered voter in California gets a mail-in ballot. This not only opens the door for potential fraud, but it also causes delays on the counting side. Another issue we'll explore today includes accepting ballots after Election Day. Currently, California accepts ballots delivered up to 7 days after Election Day. We'll discuss with our witnesses if that means it needs to be postmarked, what happens if it's not postmarked, what happens if it's dated, not dated by the candidate, but California accepts ballots collected up to 7 days after Election Day. This matters because on Election Day, California doesn't know how many ballots will be cast, and so results for close elections can't be announced in a timely manner. Makes no mistake, it's California's own state policies that are creating these significant delays in election reporting. While other states are taking steps to implement positive change, California has spent 50 years moving in the other direction. For example, in a state like Florida with a population of 23 million, Florida is able to report election results on election night. Following the 2000 election, of course, Florida took a serious look at its own election policies and passed a law to ensure ballots are actually counted on and by election night. California's system also doesn't really increase voter participation. Timely election results, I believe, builds voter confidence and can increase voter turnout. In Florida, voter turnout was 78.9% of registered voters, so a record high. California's participation in the 24 election was 71.4% of registered voters. Florida requires absentee ballots to be delivered to the election to local election offices by the close of polls on Election Day. In Florida, absentee voters may cure ballot discrepancies within 2 days after the elections. California, voters have up to 28 days to cure absentee ballots. 28 days. It's a long time, something we can be discussing with our witnesses as well. In November, 3 days after the election, I traveled to Los Angeles County's Central Count and got to witness the tabulating process in Los Angeles County firsthand. When I arrived 3 days after the election, LA Central Count still had 900,000 outstanding ballots that needed to be tabulated. And that's in LA County to be made. This is uniquely important because the balance in the United States House of Representatives at that time still had not been determined, in large part because the races in California weren't called due to the lax election laws that are resulting in these delays. The rest of the country shouldn't have to wait on California to know the results of the elections. We're looking at California particularly today because they have continued to move the goalposts in their election policies. California's election administration highlights why Congress must conduct oversight of states' federal elections and determine whether it might be necessary to enforce baseline standards on election integrity. So I thank our witnesses for being here today. We're going to have a great conversation about what's going right and what's going wrong in elections across the country, but in particular, what's going wrong in the state of California. And I thank our witnesses for being here today and look forward to our discussion. I'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes for the purposes of providing his opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Stile, for calling us together, and certainly thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I appreciate any effort to improve electoral processes in California or, frankly, anywhere else in America. But I do want to be clear about one indisputable fact. There is no evidence that California's recent elections featured any irregularities or fraud. California's elections were legal and legitimate. How do we know? Because in November of 2024, Republicans deployed election observers to more than half a dozen congressional districts across California. These observers monitored ballot tabulation and processing operations in California. They reported no instances of illegality or any serious election-related irregularities. What they reported was California election officials following the law. And to be crystal clear, Republicans did not contest the outcome of a single congressional race in California under the Federal Contested Elections Act. To anyone watching this, please understand there is a long-standing mechanism for challenging congressional results that were improperly decided, and Republicans did not challenge any congressional result in California. There is no question the ballots counted in California in the period after Election Day were legally cast by eligible American voters. That is undisputed. So this hearing is not about making American elections more secure. We're holding the hearing because my colleagues simply dislike the way Californians voted. It's not the procedure Republicans actually have a problem with, it's the outcome. Now, there are always ways in every election in America that we could make them more efficient. And I'm sure there's probably room in California for improvement in their elections to speed up the process. So standardizing notice deadlines and ballot cure review across California, these policies could probably streamline elections. We could be working in a bipartisan way to enhance election efficiency in California and elsewhere. Instead, we seek to make elections less efficient. My colleagues push policies that increase burdens on election administrators, policies that take a sledgehammer to free, fair, and secure American elections. The SAVE Act, for example, which was passed over our objections a couple weeks ago, allows any person to sue any election official based solely on mere suspicion that a non-citizen is registered to vote. How quickly will any state process ballots of election officials are besieged by endless, frivolous lawsuits? And the President's already deemed illegal anti-voting executive order could lead to the decertification of thousands of voting machines used across the United States. This deeply harmful executive order would cost states billions of dollars. It would fundamentally disrupt American elections. And both the SAVE Act and the executive order would eradicate voter registration by mail or online. This would wreak havoc on election administrations nationwide and disenfranchise millions of military and overseas voters who rely on mail and online voter registration to exercise their sacred, inalienable right to vote. Some proposed Republican policies would harm American elections so much even prior Republican witnesses at this committee caution against them. We've heard Republican witnesses warn of the inefficiency of processing hand-marked, hand-counted ballots, which have been advocated by members of the House Republican caucus. Forget about weeks to resolve elections. It would take months or years to have election results. Committee Democrats called a witness today to give voice to the military and overseas voters that would be harmed by Republican election policies. But the record should reflect that our colleagues blocked Democrats' initial witness choice, a military spouse stationed overseas named Sarah Strader, from appearing today. Sarah wanted to speak to this committee about how we can better serve military and overseas voters, but because she is nearing the third trimester of her pregnancy, transatlantic travel presented a significant barrier for her attendance here. The majority denied our request for her to testify remotely, something we have the technology to facilitate. So, because Sarah is a pregnant military spouse with travel limitations, she was not allowed to testify. It is not lost on us that if the SAVE Act were law, Sarah would also be unable to register to vote today because it requires in-person voter registration, so women stationed overseas with pregnancy-related travel limitations would be barred from registering to vote. Today, the majority will attack completely legitimate elections in California. That's the idea here. Meanwhile, President Trump and congressional Republicans advance policies to create massive barriers to military voting. We have not held a single hearing on military and overseas voting, and the Votes Act, championed by Congress members Frost and Lee, who's a member here of this committee, would increase military voter access, unlike the SAVE Act. Why are we discussing this today instead of that? We would happily waive this committee's notice requirements to call the Votes Act up right now to send it once again to the full House. So to defend rather than undermine legitimate American elections. Instead of wasting time, can we support military and overseas voters? I would hope we would, and thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the record if they are submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. Today we have a one-witness panel. First we have Ms. Ashley Titus, who is a partner at Bell McAndrews in Hilltack. Next we have Mr. Austin Gilbert, who's co-owner of Right Choice Strategies. After that, we have the Honorable Donald Palmer, Chairman of the Election Assistance Commission. And finally, we have Rebecca Nowacek from the Secure Families Initiative. We appreciate all of you traveling to be with us here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses, we've read your statements and they'll appear in full in the record. I'll now recognize Ms. Titus for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I am an attorney in private practice in Sacramento. My first election as an attorney for a campaign was March 2004, and it took 2 weeks after that election for the nominee to be known. For well over 20 years, California's canvass has been slow. But now there are more close contests that take 3 to 4 weeks after the election to determine the winner. California's election laws impose numerous procedures that extend ballot processing and counting far beyond election night. Election administrators must contend with constantly changing rules and manage a larger volume of complicated mail-in provisional ballots in a 1-month period following each election. The original culprit behind California's lengthy canvass is no excuse access to mail ballots. In 1978, California became the first state to allow voters to apply to vote by mail on an election-by-election basis without a reason. Since the 2020 general election, every active voter receives a ballot in the mail without applying. In the most recent general election, nearly 81% of California's 22.5 million registered voters cast a mail ballot. Hand-delivered and drop-box ballots must be received by the close of polls on Election Day, but mailed ballots are valid if they are received by an election official by the 7th day after the election. About half of mail ballots cast are dropped off by voters on Election Day and are not processed until days or weeks after election night. When a mail ballot is received by an election office, the laborious signature comparison process begins. Some counties in California use technology to conduct the first signature comparison, while others solely rely on election workers. Before a signature on an envelope is deemed not to compare to the voter's signature on file, 3 levels of review must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the signature on the mail ballot envelope possesses multiple, significant, and obvious differing characteristics when compared to all signatures in the voter's registration record. When a signature is challenged, the voter has an opportunity to provide a substitute signature. If a voter returns their mail ballot envelope without a signature, that voter also has an opportunity to provide a signature. In both cases, this process is known as signature curing. Depending on the county, a voter may submit a substitute signature as late as 28 days after Election Day. Many signature cures are returned as a result of the harvesting efforts of campaigns in close contests. Usually, county elections officials are permitted to certify their election results as soon as they have completed all of the required tasks. But a law temporarily in effect for the 2024 general election prohibited counties from certifying earlier than the 28th day after the election. The response of many county elections officials was to suspend canvass activities outside of normal working hours to avoid paying overtime to their canvass workers, thus further delaying the reporting of results for the November 2024 general election. In addition to the nearly 60-day mail voting process that we have in California, California's same-day voter registration significantly contributes to the delay in finalizing election results. This is known as conditional voter registration, and California permits individuals who are not registered to vote by the 15th day before an election to complete a registration affidavit and cast a ballot. Conditional registrations are a type of provisional ballot, which take the most time and the most labor to process. It is the cumulative effect of all of these procedures and deadlines that cause the delay in finalizing California's election results. Of the weeks it takes to know the outcome of close contests, California's Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, said Californians should be patient. But not all of California's policymakers agree that we should just accept this. There are several proposals currently pending in the California legislature to address the lengthy canvass. One bill would require all counties to offer in-person voting on the Saturday prior to Election Day. But given that 78% of voters already have this option, and still over 80% of California's voters returned a mail ballot in the most recent election using an envelope, this is not likely to ease the post-election crunch. Several members of the California legislature have introduced bills this session to simply mandate speeding things up. But these proposals would impose an arbitrary deadline by which certain ballots must be counted or that the canvass must be completed without addressing the root causes of the current lengthy process and without equipping elections officials with the means to process ballot envelopes faster. The solutions must focus on mail ballot and same-day voter registration procedures and deadlines. Otherwise, California will continue to be last in the nation to finalize its election results. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gilbert, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Austin Gilbert. I'm a campaign field operative and consultant, and I've run numerous campaigns over the last decade in the Central Valley and High Sierras in California. I've dealt with elections offices and officials during counting procedures, ballot curing operations, and recounts across 13 different counties, and I've been a resident of Fresno County my entire life. California elections can be described in one word: slow. Over the last decade, California has prioritized voter access over efficiency, effectiveness, and safety, inundating elections officials with time-consuming verification and sorting processes, security flaws, and a reliance on mail for voting. With the passage of the Voters' Choice Act in 2016, California changed from traditional in-person voting to the new method of vote centers, drop boxes, and mail-in voting. This process was designed to be slow from the beginning. To start, state law mandates that any election official accept and count ballots postmarked on or before Election Day and received within 7 days of the election. This immediately slows results from being disclosed to the public, as elections offices don't even receive an accurate count of the total votes cast until most of the nation has finished counting. The centralization of this election process, from precincts to vote centers and the elections office, has also complicated the ballot sorting process. Specifically within Fresno County, we typically deal with upwards of 300 to 500 different ballot types, that being any ballot with different contests included on it. While in years past, you would vote at a precinct of your neighbors, and there were a very limited numbers of unique ballot types, now vote centers are required to provide every single unique ballot, as any voter can vote at any vote center. You can imagine it's a lot easier to sort 2 to 3 different ballot types in one location than between 500 and one centralized vote center. California also has an extremely arduous signature verification process, one that relies heavily on human interaction and the interpretation of handwriting. While most states verify identity before voters receive a ballot, California sends ballots out to every voter and verifies the signature after the fact. This process of signature verification usually works in 3 steps. Ballots are received in the elections office and scanned for a signature. The signature is compared to the voter's signature on file, and the ballot is either accepted and opened or denied. At this point of denial, a ballot cure form will then be sent to the voter so they have a chance to correct their missing or non-matching signature. While in theory this sounds simple, in practice it becomes the most complicated process in administering an election. In the days following an election, you can often see thousands of ballots in one room at different stages of the verification process. This includes ballots that have yet to be verified, ballots that are waiting on cure forms, ballots that have been accepted and are being separated from the envelope, provisional ballots awaiting verification, and conditional voter registration forms. All of this before elections officials can even flatten, sort, and count to provide results to the public. There are also multiple deliveries of ballot types to the elections office on election night. This comes from ballot boxes across the county, vote centers, and United States Postal Service. All of these added steps and processes revolve around the signature verification process, which is largely done by temporary workers and election employees inside of a single county warehouse. It's important to compare this to the original process, where voters would sign next to their name in a precinct, it would be verified, and that voter crossed off the list from their specific precinct, and then a ballot would be issued. Now, rather than just sorting ballots, the elections office is single-handedly tasked with the entirety of verification, sorting, and counting. California also does not maintain clean voter rolls. In many counties across the state, voters are tasked with updating their own elections office on changes to their registration, including if a relative dies or no longer lives in the state. In many instances, households would receive ballots for members of their family that were recently deceased or no longer live there. While that is a massive security concern, it also adds to the extremely high cost of administering elections. In virtually every elections office, you can ask to see their undeliverable ballots, which usually surpass the thousands. These ballots are ones that USPS couldn't verify an address for or were returned to the elections office for any number of reasons. With the price of paper, printing, and postage, you can imagine this amounts to a massive cost. Complicated verification processes, ballots still being received up to a week after election night, the ability of voters to cure ballots 28 days after an election, and messy voter rolls have led to one of the slowest and most costly election processes in the nation. The prioritization of voter access has led to a lack of speed, security, and a diminishing trust in California elections over the last decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Donald Palmer, Chairman of the Election Assistance Commission, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Style, Ranking Member Morelli, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to appear for you to address post-election procedures. At the EAC, we offer year-round help to election officials to improve the administration of elections. This ensures that eligible Americans can participate in a secure electoral process and have confidence in the final results. Prior to the 2024 election, I visited 4 of California's largest election offices to discuss their challenges, meet their senior staff, and thank them for their public service. It should be noted that American elections are highly decentralized, with different states prioritizing different policies concerning ballot return, counting, and finalizing results. Today, I hope to provide insight into why it takes longer to count ballots in California than in many other states. In prior years, the California legislature has made several policy choices that have contributed to the extended curing and ballot counting timeline. I also note that California legislators have recently proposed several measures that would streamline the post-election process. As an all-ballot mail state, California gives voters 28 days after Election Day to cure signature discrepancies on mail ballots. In contrast, for example, Arizona gives voters 5 business days, and Colorado voters have 8 days to cure mail-in ballots. In addition to the extended cure period, under California election law, ballots may be received up to 7 days after the election. In contrast, 33 states require that mail ballots be received by Election Day. When provided the opportunity to drop a mail ballot off on Election Day, voters inevitably do so, thus pushing the necessary canvassing and verification of mail ballots deeper into the pre-certification period. With the omission or mismatch of signatures of mail-in ballots, the curing period also extends the time of the final tabulation of results. Individual state laws play a fundamental role in our elections. Some of the factors involved in a different pace in tabulating and final certified results include the extent and timing of absentee or mail ballots and early voting, pre-processing opportunities and tabulation reporting requirements, resources and personnel available to election officials, deadlines to return absentee or mail-in ballots to voters, and curing or provisional ballot rules. So before joining the EAC, I've served as a director of elections in Florida from 2008 to 2011. In Florida, county supervisors of elections must finalize their results within 13 days following the election. During this time, election officials offer voters a curing process, which includes signature resolution and the opportunity to correct incomplete ballot certificates. The timeline in Florida offers a streamlined and efficient vote tabulation process that balances the need for accuracy and promptness. However, it took the state of Florida several years and election cycles of trial and error to find the correct procedures to maintain efficiency, report promptly, and increase voter confidence. As charged by the Help America Vote Act of 2002, the EAC fulfills its role as a national clearinghouse for information on election administration in many ways. The EAC regularly provides detailed best practices, templates, and webinars related to mail ballots, the canvassing process, post-election activities, and ballot curing. The EAC has highlighted jurisdictions using new technology to allow voters to promptly cure ballots. These resources promote consistency and legal compliance, ensuring that every lawful vote is counted and the electoral process is secure, reliable, and timely. In addition, the 2024 Election Administration Voting Survey, or EVES, will be delivered to Congress by June 30th. It contains questions on state ballot curing. This enhanced data collection will better enable the EAC to show ballot curing trends across the United States and provide baselines to inform future state laws and administrative improvements. I would also like to touch on the role of the United States Postal Service in ballot delivery and its failure to deliver timely ballots. The EAC will continue to work with the USPS and the states to build that relationship and to improve mail balloting across the country. Through adequate funding of the EAC, the Commission will continue to provide crucial support and policy recommendations to states and localities across the country. Thank you for your continued investment in the EAC and your unwavering commitment to election administrators, poll workers, and our nation's public servants. We look forward to collaborating closely with you on these and other essential matters. I would be pleased to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Palmer. Ms. Nowacek, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to speak today, specifically on this topic of election administration in California. My name is Rebecca Nowacek. I am the Director of External Partnerships at Secure Families Initiative. We are a nonpartisan organization that strengthens the voices of diverse military families as an active and influential constituency on issues that impact our lives. We also lead the Military Vote Coalition, a nonpartisan coalition of over 20 military family and veteran support organizations united by our mission to protect the military community's access to the ballot box. SFI's military voter education programs have also been recognized nationally and highlighted as key information source for active duty families by the Department of Defense. I'm here today representing my community and SFI, but not to advocate for any partisan outcome, but to ensure that the community we represent is at the table where our access to the ballot box is being discussed. Personally, my firsthand knowledge, both as a military spouse and also as the daughter of a combat veteran, has led me to this work. Military families represent America. Military families come from rural areas, small and large towns and cities. They include members from every ethnic group, religion, educational background, and sexual orientation. Nearly 50% of service members are Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. Over 50% are under 30 years old, and 92% of military spouses are women. The military community is a network of families stationed all over the world. Most active duty families move every 2 to 3 years. These moves can disrupt support networks, safety, children's education and social lives, and limit career paths. These moves also impact our ability to vote. Routine mail delivery delays is a common challenge entirely out of our hands when stationed far away from home. For example, families stationed all the way in Japan have shared experiences of mail taking 6 to 8 weeks. And there are other challenges that I've highlighted in my written testimony. So it should be no surprise that military voters are 27% less likely to have voted than their civilian counterparts. When a military voter tries to vote but is unsuccessful, the most common reason is because their ballot arrives past the deadline. The second most common reason comes when a military voter's ballot gets rejected for something like a missing signature or a date, and the voter isn't notified or provided the opportunity to cure the ballot by the deadline. That's why we have long advocated for policies that would tackle these top issues facing our community. Best practices include, number one, enable ballots that are postmarked by Election Day to arrive at least 7 days after Election Day to still be counted, and two, ensure timely ballot rejection notification and robust ballot curing processes and opportunities for our voters. Both these policies are true for California, home to the largest number of active duty members in the United States, and also one of the largest uniform and overseas citizen, or UACAVA, voting populations. These policies may lead to longer wait times, true, for election results, But more importantly, they go a long way to protect military voters who should have the same opportunity as our civilian counterparts to be maximally deliberative about our choices at the ballot box. There are two proposed federal policy changes currently in motion. One, the SAVE Act, which this chamber advanced earlier this month, and the March 25th executive order regarding voter registration requirements. Both take American elections in the opposite direction, where military voters need them to go. For instance, one of the barriers of the SAVE Act may impose would require voters to bring passports or birth certificates in person to their election office when they register. This means military families would no longer be able to register from that faraway duty station. And if a person has changed their last name since birth, for example, if you're like me and changed my last name when I married my husband, using a birth certificate might not be sufficient documentation on itself. If implemented, the March 25th executive order would also undermine the ability for military families to access the ballot box. The order would mean that the military families stationed halfway across the world from home, who crossed every T, who dotted every I when casting their ballot, their military ID would no longer suffice, and mail delays outside of their control could mean their ballot could never count. So in closing, I'd like to remind the committee that voting carries a profound, profound gravity for us. The right to vote is a cornerstone of the democracy that we as military families have committed to protect. I urge this committee, as well as every other body in Congress, don't abandon us, don't abandon military families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Out of the gates, without objection, I'd like to insert the written testimony of Cole Peterson, the data director for the California Republican Party, without objection. Ms. Titus, I want to start with you, in particular kind of dialoguing the 7 days the ballots can be received by California after Election Day. You would think that it would have to be postmarked, right? I mean, the idea is that it's in the USPS system. What's the check on that in California? Do they review for postmark? What happens if it's not postmarked? Could you provide some color to that?
They do, in fact, review for postmarks, and they do reject mail ballots that either don't have a postmark or don't have a date. California doesn't require that the voter date their ballot when they sign it, but there is a space to do so. And if they are dated on or before Election Day but lack a postmark, then those would be counted.
So let's just dialogue this all the way through, because when I was at LA Central Count, I found this really interesting, because I watched ballots arrive by mail into the system 3 days after, as I noted, about 900,000 total ballots were somewhere in the process of being counted, of being validated, observed. The signature verification, we'll come to that second. But is your testimony that if USPS doesn't date the envelope and an individual then opens the ballot, the voter's not required to date the ballot in California under California law, but if they do date the ballot and they date it by Election Day, it would still count? Is that accurate?
Yes.
So the real check isn't that it was in, it's a trust system that the individual who dated the ballot dated it on the correct day, right?
Correct.
And so if somebody dated it by Election Day, USPS didn't stamp that with a postal date stamp, it would count?
Yes.
And that USPS doesn't date 100% of their mail.
Correct.
Yeah, so it sounds like a problem. And the way to fix this, of course, would just be to require that it's collected in by Election Day. I went to high school, I think a lot of us did, and when a paper was due, when did we write the paper? When it was due. And so if you just say it has to be in by Election Day, it shifts that. And Chairman Palmer, you noted 33 states require that ballots be in by Election Day. I'm assuming that means 17 plus maybe the District of Columbia allow them to come in after Election Day. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yep.
And is there a significant correlation with voter participation if it needs to be in by Election Day or after Election Day?
I don't think that there's a direct correlation.
Right, it's just people are going to do it by the deadline, right? So if you say you got to have it postmarked, you got to have it in by Election Day, you get a ton of people that drop it in the box by Election Day. If you say it's got to be received by Election Day, a lot of people drop it in sufficiently in advance or drop it in person so that at least the physical ballots are all in by a specific deadline, right?
I agree, sir.
And so if I'll come back to you, Ms. Titus. So California runs a system also where every registered voter receives a ballot, regardless of whether or not they requested it. It's automatically sent. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so when that goes out, obviously not 100% of the people that receive a ballot participate in the election, but a large percentage, I think it was about 70 or so percent in the state of California. But for the purpose of calling election, not only do you need to know the numerator, how many ballots come in, and they can come in up to 7 days after the election, but you also need to know the denominator, which is how many total people are voting when you're, I apologize, the denominator in the context of what percent you would need to be able to win an election. So for 7 days, everybody in California is reasonably blind as the total number of ballots cast in an election. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that makes it really hard to call a race, to know who won an election, right?
Yes.
And so that challenge, I think, is a real and substantive challenge. I want to end with the signature comparison. When I walked through LA Central Count, it was burned into my mind watching this woman do the signature verification. What standard or what training are the workers given who are engaged in the signature verification in California?
There is no standardized training.
So there's no training?
There's no standardized training.
Okay.
Some counties have more rigorous training. Some counties have very little. What I've also seen is the comparison process is often occurring on a computer screen, and they may be comparing 4 different voter ballots at the same time. So they will have the scans of the outside of envelopes.
And the standard, which so the training varies.
Training varies.
The woman that I met said she had almost no training.
And there's about 17 criteria they're supposed to apply when
And the standard that they have to meet is beyond a reasonable doubt?
Correct.
It's a pretty high standard.
Yes.
Especially in a situation where these live ballots are mailed to every registered voter. I think we've identified some of the challenges we see in California. Appreciate our witnesses here. Cognizant of the time, I'll now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask the witnesses, can you raise your hand if you have information or knowledge that demonstrates that California election officials wrongly certified a winner in this year's California congressional elections? Okay, the record should reflect that none of the witnesses raised their hand. I do want to ask Ms. Nowacek, I'm sorry if I'm probably killing your last name, I apologize. If it were easy like Morelli, I would get it, but your testimony discusses how vitally important it is to our democracy, the right to vote particularly for military and overseas voters. To your knowledge, the voter access and election administration policies in place in states like California, and I will say in my state of New York, which also allows ballots postmarked to be counted up to a week after Election Day. Do these policies enhance the ability of military and overseas voters to cast a free, fair, and secure ballot?
Yes, so our position is we need to take into account the experiences that our families are experiencing. And for those stationed overseas or even in the continental United States, when trying to access the polls, we will experience mail delays. And so any policy that takes that into account, like the state of California being able to count ballots 7 days after the election, makes it easier for our community to participate, absolutely.
You mentioned in your testimony, and I don't know this, I didn't have this experience, but I think you indicated the number of days typically that mail delays can occur. Let me just, I thought there was a number in here, but can you just tell me a little bit, you've had this experience of the amount of time that it takes just for U.S. mail to get back and forth from where you happen to be. Obviously, it depends on where you are, but if you're in the Pacific, can you talk a little bit about those delays which you've experienced?
So priority mail for international for USPS is about 6 to 10 days. Others average about 7 to 14 days. So from our position, 2 weeks is very friendly to the military voter, but we recommend 7 days as the gold standard.
Yeah, and so the process is, if you're on a base, can you just talk about that? I actually don't know how or if you're, let me say this, if you're on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific, how does that, how do you get
Well, I personally have never been on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific.
Well, it's someone in your organization
but
probably
yes,
has.
we do have members with that experience. I can share when it doesn't go well. So we have a member who was stationed, because we do have people who are stationed, families who are stationed on installations that aren't U.S. military installations. So in a military installation connecting the United States, we have access to our mail system. But for example, we have one member who was stationed on a Canadian military installation, so therefore she did not have access to U.S. mail, and actually ended up having to pay a private courier to then courier her ballot back to make the deadline. Extremely expensive, and we know the majority in our community do not have those financial resources to do that. And I share this story for two reasons. One, to hit home really what the mail delay situation and those barriers can be for us, but also really to express how many people in our community desperately want to participate in this process and are really looking for policymakers to make it as accessible as possible for us to do so.
Thank you for that answer, and I guess you're right, you're a spouse of, so you wouldn't be, that makes sense. It's Tuesday, I apologize, I'm not really fully functioning yet. The other thing that you mentioned, which I hadn't really given thought to, but I guess makes a great deal of sense, is that you may be on a military base, but you may be in a host country, and you have to make that connection somehow. And so I appreciate your comments about that. I would say this, and I appreciate all the witnesses and your perspective. And I just, from my perspective, getting this right is more important than getting it fast. And like I said in my opening statement, I'm certainly willing to look at, and obviously with the Elections Assistance Commission, we could all look at ways to improve this and make this faster for everyone to some degree. But we also want to respect the notion that California and other states want to get it right. They want to afford every single voter in their state the opportunity to vote. And look, it shouldn't be a gotcha. I mean, the right to vote should be inalienable. It is, according to our founders, inalienable rights that we have. And so the fact that California takes time to get it right, and I suspect from the fact that there were no contested elections that they actually did get it right. So I don't want to value speed over doing this properly and getting it right. So anyway, I thank the witnesses for being here. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The representative from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for being here today. First, let me say that I represent the great state of Oklahoma, and prior to being elected to Congress, I was in the state Senate where I oversaw the state election commission. Shout out to Paul Xerox, Secretary of the Election Board there. Oklahoma, I think, is doing elections right. We have voter ID laws in place and have had them based on a state question that was put forward to the voters a couple of decades ago. And that ensures that a couple of things. One, that the election is verified and there's integrity in that process. And also speed. And my colleague, the ranking member, just talked about speed. I've now participated in several elections in the state legislature and now as a member of Congress, and I know on election night whether or not I'm going to serve in that capacity. I think it is unbelievable to hear that it takes a month for the state of California to be able to certify these elections. That in itself provides uncertainty in the process, and I think that's what's really problematic here. I want to mention earlier the comments that the ranking member made in regards to the Votes Act. No matter a service member's status, and no matter if you're in the service or not, each state has procedures for all eligible overseas Americans to vote, and those options always require or include mail. But let me be clear, if there are examples of overseas voters being denied by a state, we want to hear about that because we certainly want to make sure that we're addressing that issue. It's important to every member on this committee. Let me start, if I may. Ms. Titus, almost 2 million more ballots were cast in California's presidential election in 2020 than in 2024. Do you believe the larger turnout in California was due to ballot harvesting efforts?
I'm not sure that the turnout in 2020 being higher than 2024 was the cause of ballot harvesting. I think every cycle, the political parties tend to be the drivers of ballot harvesting. They tend to be the ones that are training the campaigns how to do it because the campaigns sort of change every 2 years. And so the parties are kind of the keepers of the procedures for how to execute ballot harvesting, and I tend to think that they get better at it year after year. So I'm not sure that turnout going down from over a 4-year period is caused by ballot harvesting.
I think it's worth noting, though, that in 2020 there were 2.39 million more mail-in votes than in 2024. That's a huge number. I want to pivot for a second, too, to the curing conversation. Being from Oklahoma, I didn't know what that was. I had no idea what curing actually meant. And again, I think that just brings some uncertainty to the process. And so I want to pivot slightly. You mentioned the signature verification process. Raise of hands here. How many of you use the exact same signature every time or have the exact same signature today that you did a decade ago? Raise your hand. You're the only one, my friend. My point being, I don't understand why we're using signature verification for this process. It's not, I think, it provides the ability for inaccuracies across the board. And I understand that you're taking information from all these different public records to be able to verify those signatures, but I think that in itself is problematic. I don't understand why we wouldn't do a voter ID type of process. The other thing that's been mentioned is that we are allowing for this lengthy process of being able to deliver ballots after Election Day. And again, I think that breeds uncertainty. We want people to have confidence in our elections, and that means timely information. That means a quick turnaround on counting those ballots. So for me, I also think that California should consider actually moving some of these dates up. Why are we not allowing more in-person voting, early in-person voting? It was mentioned there was one day, Saturday, that you can in-person vote. Why not tell people your ballot needs to be in by Election Day, and by the way, we're going to have additional in-person voting days to be able to allow for that. Mr. Gobert, you mentioned Californians' maintenance, or rather mismaintenance, of voter rolls and recommended actions to improve them. How many signatures do we think that California has on file for verification, and how old are they?
Typically, every voter has about 4 to 5 signatures on file. Every time you change something at the DMV or you submit another voter registration when you move, those would be updated and added permanently to your voter file.
Yeah, I think this sort of proves my point that your signature may change over time, and certainly that verification process, I think, becomes much more complicated. As a state that doesn't do signature verification and believes that we do elections like right, I'd like to see that changed. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. Representative Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome all of our witnesses and thank you for your testimony today. I'm a daughter of Selma, Alabama. I grew up there. I have the honor and privilege of representing them in Congress, and there's nothing more important and sacred than the right to vote, in my opinion, and protecting that right, I think, is something that is clearly within our preview here on this committee. I'm a little bit puzzled by our hearing today. I mean, the first premise that is being made is that somehow giving everyone a ballot who is eligible is somehow flawed. I think that we as elected officials should be in the business of making it easier for people to vote, not harder for people to vote. I represent Alabama, and Alabama has same-day voting only. We don't have early voting. We don't have, our absentee ballot process has been restricted. You can't even help your elderly grandmother without helping her to vote. Who has an elderly grandmother who has a stroke victim, you can't help them prepare their ballot because you're for fear of a felony being committed. That's the most recent charge that Alabama has. There are. California is one of the largest states in the union, and they have a lot of folks, and they provide eligible voters their vote by mail. And so I don't think that there's something inherently wrong with sending ballots out to every eligible voter. In fact, I would venture to guess that California does have a better return rate and participation rate than states like Alabama that make it harder for folks to vote. And the second reason why we're here today is because somehow getting the results that same night is so critically important. It's more important than making sure that our overseas military personnel who are eligible voters get their ballots back in a timely fashion. I'm not sure what timely is, but I can tell you same-day results does not make it any less prone to fraud or any more prone to fraud. Rather, it allows eligible voters time, especially those that are overseas, an opportunity to cast their ballot. I would venture to guess, Mr. Chairman, that it's more important that we protect that sacred right to vote than to get some result in that same night. So for me, I think that I've been encouraging folks in the state of Alabama to do early voting and to make it easier for folks to vote, not harder for folks to vote. And I'm not really sure why my colleagues don't think that that's right, especially when the Brennan Center says that there's a 0.05% of fraud that occurs during elections, not a rampant fraud from everyone. So I'd like to ask you, Mr. Palmer, as one of the directors of one of the commissioners for the Federal Election Commission, are there best practices that are recommended when it comes to military personnel voting or absentee balloting? Is there sort of one way to do that? And I also would like, I guess the first question that I have for you is it a right for American citizens to have the right to vote when they turn 18? Isn't that a right that every American citizen has? And if so, why is it that so many states like Alabama make it harder for folks to vote rather than easier for folks to vote?
Thank you. The EAC's clearinghouse function sort of takes best practices from across the country, and we share them with each other so states can see how things are working across the country. Our EVE survey is something that our election officials across the country could also view and compare it to other states and similar counties. And I agree with you that coming of age at 18 and being able to register to vote and vote, talking about the opportunities. It may include in-person absentee. It may include in-person early voting, overseas voting.
So there's no, actually, I'm running out of time. So there's no sort of standardized practice that is recommended by the commission.
No, I think we take a best practices look and also the use of technology to make our elections more efficient.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I just want to go on record as saying that the right to vote is a sacred right. It is not a privilege for the few. Somehow my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that somehow it's a privilege. It is a birthright of every American citizen to be able to vote, and we should be in the business of making it easier to vote, not harder to vote. I'd like to put into the record, unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 items. A letter we sent to you, Mr. Chairman, requesting that the majority be allowed to have it testify by remote access. And secondly, a January 2025 Orange County grand jury report on November 2024 election, which made 3 findings that there was no evidence of fraud in California.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. The representative from Illinois, Ms. Miller, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Palmer, you previously served as the Florida Director of Elections and the Commonwealth of Virginia's Chief Election Official. What is the starkest contrast between how those states collect their ballots and California?
Well, I think that the starkest difference or the contrast is sort of the results early voting and election day plus pre-processed absentees are ready to go on election night. The mail ballot model really and ballot box issue allows those ballots to be returned either by the mail on election day, which will then take 7 to 10 days into the certification period, or a ballot box, which then those ballots still need to be processed. So you already have the results when you're voting in person. or early voting or pre-processed absentee with some deadline, those ballots are ready to go and those results will be ready to go on election night. If you are waiting to receive mail ballots, you then have to go through the process of signature comparison, processing those ballots, a cure period. So that is why it takes so long in a mail ballot model. It takes longer. Large populations in large counties, you're going to have a large number of issues in getting those ballots tabulated and the results out. And so it just pushes the results later into the period. Hope that helps.
Yes, so what would you say then are procedures or model legislation California should adopt from states that you previously served?
So I believe the pre-processing of absentee or mail ballots is important. Early voting that allows the tabulation of a ballot on site. And then election day, a healthy election day. So you give options to voters. I also think that there should be a deadline for absentee or mail ballots prior to election day, and then they should be returned by election day. That allows voters to know that if they don't have the option to return their ballot by mail or absentee, that they can still vote in person. And so that allows the system to work. We're relying too much on the USPS. The USPS is having major issues. They continue to extend their service dates, and that has a direct impact on elections and voters. You'll find in a lot of mail ballot states that voters do no longer trust the United States Postal Service to get their ballots in on time. So they're going to return it in person or a ballot box. Again, when you return a ballot by mail box, it still's got to go through that entire process of processing as if it was a mail ballot. And so I think that those are some of my recommendations for a state trying to make that process more efficient on the front end.
Thank you. And Mr. Gilbert, can you please expand on how the Voters' Choice Act has complicated ballot counting for election workers by allowing numerous different ballots to be submitted in one voting location?
So when previously you would just go into your precinct and vote, now a vote center has to supply any given ballot to any voter. So for instance, if you live in my area, if you live in Kalinga and you're in Fresno to work and you're at the Fresno Vote Center, they have to provide your ballot for the city of Kalinga. When typically you would have to be nearer to your home. So now that vote center is in charge of sorting that ballot, which is nothing like the Fresno City ballots around it. And also they have to be able to provide conditional voter registrations. So if you have not registered to vote and you would like to vote, you also can register that same day and vote, and those are extremely time consuming.
Are there other election processes that have become more burdensome due to the Voters' Choice Act?
I would say that the number one thing we've seen ever since they started mailing ballots to everyone is California still does mail to P.O. boxes as well, not just physical addresses. If you go into any United States Postal Service towards the P.O. boxes about 30 days before the election, you can find about a couple hundred ballots in the trash can. So I think that's a security concern and one of the things we've seen since the change in procedure.
Thank you, and I yield back, Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Representative Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And let me just start by saying that as the only Californian on this committee, I am outraged. I am simply outraged at the continued attacks from this committee against my home state chairman. How dare this committee attack the duly elected members of the state legislature who were elected by Californians to represent them. The fact is, California is doing just fine without your input. Let's look at the facts. California is the 4th largest economy in the world. We send $692 billion to the federal government, and we get $83 billion less in return. Meanwhile, Florida gets $41 billion more, Ohio gets $49 billion more, Texas gets $71 billion more. So do us a favor, and when your state rises to the level of California, then let's talk about fixing California. So let's now talk about elections. Last year, the chairman and other Republicans, without giving Democrats on this committee a heads up, went to Los Angeles, wasting taxpayers' dollars and time to look for problems. And guess what? They found zero problems. They visited the largest ballot processing center in the nation, responsible for nearly 6 million registered voters. That's bigger than 28 states in the nation. Not a single committee, not a single Republican or political observer contested the outcome of any House race or provided any evidence that California suffered from fraud or any other issues. Why is that? Because California, members, our election infrastructure is sound. We invest in a secured system, rigorous training, and transparency at every level. California has worked hard to ensure that every eligible American voter can cast their vote, and as frustrating as it may be to you and to other people, including myself at times, our fantastic state and local election workers make sure that our elections happen and that they are safe. As a mother of a veteran and a police officer, I know voters might serve far from their home, or they might be a first responder that has to work on election day. Voters can't always take a day off. They might have mobility issues. This is why California established voting by mail, to make it so that every eligible Californian can have their voice heard. California's promise to our voters, whether we like how they vote or not, your voice as a voter is heard. Normally, I would welcome a discussion on improving election operations, but these are not normal times. You see, President Trump and his cronies, like Elon Musk, do not care about the rule of law or the Constitution. They're destroying the economy, attacking and arresting judges, and recently deported 3 American citizens' children, including a 2-year-old toddler and a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer, a rare cancer. If President Trump and his administration don't care about due process for a child with cancer, how can you honestly sit here and debate and believe that they believe in the Constitution or a free and fair election? Hogwash. They ignore judges when decisions don't go their way. They deny election results when they don't win. Let's be honest, Chairman. Their actions on elections has one goal: to sow distrust in our election system, to suppress the vote, and to make it harder for Americans to participate in our democracy. Not your democracy, our democracy. Do you know what makes people question our elections? It's not California elections. It is the President Trump, Elon Musk, and the Republican Party pushing lies and refusing to follow the law. Meanwhile, Trump's voting order and the Republican SAVE Act will create huge burdens of every American. You've allowed other members to go beyond their time, but you don't like what I'm saying, so you try to shut me down. The SAVE Act is nothing but a bill to try to cancel the vote of people that don't want to vote for you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. All members are reminded to refrain from the use of personalities directed at members of Congress, the President, or the Vice President. All members having used their time for questions, I'd like to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for you, and we ask you to please respond to those questions in writing. Without objection, each member will have 5 legislative days to insert additional material into the record or to revise and extend their remarks. If there's no further business, I want to thank the members for their participation. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
It's nice to meet you. I'll try to shoot you an email, okay?
This hearing on the Subcommittee of Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs will come to order. Welcome, everyone, to this meeting. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. We are here today to discuss an issue that is becoming increasingly urgent: the future of U.S. manufacturing. The United States is facing a need that it has never faced before: the need to shake off and reverse its fall as the global leader in manufacturing. We won the Second World War not just because our generals were great leaders and strategists, and not just because we put so many heroic men and women on the field of battle and in support, but because we manufactured our enemies into oblivion. The United States held approximately 40% of the globe's manufacturing in 1941. After Pearl Harbor, that vast manufacturing power became the free world's arsenal for democracy. For every German tank manufactured, we produced 4 tanks. For every merchant ship tonnage that the Japanese built, we produced 8. For every aircraft carrier the Japanese deployed, we launched 3. For every plane that combined Axis powers built, we by ourselves manufactured 1.5 planes. Before the war, the U.S. manufactured less than 3,000 planes, but by the end, we had a force of 300,000 planes. Overwhelming material was pivotal to our winning the war, and the United States left World War II as the most wealthy and powerful nation on earth, in very large part because of our manufacturing prowess. Yet, as time marched on and the good post-war times rolled, we began to forget how important our capacity to manufacture and innovate was to making and keeping America great. And as the Cold War ended and we entered the end of history era, unprecedented globalization took hold. And in that moment, instead of embracing new technologies or innovating in the manufacturing industry, we sold off our manufacturing birthright to other countries. A vast amount of what was once American manufacturing was shipped off to foreign manufacturing. In the end, we lost our manufacturing base. And that was not just because the U.S. leaders supported globalization, it was also because we overregulated existing manufacturing and imposed enormous obstacles to the permitting of new manufacturing. This strangled possibilities for new growth and further encouraged U.S. manufacturers to move their manufacturing overseas. In the end, the United States' share of global manufacturing fell from 40% that it was in 1950s to 16% as a share that we hold today. We lost millions of skilled labor jobs. The middle class has shrank, and communities across America have been harmed. Filling the void of the U.S. was China. China's share of global manufacturing increased at an exponential rate. China leaned in heavily on cheap labor, slave labor, and suicide-inducing labor conditions to achieve the manufacturing share that it possesses today. And China's position as the current world leader in manufacturing poses economic, military, and national security threats to the United States. Nevertheless, there is hope that we are approaching an American industrial renaissance. Under President Trump, the United States has the technology, the capital, and the political will to reshore manufacturing stateside. Congressional and executive branch efforts to decrease unnecessary regulatory burdens and streamline permitting processes will encourage reshoring. And by adopting automation and artificial intelligence, the United States can and will multiply the economic output of the average American worker exponentially. Salaries will rise as costs of goods stay low. Skilled labor and manufacturing employment that was extinguished due to globalization will return. The middle class will expand again, and we can and will bring manufacturing back to the United States. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Frost for his opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here this morning. Since the 1980s, the United States has faced a decline in manufacturing jobs that has left many workers feeling forgotten and turned away by many once thriving communities into ghost towns. Democrats are united in wanting to bring more good, high-paying manufacturing jobs to these communities and making sure America is leading the way in strategically significant manufacturing sectors of the future. But President Trump's disaster tariff plan, which is estimated to increase costs to American households by $4,900 a year, is not the solution. During the Biden administration, the Democrats' Made in America agenda resulted in legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and Democrats drafted this legislation with Republicans in a bipartisan way, and with the vital input of manufacturing workers, employers, and impacted communities. This legislation jump-started industry, helping to create more than 700,000 manufacturing jobs in the United States and secure over $1 trillion in planned investments. Our country has not seen this much new factory construction in half a century. This legislation and these investments created during the Biden administration should continue to pay off, creating over 200,000 more jobs each year going forward, assuming no new policies stifle that growth. There's still so much to do and to support in terms of domestic manufacturing and creating good-paying, safe, and affordable products here in America while protecting our environment. I'm here to work with anyone, regardless of political affiliation, to continue this work. But I'm also concerned that instead of advancing the progress we've made over the last several years, we're going to trend in the opposite direction due to Trump's irrational blanket tariff policy. While Democrats' legislative achievements in manufacturing have created, again, more than 700,000 manufacturing jobs, Trump's chaotic tariffs are expected to eliminate 770,000 jobs in 2025 alone. Tariffs are an important tool, when used carefully and intelligently, can help the American worker. But from slashing services at the VA to accidentally encouraging our air traffic controllers to resign and firing the essential workers that maintain our nuclear weapon stockpile, deporting American citizens, and discussing sensitive military operations on signal, careful and intelligent does not describe this administration, and that is the case with their tariff policy as well. Investors are pulling back from doing business in America, which impacts critical industries and prevents companies from actually starting new businesses to make goods here in the United States. Hardworking Americans are seeing a tanking stock market tank, widespread firing, and are concerned about what's to come. I've heard from countless Central Floridians in my community who have fears. David, an Orlando retiree, has lost 20% of his 401k in the last 2 months. Patricia, an Orlando resident, wrote in saying she cannot make improvements to her home with the recent instability of the economy. And Delia, who also wrote into our office, a Winter Park working person, said she won't be able to afford the tariff-driven increase on the cost of foods, housing, medicine, and other things as well. We know there's a better way. The laws we led created the stability that manufacturers need to create jobs, and we worked to make sure that they were jobs that Americans want and deserve, safe jobs that offer financial security and stability. Democrats increased both worker safety protections and worker safety inspections while making good wages a key component to the CHIPS and Science awards. The Democrat-led National Labor Relations Board cracked down on law-breaking corporations and fortified workers' right to organize. As we know, in 2023, President Biden became the first sitting U.S. president to ever walk a picket line when he marched with striking United Auto Worker members in Michigan. The president, Donald Trump, worked aggressively to put corporate profits over workers' rights during his last term, and he's doing it again. This is why we're going to see in the second term, just like happened in the first term, that wealth inequality in this country will continue to rise. For starters, he attacked the National Labor Relations Board and its mission of defending workers' rights, illegally fired the one Democratic board member, like in his first term, and he's stuffing the board with anti-worker people. Elon Musk even called the NLRB unconstitutional, while Trump has praised Musk for firing striking workers. The president is also looking at repealing sick leave, minimum wage, and overtime protections for some categories of workers. While making working conditions worse, he has also made it less safe. During his first term, Trump had the fewest OSHA safety inspectors ever, and he's already fired 2/3 of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health workforce since retaking office. His assault on workers' rights and safety does not stop at the factory gate, but it follows workers at home as well. And this is important because we can't talk about bringing manufacturing jobs and this industry back to America without ensuring that we empower and protect the American worker. It's probably the most important part of this conversation, and Democrats are going to ensure that the American worker is front and center here. I look forward to working with my colleagues from both parties, as well as workers, labor representatives, private industry, to continue the manufacturing boom that was started by Democrats over the past 4 years. But this effort must never be at the expense of safety, dignity, and prosperity of the American worker. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome our panel of expert witnesses who each bring experience and expertise that will be valuable for today's discussion on manufacturing. I'd first like to welcome Chris Power from Hadrian, who serves as the company's Chief Executive Officer. Next, we have Kevin Zinger, who is a founder of Divergent and currently serves as its Executive Chairman. Next, we have Austin Bishop, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the New American Industrial Alliance. And lastly, we have Adam Hirsch, who serves as a senior economist at the Economic Policy Institute. Thank you each for being here. And with that, I would ask everyone to stand. Not you. Okay, pursuant to the Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind you that we have read your written statement, and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral arguments to 5 minutes. It's very simple. The light in front of you will turn yellow when you have 1 minute left, and then when it's red, your time has expired. As a reminder, please press the button, and often people do not know to speak directly into the microphone. And so this is being covered on C-SPAN, and we want the American people to hear what you have to say. And with that, I recognize Mr. Power for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Bellinson and Ranking Member Frost and members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today. I came to this country from Australia 5 years ago purely because I recognized that, as the chairman quite rightly said, we're past the end of history, Fukuyama phase. And what we've done to the United States is deindustrialize the country over the last 40 years, some through our own mistakes and some through forcible Chinese policy, where they're using aggressive subsidies to pull out critical manufacturing capability from offshore. And what I recognized before I came here to make as big of an impact on the country as possible is that, you know, Americans treat manufacturing as a kind of globalism-free trade over the last 40 years, and China has quite rightly treated it as a strategic capability of being able to make things onshore. And the chairman was quite right in that what won World War II was our ability to pivot the commercial manufacturing base into the defense base when it really mattered. And over the last 40 years, we've offshored everything that wasn't bolted down to the defense industrial base by regulations like ITAR. So we're in a real crisis now. And the impact of that both the chairman and ranking member Frost were quite right, is that it decimated the middle class, it decimated the American manufacturing workforce, and culturally that means, you know, no one wants to work in manufacturing, because why would you sign up your son or daughter to go into an industry that's in declining? So we've created this real crisis for ourselves, and now that China is a real global threat, you know, we're in very much crisis mode. So I came here to make a difference in that, and I'll provide some specific recommendations. But in reality, what this is all about is the highly skilled American workforce. And for the last 40 years, because of those declining jobs, because the revenue has gone out of the country, there are less factories, there are less good jobs. And now we're at a point where most of the skilled American workforce is in their late 50s and early 60s. And by skilled, I mean incredibly highly skilled, especially in the defense industrial base. It normally takes 10 to 20 years to train someone. These are very highly paid jobs at defense primes or subcontractors to the defense primes that are critical to remain onshore. But because of that demographic load, you've got most of the workforce aging out across the next decade. As people get older and they tire, and we are losing their knowledge and skills with them. And we are forgetting as a country to manufacture, and it is all about the people on the ground floor that are getting the job day in, day out. And they are just retiring faster and faster and faster. So what my company does, Hadrian, we're the fastest growing manufacturer in the United States, is we build autonomous AI-driven factories where we're not replacing people, but we are making the American workforce 10 times more efficient so that we can compete globally while creating new and advanced jobs along the way. And the only way to reindustrialize this country is to leapfrog the Chinese system, which has been built on the back of slave labor conditions, enormous CCP policy-led energy subsidies, raw material subsidies, that are simply not a level playing field with American innovation. So what our company is built to do is build and rapidly scale United States factories that are software and robotics first, that do not replace people, but let them be 10 times more productive, and also simplify things so that 100% of our workforce now have never set foot inside a factory before they join our company. We can train them in 30 days in not 10 to 20 years. And what that means is that there is new types of jobs coming online that are higher paid, they're better, friendlier conditions, and it allows us to scale with the demand that the country needs, especially in critical areas like shipbuilding and munitions, where the number one problem that you'll hear from program officers or other actors in the shipbuilding space is, I simply cannot, you could give me $1 billion, I simply cannot hire enough welders. They no longer exist in the country. There simply aren't enough machinists or quality inspectors in the country. And the only way to do that to meet the national mission of both reindustrializing the country to compete globally in this new world order where we are disconnecting from the Chinese economy, and to meet the emerging needs of the defense industrial base, the only way to do that is build factories that give the American workforce superpowers and have them have better jobs, more highly paid jobs that are robotics and software first, and allow us to scale as a country by leapfrogging China with what America is best at. We still have global leadership in software, AI, and robotics, and the point of building these advanced factories is to give the American workforce superpowers so that we can scale as a country and compete globally without falling into the trap of low-paid jobs or simply giving up the farm and not being a manufacturing superpower anymore, which is critically important. There's two critical points that are in my testimony, but I would like to reinforce, given that the time is up. One is that much of our spend that is going to China is through defense primes or other manufacturers in the US that get paid by the federal government, but end up offshoring a big chunk of their supply chain. One thing that you would immediately create millions and millions of jobs and demand in the country is by forcing a statement that if you get paid in America, you must have your supply chain and make it in America, without us subsidizing the competitive landscape. And the second thing that I'd like to encourage everyone to think about, whether it's a tariff policy or other policy, is that we have to create an even playing field with China. Our energy cost and our raw materials cost, not to mention labor subsidies, are 10 times greater than China. So to compete globally, we have to find strategic ways to give the American manufacturers a level playing field with the egregious CCP subsidies that get put on core inputs to manufacturing like energy and raw materials cost. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And I think the yellow light turns on when you have 30 seconds left. So just as reference, I now recognize Mr. Zinger for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. I'm representing my company, Divergent, and I'm also here as someone who has spent a lifetime believing in America's capacity to lead. I grew up working class in Cleveland, an industrial city that once took great pride in helping power the American economy. Football helped me earn a college education as the first in my family to go to school, and I later served as a U.S. Marine Corps infantryman before becoming an inventor and technology entrepreneur. What drives me is the belief that this country, more than any other, has the ingenuity, the grit, and the values to lead the world in innovation and in actually creating things. I founded Divergent because I saw what happened to America's industrial core. We didn't just outsource jobs. We outsourced our key core national strength. We weakened our supply chains to save a buck in the short run, both in industry and in Silicon Valley. We ignored the needs of our workers and our communities. We gave China the lead, and through turning over our supply chain to them, we gave them, in plain sight, hidden control of our national security and our economic security. Now we need a fix. This can't be done through traditional incremental steps or going back to old technology. We must fundamentally rethink manufacturing and the factory itself. That's why Divergent was built from a clean sheet of paper. We started with what the future demands today. Divergent developed the world's first fully integrated digital industrial system by combining together in one system generative design, additive manufacturing, advanced materials, and robotics. We design, print, and assemble high-performance structures at industrial volumes faster and with greater flexibility than ever before in the history of the planet. It is today fully operational, proven across aerospace, defense, and automotive platforms, and it is entirely built and based here in the United States. We've proven the system at scale, delivering components for fighter jets, hypersonics, and space systems. We are currently working with every major U.S. defense prime and with some of the most demanding commercial auto companies in the world, including Aston Martin, McLaren, Mercedes, and Bugatti. These are production programs with cars out on the road today, with AI-designed 3D printed structures built here in the United States. These companies that I mentioned do not compromise on quality, safety, and precision. A depleted munitions stockpile, huge sustainment backlogs, and obsolete parts are plaguing the Defense Department. Divergent is ready to step in now and scale production with a scale-ready digital factory system. Faster, more resilient, and at a far lower cost to the taxpayer. Now think ahead, a nationwide network of next-generation American families across and can be in virtually every state of the union that don't just build resilience, they rebuild America's industry. This isn't one factory making one product. It's factories, each able to serve many industries, produce any parts, and support hundreds of companies across the country. That's what Divergent enables. That's how we upskill the American workforce. That's how we take jobs back from China and bring them back home under standards that uphold human rights and deliver good wages. This is about more than advanced technology. It's about responsibility and resilience. It's about rebuilding an industrial base that is accountable to the nation it serves, because we've seen what happens when fragile global supply chains break, whether in a pandemic or in war. After the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, President Kennedy went to Dr. von Braun, then the space director of NASA, and asked how the U.S. could catch up. Wernher von Braun said, "Mr. President, we won't catch up to them in Earth orbit. We need to beat them to the moon." The good news is, in the last decade, we've done that moonshot, and we now have a fully digital factory that is ready to scale. Divergent is proof of what is possible when innovation is unleashed. Now think about what we could achieve if we align policy, capital, and the will to accelerate this innovative transformation. This is our chance to reindustrialize with purpose. Let's not only play defense, let's play offense. Let's not only reshore manufacturing over the coming years, let's leapfrog China and disrupt them with proven technology. Let's lead again, and let's do it in a way that builds a more vibrant, secure, and equitable America. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for his opening statement.
Chairman Burleson, Ranking Member Frost, and the members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. We are at a pivotal moment in American history that demands urgency, imagination, and national unity. The question before us is not whether America can lead in the world in cutting-edge production again, but whether we choose to. So reindustrialization is not about nostalgia or recreating a past economy, but about building a dynamic, future-facing industrial base that strengthens national security, revives economic mobility for working Americans, and reclaims American leadership in critical sectors. This is a nonpartisan challenge and a once-in-a-generation opportunity. As Ranking Member said, workforce is at the front of this. I mean, I'm a guy from Cleveland, Ohio as well, and over the decades that I grew up there, and certainly the decades leading up to that, I wish that there was this much interest in ensuring that our industrial base stayed onshore. And what we saw over those few decades is something that we have a chance to reverse going into the future. During COVID-19, that pandemic exposed a really painful truth, which is our over-reliance on globalized supply chains has left American families vulnerable and our economy brittle. Basic goods, from personal protective equipment to microchips, became scarce almost overnight. Moms in the Midwest couldn't get baby formula because the Suez Canal was blocked, an absurdity that everyone must admit reveals a massive weakness created by surrendering sovereignty over where and how things are produced. Resilience on far-flung manufacturing hubs, particularly in Asia, has caused a profound loss of confidence in our system's resilience. We are all worse off in a world where the West cannot manufacture certain goods in abundance. And that reality forces us to rely on the good graces of distant powers to meet our needs. It weakens our military's ability to deter aggression and to defend its allies, and deprives millions of Americans in every state of stable, high-productive employment in high-tech industries. Moreover, this vulnerability was not accidental. Deindustrialization was a choice resulting from bad policy decision and flawed ideologies that prioritized short-term cost savings over long-term national strength and discouraged investment in capital-intensive industries. Cheap labor abroad and foreign subsidization, combined with burdensome regulations and protracted permitting processes, has hollowed out our domestic manufacturing base. We socialized the cost and privatized the gains, as entire cities were reduced to rusty shells of their former selves while the S&P made record highs. We should remember that the pandemic is a warning shot. We cannot entrust our prosperity to fragile, distant supply chains. Further compounding this is the reality that China is an increasingly hostile geopolitical rival and sits at the center of many global supply chains. Today, the United States depends heavily on China for critical minerals, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, ships. Everyone in this room knows this at this point. These supply chains could collapse overnight in the event of a conflict or even heightened tensions. We must be clear-eyed. Economic dependency is a strategic vulnerability. If we cannot produce the essentials of modern life within our own borders, we are not truly sovereign. Onshoring critical industries is not simply an economic imperative, but a national security mandate. Bringing manufacturing home is also not about reliving the past. It's about forging a better future. The future has to look like the future. I say this again as a guy whose city is maybe most famous for its rivers catching on fire. We are no fans of that. The old industrial jobs of the 20th century were the foundation of the American middle class, providing millions with good wages, dignity, and upward mobility. Since manufacturing's share of the GDP declined from 30% in the 1950s to just 11 or 12% today, we have witnessed the undeniable hollowing out of our middle class. However, manufacturing jobs of tomorrow will not look like the jobs of the past. They'll be extensions of the advanced manufacturing jobs that we already have here in America at companies like some of my colleagues here, highly skilled, technologically advanced careers working with robotics, precision manufacturing, AI logistics, and more. Onshore companies will also need workers for sales, construction, management, maintenance. This represents millions and millions of jobs, many of which do not require four-year degrees. By investing in a modern industrial base, we can rebuild a middle class that is not only larger, but is better equipped for the demands of the 21st century. Finally, onshoring manufacturing will ignite innovation across our economy. Historically, industrial leadership has been inseparable from technological leadership. When we manufacture, we invent. When we lose production capabilities, we lose the ability to innovate. Today, America lags in critical manufacturing R&D areas, from battery production to advanced materials to microfabrication. By bringing industry back home, we will secure our supply chains and unlock new frontiers of research, entrepreneurship, and invention. The average American will benefit far more from reliable access to goods in a healthy, more dynamic economy where workers share more directly in the nation's growth and prosperity. Finally, reindustrialization is not about going backwards. It's about moving America forwards. It's about making America safer, more prosperous, and more unified. It's about empowering the next generation of American workers with the tools to build a better future. Thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Hirsch for his opening statement.
Chair Burleson, Ranking Member Frost, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Adam Hirsch, and I'm a senior economist at the Economic Policy Institute, where I study trade, industrial policy, manufacturing, and the U.S.-China economic relationship. Today's hearing covers an important topic for legislators. Manufacturing is a special and economically critical activity, and I have to say I agree with most of what I've heard from my co-panelists here about the causes of its long-term decline. While we're having a timely
and increasing willingness to carry out aggressive cyber operations to the security of U.S. networks and data. Furthermore, Pyongyang's cyber program presents a highly capable and maturing threat, including an approach to launder and cash out cryptocurrency from the United States and other victims to fund its nefarious activities. As cyber becomes a growing battlefield for criminal networks and malign actors, the State Department must be ready to meet the challenge. The U.S. is not facing these real and growing threats alone. Through cooperation with our allies and our partners, the U.S. will continue to work to combat malign cyber activities from the PRC, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. Since the recent establishment of CDP, it's played a role in the U.S. response to a major ransomware campaign in Costa Rica that disrupted critical services. In particular, CDP, alongside other federal partners, worked to strengthen Costa Rica's cyber defenses against attacks from malicious actors threatening the security of both our countries. It has also worked to identify strategic opportunities to leverage partner resources to further U.S. strategic objectives through subsea cable projects in the Pacific Islands. Such efforts ensure that the Pacific Islands rely on trusted, primarily American businesses for their internet connectivity, while also countering the PRC's influence in the strategically important region. On the other hand, the Department of State agreement on a cyber crime UN treaty that conflicted with CDP policy lead and recommendations begs the question of the actual authority wielded by CDP. This hearing should lead us toward conclusions on how to improve CDP efficiency and effectiveness in this vital area of national interest and security. As we move through this reauthorization process, the experience and insights from today's witnesses will help inform this subcommittee on the State Department's cyber diplomacy role in addressing these increasingly important challenges. I look forward to hearing your testimony and recommendations. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, for any statement he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses for being here today. For years, bipartisan members of this committee have recognized the necessity for the State Department to take on the important task of cyber diplomacy. In 2021, the Biden administration announced the creation of the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, CDP, with bipartisan support, and the Department of State Authorization Act of 2022 authorized the CDP Bureau into statute, an important step in recognizing the need for a robust and comprehensive approach to cyber diplomacy. With the CDP Bureau established in statute, it's worked in conjunction with this committee to lead the State Department's diplomatic cyberspace and cybersecurity efforts encompassing both hard security and economic policy. As our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, each take different approaches to undermining U.S. actions in cyberspace, bolstering U.S. cyber capabilities through a strong CDP Bureau is more important than ever. The CDP Bureau has worked to advance U.S. interest in cyberspace across multiple lines of effort. For example, following the 2022 ransomware attack in Costa Rica by a Russian-linked cybercrime group, the CDP Bureau provided swift, decisive support to Costa Ricans and their authorities to bolster the country's digital defenses and resiliency. This emergency support was critical to ensure that a partner in our own hemisphere was able to effectively respond to an unprecedented attack. Similarly, the State Department worked to strengthen Ukraine's cyber defenses in the midst of Russia's full-scale illegal invasion of the country through the Digital Connectivity Cybersecurity Partnership Program, a joint venture by the Department of USAID. These are just a few examples of the CDP Bureau's important work to bolster our allies and partners while promoting American values and security in cyberspace. While I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about an important bureau which has long maintained bipartisan support, it's unfortunately clear that neither this majority nor the Trump administration has any interest or intent to engage constructively on a reauthorization of the State Department. Last week, Secretary Rubio unveiled a proposed reorganization plan for the State Department without any meaningful consultation with Congress. The reorganization would decimate the department's cyber policy tools by splitting it in half. CDP's economic structures would be moved under the economic family of the Bureau, and CDP's hard security offices would be placed in a new Emerging Threats Bureau. This move will create exactly the duplication and the waste this administration says it seeks to avoid. Even more concerning, it deprioritizes a cross-cutting issue that needs to be tackled holistically and at the highest levels. Our witnesses here today and many experts in the field have all pointed out the importance of capacity building in cyberspace and maintaining and recruiting the skills required for a qualified cyber diplomacy workforce. Unfortunately, rather than invest in capacity building in places like Costa Rica and Ukraine, the Trump administration has slashed the U.S. foreign assistance budget and illegally eliminated USAID, a chief implementer of the capacity building programs. At the same time, GAO and Ms. Love Grayers, they found out that a nonpartisan report that while CDP is currently staffed and fully operational, it needs to train existing staff and hire more people to meet its growth plans. Rather than seeking to recruit and train staff, the Trump administration has attacked and politicized the federal workforce, leaving a legacy of destruction and indeed distrust. Finally, rather than listen to the advice of experts, consult with industry professionals, and engage with the State Department, this committee has effectively served as a rubber stamp for the administration's destructive actions. Ms. Fixler, you concluded in an article on March 17th that capacity building programs, including those implemented by USAID, are not merely altruistic endeavors, they advance critical U.S. interest. Ms. Love Grayer, your nonpartisan 2024 GAO report concluded that the State Department provides foreign assistance to strengthen partner capacity and to promote cyber norms to achieve U.S. cyber policy objectives. Ms. Nemiroff, your testimony points out that a well-placed cybersecurity foreign assistance project can make all the difference in leveling the playing field for our companies and private investments in countries that still deeply respect U.S. tech leadership. Yet rather than invite administration witnesses here from the CDP Bureau to testify on the effectiveness of the Bureau's programming or implement the advice of experts like our witnesses here today, the chair of the full committee and many of my majority colleagues have already wholeheartedly endorsed the administration's reorganization plans. This is a troubling abdication of the oversight responsibilities of this committee and an elimination of the Article I authority of this Congress. While I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses here today, I would strongly urge my majority colleagues to listen to what they have to say, work to reauthorize the State Department in a way that serves the interests of the American public, and move this important issue to the forefront. I yield the balance of my time.
Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this important topic. Ms. Annie Fixler, Director of Center on Cyber and Technology at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Ms. Letitia Love Grayer, Director of International Affairs and Trade at the U.S. GAO. And Mr. Theodore Nemiroff, Co-founder and Vice President for Data and Compliance at Verific AI. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak with us today. Thank you. Your full statements will be made part of the record, and I'll ask each of you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow time for member questions. I now recognize Ms. Fixler for your opening statement.
Chairman Self, Ranking Member Keating, and distinguished members of the committee, on behalf of
the... Would you check your mic or get closer to it,
Get closer?
I think. Yeah.
Sorry.
Pull it close to you.
Better?
Try it.
Chairman Self, Ranking Member Keating, and distinguished members of the committee, on behalf of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, thank you for inviting me to testify today. For years, on a bipartisan basis, members of this committee pushed the State Department to better organize itself to defend U.S. national security in cyberspace. 2.5 years after creating the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, this committee must assess its performance, expand its successes, and address its shortcomings. This hearing is particularly timely given the department's proposed reorganization, which appears to put its cybersecurity efforts at risk and contradict congressional guidance to integrate cybersecurity and digital economy efforts. In my written testimony, I describe the successes the Bureau has been able to achieve because of this integration. I'd like to take this opportunity to summarize the threat we face and the role states' cyber bureau should play. Every day, malicious cyber operators sitting in remote corners of the world attack our critical infrastructure. Across energy, transportation, and communication systems, China has pre-positioned destructive capabilities. Beijing is prepared to use crippling cyber attacks to induce societal panic and interfere with our ability to project power. During the Biden administration, we issued stern warnings but failed to deter Chinese aggression. Trump administration officials and members of Congress have rightfully articulated that our nation needs to go on the offense and punish those who use cyberspace to do us harm. And we need better defense to deny our adversaries their objectives. The Cyber Bureau plays a critical role in both. Over the course of its short tenure, it has demonstrated it understands these priorities and can execute the mission. Congress tasked the Bureau with managing a unique cyber assistance fund because lawmakers recognized it took far too long for us to respond to incidents overseas that might cascade and hit our homeland. Now, in as little as 2 days, the Bureau can airdrop expertise into partner countries. The department bolsters allied law enforcement capabilities to investigate cybercrime and prosecute the offenders, and convinces those same allies and partners to join us when we call out bad behavior. The first step to getting our allies and partners to impose costs on China is for them to agree that a cyber attack has occurred and that Beijing is to blame. The Bureau helps allies and partners proactively build cyber resilience. On this, our strategic priorities are clear. We need the countries that we fight with and through to have resilient infrastructure. Resilience buys America time to deploy a range of policy responses. Had Ukraine succumbed to Russian cyber attacks, Washington could not have provided the lethal aid that has helped Kyiv substantially degrade the military capabilities of a leading US adversary. Last summer, FDD led a tabletop exercise in Taiwan, exploring Chinese cyber-enabled economic warfare against the island. In the game, the thing that gave Beijing the greatest pause was not US countermeasures, but an assessment that Taiwan could withstand the attack. If China believed that Taiwan could survive, it would refrain from attacking in the first place, lest Taiwan's strengths reveal the CCP's limits. Resilience has a deterrent power all its own. But building the resilience of allies and partners will be a Sisyphean task if the telecommunications infrastructure underpinning all of it is built by China. The US military does not have operational security if Beijing is listening on the line. In the CHIPS Act, Congress tasked and funded efforts at state to secure information communications technology. The Cyber Bureau is wisely using its portion on undersea cables in the Indo-Pacific. When Congress created the Bureau, lawmakers rightfully articulated that its head must be the principal cybersecurity policy official in the department. It also needs permanent staff billets so that the funding Congress appropriates is spent wisely and efficiently. There is a battle underway in cyberspace. Without a robust Cyber Bureau, we will not win. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fixler. I now recognize Ms. Love-Grayer for your opening statement. Welcome.
Chairman Self, Ranking Member Keating, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our work on the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, known as CDP. As international trade, communication, and critical infrastructure grow more dependent on cyberspace and digital technology, there's an opportunity to advance U.S. interest in this digital ecosystem, but also an increase in foreign cyber threats. Foreign governments and non-state actors are increasingly using cyberspace as a platform to target critical infrastructure and our citizens, undermine democracies and international institutions, and undercut global competition by stealing ideas when they cannot create them. These are among the reasons that GAO has identified information security as a high-risk issue. In April 2022, state established CDP to lead U.S. government's international efforts to advance our interest in cyberspace, which state defines as cyber diplomacy. Its overarching objectives included building coalitions, strengthening capacity, and reinforcing norms in cyberspace. State uses two main tools to implement this cyber diplomacy mission: diplomatic engagement and leadership in multilateral and bilateral fora, and foreign assistance that provides training and technical assistance to our international partners. Examples of diplomatic efforts include engaging with the European Union to develop shared principles in the 6G wireless network, and supporting the negotiation process of the UN Cybercrime Convention, which if appropriately ratified, would facilitate international cooperation to combat cybercrime. As Congress considers states' reauthorization, my statement today is intended to help inform the discussion about their cyber diplomacy efforts and is based primarily on the reports that we have issued between September 2020 and January 2024 related to those efforts. States' cyber diplomacy efforts have evolved between 2011 and the present. Between 2011 and 2018, state established the Office of the Coordinator of Cyber Issues to lead global diplomatic engagement and developed an international cyberspace policy strategy document, among other efforts. In January 2019, members of Congress introduced the Cyber Diplomacy Act of 2019, which would have established a new office to lead states' international cyberspace efforts and consolidate a range of cross-cutting cyber issues. Later that year, state notified Congress of its intent to establish a bureau that was more narrowly focused on cybersecurity. In September 2020 and January 2021, we assessed states' efforts to establish the Cyber Bureau. We found that it had not involved other federal agencies that contribute to international cyber diplomacy in the development of its plans and recommended that it do so. We also found that state had not demonstrated that it had used data and evidence to develop its proposal for establishing the Bureau, and therefore lacked assurance that its proposal would effectively set priorities and allocate resources to achieve those goals. We recommended that it do so. In response, state consulted other key federal agencies in its planning and collected data and evidence to inform its approach, which resulted in changes to the final plan for the Bureau. Once the Bureau was established, we examined how it was structured to accomplish its goals. CDP contains 4 units, including the Office of the Coordinator for Digital Freedom, International Information and Communications Policy, International Cyberspace Security, and a Strategies Program and Communications Unit. The new Consolidated Bureau and the appointment of a Senate-confirmed ambassador at large to lead it elevated cyber issues in states' diplomatic engagements. The ambassador engaged with various other countries' senior leaders on advancing cyber goals. As an example, in August 2023, the ambassador headed the U.S. delegation to the G20 Digital Economy Ministerial Meeting, where he highlighted U.S. views and priorities on digital economy topics. In addition, we reported that CDP's status as a bureau provided senior-level support, resources, and involvement that did not exist before. Although states' efforts to promote cyber diplomacy have evolved, challenges remained. Among them, clearly defining CDP's roles and responsibilities across overlapping issue areas with other intra, and interagencies that conduct work in cyber diplomacy, especially given the breadth of cyber issues, as well as ensuring that the Bureau had sufficient expertise to carry out its goals. These are among the challenges that the Bureau will still need to effectively navigate to lead cyber diplomacy in the future, especially as state considers streamlining its functions and addressing any new priorities of the administration. Chairman Self, Ranking Member Keating, and members of the subcommittee, this concludes my oral statement. I would be happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Love-Grayer. I now recognize Mr. Nemiroff for his opening statement. Welcome.
Chairman Self, Ranking Member Keating, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My remarks are drawn from my written testimony and offered in my personal capacity. This subcommittee is reviewing the Cyber Diplomacy Act at a critical time. American leadership in key technologies, especially AI, positions us to shape the global technological ecosystem in ways that align with our values and benefit U.S. national and economic security. But our vision is contested, as my colleagues here have really effectively outlined. China poses the greatest and most comprehensive challenge to U.S. leadership, leveraging both economic and security tools to advance its goals. Russia, Iran, and North Korea also pose significant threats, and ransomware actors operating with impunity from Russian territory routinely disrupt our businesses, our hospitals, and our schools. Through the Cyber Diplomacy Act, this committee has helped ensure the State Department is better prepared to meet these challenges. A key strength of Congress's vision was to integrate national security, economic, and human rights equities in CDP. This has increased efficiency and reduced redundancy within the department, and unlocked opportunities to face the challenge posed by China in particular in more comprehensive and strategic ways. But we can always do better. I recommend, going forward, focusing on 4 areas. First, CDP should take further steps to organize itself around a full stack approach to cyber and digital diplomacy. Whether our adversaries gain access to critical systems through hacking or by selling untrusted undersea cables, data centers, or 5G, it all harms our national security, and the department needs to think about this altogether. A full stack approach enables us to see the full picture and leverage engagements at one layer to have influence at others. For example, the way that our cyber support to Costa Rica, which has been cited several times already, has since 2022 opened the door to deeper cooperation with the country on telecom issues. Second, CDP should continue to lead efforts to deter adversaries that behave irresponsibly. Cyber deterrence is not like nuclear deterrence. It requires a dynamic and constant effort, warning adversaries about activities we won't accept, and then swiftly, preferably with allies, responding to activities that cross our lines by imposing meaningful consequences. This effort started in the first Trump administration with coordinated international responses to incidents like Russia's 2017 NotPetya cyber attack, and it continued in the Biden administration with actions like our response to Iran's brazen 2022 cyber attack against Albania, attempting to coerce a NATO ally. Third, CDP should continue to take on a more operational role, especially in incident response, and by using diplomatic channels to support whole-of-government adversary disruption campaigns. These activities fill clear gaps in interagency capabilities that I saw when I was at NSC, working on issues around Ukraine and others. I want to particularly highlight the potential for CDP's recently piloted Falcon capability, which allows state to rapidly deploy private sector incident responders to countries in need. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of foreign assistance and development finance. We are in a global tech competition with China. We need every tool possible to level the playing field for our companies against China's subsidies and hardball tactics, and a well-placed cyber assistance project or a well-timed loan can make all the difference. CDP needs funding to provide specialized foreign assistance where it's most needed, and it should be empowered to build a coordinated, full-stack investment strategy across the interagency, including with institutions like the Development Finance Corporation. This subcommittee will be reauthorizing the Cyber Diplomacy Act alongside the administration's recently announced plans to reorganize the department. I offer 4 key questions to consider as you decide on the way ahead. First, does the proposed restructuring enable the type of integrated approach I've discussed today? Second, does it maintain the requisite attention, authority, and responsibility of the department's most senior leaders, the ones who can make this a priority in states' regionally oriented work? Third, does it sustain and ideally accelerate efforts to build a technology-savvy workforce? And fourth, does the proposed budget provide the resources required for this critical mission set? I want to thank this subcommittee for its continuing leadership, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nemerov. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. A series of questions. Ms. Fixler, you said Taiwan survived the attack. What did you mean when you say survived the attack? Is that physical or is that cyber? What are you referring to?
Sure. So in the tabletop exercise we did, it was a series of economic and cyber attacks that were testing the societal resilience of Taiwan to withstand Chinese aggression and withstand efforts to coerce its policy to agree to a reunification with the mainland. So it was a societal and cyber resilience. And if the CCP judged that Taiwan could survive the pressure campaign, it might actually refrain
Might
from
not
the
go
attacks.
kinetic.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to read something to you. Yesterday, probably everyone in this room was aware of the three-nation outage in Europe. I got back from Europe a week ago Saturday. So this is from the Siemens Security Advisory, just to show you how important this issue is. The point of origin for the blackout possibly originated, when they say possibly, they're not definitively saying something, but I believe that they believe this. Possibly originated in a high-voltage substation in the Basque region of northern Spain, specifically near Balboa at the substation that they named. The potential method of sabotage was a sophisticated cyber attack targeting the substation's SCADA system, injecting malware that overloaded transformers and triggered a cascading failure across the European grid. The malware exploited a known vulnerability in the Siemens system, and they listed that. So, Ms. Fixler, you, in your testimony, you mentioned the need for partners and allies to be cyber resilient. When I was in Europe, I talked to both politicals in Europe and to our U.S. military. And they made, the U.S. military, from the SACEUR on down, said that we need to be aware that their infrastructure, to include cyber, needs to support our war plans. Can you elaborate on what you said about their vulnerable infrastructure impacts our national security?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. So we recently at FDD issued a report looking at military mobility, specifically the way that U.S. military forces rely on civilian critical infrastructure to move men and material in the United States. That is true as well overseas, and we intend to look more closely at the infrastructure in our NATO allies and how it must be secure so that our troops have secure transportation infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, because all of our forces rely not on infrastructure owned and operated exclusively by the Defense Department, but by civilian-owned infrastructure. So that infrastructure must be resilient to secure our forces overseas.
Thank you. Ms. Love-Grayer, in what ways has the CDP worked with other agencies to advance cyber diplomacy? How does that impact national interest, defense interest? And where is the coordination point, and who holds the big stick, I'll call it, in this area, cyber diplomacy?
Thank you for that question. I actually have several examples, but I want to use one that connects to what you just mentioned. So the DOD has an operation called Hunt Forward, where they assist our partner countries by assessing their vulnerabilities in their cyber systems. CDP partners with them by going in afterwards and actually providing the technical assistance and capacity building needed to address the vulnerabilities that they have identified. And so again, if we're partners with those countries and we're working with them closely, we may even have our own troops in those countries, it's important to not only identify the vulnerabilities, but to help them to address it. In terms of the coordination, there's various ways that CDP coordinates that we found in our audit. There's informal, regular meetings between the heads of corporations and the agencies and with private sector corporations, but also there's formal interagency agreements. So CDP, at the time that we conducted our audit, had 11 different agreements with different agencies such as DOD, Department of Commerce, the FCC, DHS, USAID, and others. And these interagency agreements allowed them to partner with these other agencies who have specific capabilities and skill sets that could be used to provide, again, technical assistance and capacity building to other countries. Who has the big stick? At the moment, it depends on, I would say, depending on what you call the big stick. I think who has the mandate for cyber diplomacy is CDP. Sometimes it's the other agencies who might have the technical expertise or even the funding. CDP does provide foreign assistance funding, but in other cases they may just partner. So CDP has the mandate, and there are a number of other players who have different types of capabilities that they bring to the table.
Very good. I now recognize Ranking Member Keating for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think when we use terms like cyber diplomacy and other terms like that, it really doesn't give effect to the real threat that we have. It sounds something that wouldn't be like a direct kinetic attack or something that we had, but cyber, unlike other kinds of warfare or other kinds of threats, there's no barriers there. There's no wall that can be built. There's no ocean that stands between these threats. They're global, and they have to be approached globally. And as so, we really rely on our allies in this area, even more in some respects than we would through conventional kind of threats that we deal with. So how important is it to have us make sure we are working in these areas, making sure we're funding the cuts to USAID and the other things that could have an effect on our ability to work with our allies? Because if we're working America alone, we'll just not work when it comes to cyber. So how great a threat is that, and what should we be looking for? Mr. Nemiroff.
Thank you. So I think it's a long old saying that cybersecurity is a team sport, both within the interagency and with our allies and partners. And the key thing is to be able to work with allies and partners at different levels of cyber capacity and cyber capability. So in NATO, for example, we work across the board to try to raise the level of cyber hygiene and cyber capability. And then with particular countries, particularly those that are foreign assistance eligible, foreign assistance is a fantastic lever to be able to help them help themselves. And I think that's the key piece of this. Albania is a NATO ally. Albania was targeted by Iran by a major cyber attack that I think really implicated alliance-wide issues. And having foreign assistance as a way to get them to raise their capability was an important way of achieving our policy goals and to make the alliance safer.
And I think readiness is a really clear imperative here, too, because timing is so important. Ms. Fickler, you mentioned how quickly the response has to be, and that's critical to being able to deal with this, and it has to be in place ahead of time. So another question I have, in our own internal, domestic workforce that's there to support this, I'm concerned with a lot of these cuts that are going on and the effects on the workforce and the expertise that could be walking out the door here. How important is it to have a workforce that's already trained, experienced, in place? And what would happen if through reorganization or cuts that was reduced and we lost that? How much of a threat would that create?
I would just say that, thank you for the question. Recruiting and retaining technical talent is a persistent problem in the federal government, across the federal government. And at least part of it is a pipeline problem. We need a lot more STEM graduates. We need a lot more folks focused and pursuing cybersecurity degrees. Not all of them need to be four-year degrees. Associate's degrees are great. On-the-job training is great. Apprenticeships are great. And so I am particularly heartened by some of the efforts in this Congress to focus on cyber workforce, including things like the Pivot Act, focusing on providing a faster way for community college graduates to get into the federal government with cyber degrees, because we need a lot of cyber professionals in our government to focus on cybersecurity and the intersection between cybersecurity and national security.
And I just add a few thoughts to this. One of the concerns that we had after we conducted our review on CDP is that they did need to recruit a specific type of official. They needed someone who had not just technical capability, but also diplomacy skills. And competing for that, as we spoke with the former ambassador of CDP, he noted it's very hard to compete with the private sector for individuals who can harness both of those skill sets. And so having the staff, once you get them on board, keeping them and helping them to grow and understand the issues is important, but also having staff who can really cover the range. There's a broad spectrum of issues that are involved in cyber diplomacy.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, too, Mr. Nemiroff mentioned AI, and this is just going to accentuate and geometrically affect our ability to respond in any timely fashion. And one of my concerns is with the reorganization, there could be siloing of different functions. And the whole point of CDP is to bring it all together. And perhaps in any kind of written responses that you might have, since my time is running out, you could really comment in greater detail on the threat of that siloing and how we should be looking at reorganization so that there's not greater difficulty in being able to respond to these really critical threats. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Davidson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to our witnesses for your testimony and your preparation for this hearing. Ms. Fixler, you argued in a March 17th op-ed that cuts to USAID harm our cyber assistance to allies and partners. I mean, by definition, if we don't give them money, we're harming the assistance. But are they really harmed? And I guess to what extent do we want to preserve it? I think you make the case that this could and should be consolidated under CDP. What's the appropriate amount and kind of cyber assistance that the United States should be distributing?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I think one of the things that CDP has demonstrated it's good at is using a little bit of U.S. foreign assistance, marrying that with assistance from U.S. partners and allies, and private sector investment. So I'll talk about the undersea cables area, because that I think is where that shines. U.S. technology companies, communications companies, are making major investments in undersea cables. They're interested in connecting major population centers because that makes sense from a market perspective. When CDP is able to get involved, it can use a little bit of foreign assistance, find U.S. partners and allies who are interested in the issue, and then combine that with the private sector investment so that we look at it from a strategic perspective. And we don't just focus on the market, but also on where it matters for U.S. military capabilities, particularly in the the Indo-Pacific, but that is applicable in other areas as well.
Yeah, thank you for a very concrete illustration. And as you talk about blending public sector work to try to foster some private sector investment, one of the big things that we're trying to do as a Congress, really as a country, but we need a law that my other subcommittee, as chairman of National Security and Illicit Finance, we're working on outbound investment. So I wonder, Mr. Nemiroff, as you think about AI in particular, one of the most rapidly changing tech sectors, and you think about cyber and other factors, what kinds of things ought we to consider within cybersecurity? I think the real tension comes between one approach that says, well, we don't want American companies investing in AI outside of America, or maybe a more concrete example that uses kind of the financial services Treasury thing and saying, here is specifically who we don't want you investing with. What are the trade-offs there, and what's your view?
Thank you. So there is a hot AI competition happening right now among companies and among countries, and we have to think very strategically about that. Cybersecurity comes into it in a lot of different places, but critically in this area, in protecting the hard-won IP that our companies produce in developing AI models. And so I think it is important to be thoughtful when one is building data centers anywhere, whether it's here in the United States or elsewhere. How do we build in the right cybersecurity systems in order to protect our assets from others who might try to steal them for advantage?
Say nation states that might use their intelligence services to steal American intellectual property.
Absolutely.
Like China.
Like China.
Like China. All right. Yeah, so that's exactly what we're trying to cut off. And of course, they don't say, hey, we're with the Chinese intelligence service. They set up companies and they use it to steal it. And that's why we really want to go with a sanctions-oriented approach, I think, where you go named individuals and named companies that basically you create a burn list and we keep it going. So we'll see where that goes, but hopefully we'll get that done. One of the trade-offs there is always civil liberties. So we find people that say, we're really concerned about freedom of speech. Congress, of course, isn't, according to the First Amendment, supposed to make any laws abridging the freedom of speech. What can our committee do by working with CDP? Because that was the claim that they were just combating misinformation and disinformation when CISA was, frankly, it seemed pretty Orwellian. I mean, a lot of my constituents had a lot of concerns about an American big government agency saying what an American citizen is saying is somehow foreign misinformation. How do we get that right?
Fundamentally, the First Amendment is kind of has to be at the bedrock of everything that we do. I think we do have a challenge that adversaries seek to use the openness of our system to exploit and disrupt or or cause to advance their agenda. That's got to be a part of the consideration. CDP's focus primarily has been on promoting freedom of expression and digital freedom abroad, and on, in particular, safeguarding our networks and other people's networks from cyber threats.
Yeah, I think that's the proper focus. I think CISA definitely got it wrong, and frankly, some of these agencies that were created to defend America were weaponized against American citizens. We want to make sure that we prevent that from happening, and maybe the best way to do that is to hold some of those former officials accountable. Thanks. My time's expired, and I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Amo. Mr. Amo.
Thank you, Chairman Self, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. Look, it's no secret that digital technologies are quickly evolving, bringing with them greater connectivity and new and emerging threats. And these threats are not unique to the United States. They transcend borders and affect our allies across the world. They require close collaboration and global solutions. And starting under the first Trump administration, there was bipartisan consensus that America needed a cross-cutting bureau, reporting directly to senior State Department leadership that could coordinate the various elements of cyberspace, digital technologies, and global digital governance. The Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and I know we're all associated with the acronym CDP, now was born in 2022. And its mission, I think, is one to come back to and just underscore, to ensure an open, secure, and reliable internet, a necessity to promote democratic values like privacy, freedom of expression, and access to information. And CDP made our foreign cyber policy more efficient and streamlined our cyber diplomacy. But Secretary Rubio's new reorganization plan for the State Department breaks CDP. And I think it's important to highlight these changes. Separating its economic functions and moving cybersecurity into the new emerging threats branch. This plan undermines the core reason CDP was created, again, streamlining international cyber policy. It is not efficient to create overlapping and redundant mandates. It is not efficient to jeopardize how CDP coordinates cyber policy with the Department of Defense, Homeland Security, and the intelligence community. And it is not efficient to jeopardize the essential work that CDP does alongside the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, because we know that CDP manages programs for CISA that provide training and resources to protect targeted countries from cyber attacks. And given that CISA already faces drastic cuts to their programs, thanks to the actions of President Trump and Elon Musk, ending coordination with CDP could cause tremendous harm in keeping Americans safe. And so, Ms. Love-Grayer, how does CDP coordinate with CISA to ensure that we have a comprehensive strategy for cyber diplomacy? And how would the plan on the table from Secretary Rubio that splits up CDP affect their collaboration with agencies like CISA?
In the past, we found that CDP, in particular the ambassador at large who led it, coordinated very closely with CISA, with the Office of the National Cyber Director, to ensure that our domestic policy and our foreign policy, our foreign-facing policy, aligned, so that our views, our perspectives, our policy interests, and our values would be represented in the foreign policy that we had as we faced and engaged with other multilateral organizations. So there was a lot of coordination there. At the same time, the views and the interest and the issues that the ambassador heard out in the world, he would bring back to our leaders here on the domestic side to ensure that we could learn from that as well, that we were using that to inform our own strategies and our own protections at home. So that collaboration we found to be pretty important. In terms of where they sat, it was very important that the ambassador did report directly to the deputy secretary because he had more direct influence and the ability to get leadership support on major decisions. That coordination sat above all of the other bureaus, and so there was a higher level of gravitas that was given to CDP and being able to garner resources and support across the department is what we found. So that breaking that up could look different in the future.
Yeah, and no better time to elevate and make sure the gravitas of that coordination is central while the threats grow by the day. Before I wrap up here, last week, back at home in Rhode Island, I joined Rhode Island College to recognize their designation as a National Security Agency Center of Academic Excellence. And during that time we spent together, we discussed the need for a well-trained and stable cybersecurity workforce and a pipeline. And one of the things that I certainly would welcome your responses in writing as my time wraps up. We have seen this disdain from the president for public service and federal workers and fire and employees. And so, I want to ask a different version of what the ranking member asked previously, just to assess the firing and how it has of workers and how it's affected our future ability to attract. And I know that might require you to speculate a little bit, but clearly there is an impact, a lasting impact that the termination of employees, for no reason will have on this cybersecurity workforce. It'll make us less safe, and I welcome your thoughts on that in the future. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Before I introduce our next speaker, the ranking member has asked for a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you're aware, since our last hearing, we had a discussion, and you expressed that you intend to continue a manner of introduction of a member that, at a minimum, is not becoming of this committee. I hope you reconsider, but I want to make clear my objection to the harmful, wrong-minded language of the chairman's introduction. It's the wrong way to treat duly elected members of Congress. It's the wrong way to treat a colleague. It's the wrong way to treat any individual. The chairman suggested to both maintain dignity and respect the committee while continuing our committee's focus on policy issues, that the chairman simply address members by their title if he wants. Representative. But the chairman has said to me that he can't do that because it's just not him. Representative McBride, on the other hand, has publicly indicated that she wants to focus on committee policy at hand. Representative McBride has identified who she is. The chairman has identified who he is. And I think it's something to reflect on each time her introduction is disrespectfully invoked. I yield back.
With that, I find myself in the position, in order to maintain the parliamentary integrity of this hearing, with being the lone majority member here, I would like to recognize Representative McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Thank you. That means a lot. And thank you, Ranking Member Keating, for your friendship and your support. Thank you so much to our witnesses for joining us today, for your perseverance through a hearing. Cyber diplomacy has never been more important to American national security interests, and it will continue to grow in its significance in the years to come. This is why the administration's proposal to reorganize the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy deserves serious consideration and scrutiny. And today we should be asking ourselves, does the proposal by the administration make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? Unfortunately, in just 100 days, the Trump administration has attempted to undertake massive and disruptive changes in how our nation conducts our diplomacy, throwing our entire national diplomatic ecosystem into upheaval. While serious and thoughtful reforms on how the U.S. can best defend our interests abroad should always be welcome, far too many of this administration's actions have been rushed, misinformed, and often downright incoherent. America's diplomatic and soft power is one of our most valuable assets, and Congress's role is to ensure our foreign policy continues to align with our national interests. I've promised I'd work with anyone who's willing to work with me to deliver for Delawareans, so I'm looking forward to learning more about this administration's plans. My first question is for you, Mr. Nemiroff. As emerging technologies transform global digital infrastructure, how can CDP stay ahead of the curve, and what resources or capabilities do you think CDP needs to stay competitive?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to come back to the idea of looking at this from a full stack approach. This isn't a matter of us competing with one technology, but thinking about how we are working to promote a trusted technology ecosystem around the world. Undersea cables, older technology like undersea cables, then data centers, and then 5G networks. That's going to shape a lot of what then gets rolled out in terms of AI in different countries as well. And we have stiff competition from models like DeepSeek that are open source and low cost. And so a key piece, in my view, of what our strategy needs to be is thinking about how are we building that entire stack to enable our technology to get out there. And then how are we using cybersecurity and our remarkable capabilities as a government and a society and our private sector to secure all of those pieces so that we can trust that our information and our ideas can be used safely and without causing harm to our national security.
Thank you. Ms. Lovegrare, how does the Trump administration's shuttering of U.S. foreign assistance writ large impact the ability of the CDP Bureau to effectively conduct outreach to allies and partners? What impact do you think the cessation of cyber-related foreign assistance has on CDP's ability to carry out its mission?
We haven't yet assessed the effect of these changes, especially since they're not formalized, but I will say we do have a request to look at the congressional request to look at the impact of foreign assistance changes, including to the workforce, and so we plan to do that soon.
Thank you very much. And I want to reiterate the comments of my colleague, Representative Amo, and the ranking member earlier about made earlier about the importance for us to provide a respectful, predictable, sustainable career option for public servants across the federal government. And this is an area that obviously requires specific training, specific skills, which makes it that much more difficult to recruit for and retain in, especially when competing with the private sector. And I think it's important as we have these conversations to recognize the importance of protecting our federal workforce and treating them with respect as we seek to fill these positions and have the best and brightest working in this critical capacity. So thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. We are leading on this CDP reauthorization. I've got several questions. We have, and for everyone's information here, we have a non-governmental witnesses here because we don't have a lot of people confirmed yet. So that's why we have you, and I appreciate y'all filling in the gaps while we can. So a couple of, first of all, for you, Ms. Fixler, undersea cable routing. Because we've seen undersea cables being torn up in several different theaters of the world. Is this an area that we ought to be engaging with our allies? Because is there any way to protect the undersea cables or route them which would help national security?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Undersea cables are a critical issue, and it is both the physical resilience and the cyber resilience of that infrastructure and the ownership and operation of that infrastructure. China and Russia have demonstrated they are interested in disrupting that infrastructure, and China has also demonstrated that it's interested in owning and operating that infrastructure so that it can route and control the flow of communications. So it is concerning when our adversaries are trying to disrupt the infrastructure and when they're trying to control the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get to the specifics here. We're talking about cybersecurity professionals. Give me a range of, first of all, what level do we need in the CDP, and what would be a range of salaries? Who wants to tackle that? Looking at Ms. Lovegrare, I think.
Well, I think I'll tackle part of this question. We are talking about cybersecurity, but also beyond cybersecurity. There are a range of cyber issues and technical capacities that are needed, and you need diplomacy skills as well. One of the things we heard from CDP after our review is that they had trained about 250 diplomats on cyber issues. So there's some internal training that you can do as well as hiring, and I think we need to use both capabilities.
So what about a salary range? Who wants to tackle that? Because we're competing with a growth industry here.
I can start. The one other piece I would emphasize, I'm a lawyer by training.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, yes. And I think what I learned in legal cyber practice has also been true in diplomatic cyber practice, which is that you take the old skills and you apply it to a new technology. And so that's a lot of what CDP does really well. It brings in diplomatic whizzes who can learn the technology and apply it, and it brings in tech whizzes who can learn the diplomacy and do that too. Salary is a problem. I mean, we operate on the normal GS-15 scale, so there's no special cyber pay at the State Department. And I do think that is an issue, that you have colleagues who can...
No, I'm asking, what are we competing against?
In the private sector?
Right.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, I do want to get to, because several mentions have been made of the new org chart. I want to just hear briefly, I've got less than 2 minutes here. Let's go down the line. What do you recommend? I think part of it was in your written testimonies, part of it was in your verbal testimonies, but I want to hear specifically, what do you recommend for CDP in the reauthorization? Quickly.
I'll jump in. I think Congress had it right when it, on a bipartisan basis, you created the Cyber Bureau and you understood the importance of the integration between the different components of the cyber mission, the cybersecurity mission, the digital economy mission, the emerging threats mission. All of those work hand in hand. And so seeing that integration remain, I think, is a wise decision Congress previously made. And so I look forward to Congress continuing to weigh in on that.
But now it's directly underneath the Deputy Secretary. It's probably not going to stay under the Deputy Secretary.
Yes, or maybe. I mean, it's you're going to reauthorize it. Thank you for the question, though. I think the integration of the Bureau is where I would focus. Whether that the head of that Bureau needs to have the authority and cross-cutting authorities, but whether exactly where you position the Bureau, I think may be less important than the integration of the different capabilities within the Bureau.
Okay, thank you.
I actually really agree with this point. I think that integration is really critical, even as we interface with other governments who are structured differently. However, I do think that where it sits plays an important role as well, because depending on where it sits, it may have to compete with compete with others for resources, and it also needs the ability to have the leader communicate with the most senior leaders at state in order to make some pretty important decisions. And so I would consider where it's placed. It also says something about what the focus is. If it's in the E Bureau versus the T Bureau, sends a signal about what the focus of the Bureau will be. Or the E family versus the T family, sends a signal.
And I'm out of time, but quickly, Mr. Nemiroff.
I very much agree with the point about maintaining integration. There's no perfect answer if you're going to try to put it under E or T. I think you need to make sure that whoever it's reporting to cares about the whole mission, and that senior leaders at the top of the department, the deputy secretary, are still going to be representing all the equities at deputies committee meetings and diplomatic engagements.
Thank you. I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Fixler mentioned the tabletop exercise that occurred. I'm just curious, as part of that, since I'm also on the Armed Services Committee, we're boosting our undersea autonomous vehicles, and we've been doing it every year because of threats like this. Was any of that considered? I know it's not strictly cyber, but we've been talking about the integrity of undersea cables.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I'm happy to provide more information about the exercise that we conducted. We have an after-action report. I'm happy to share that with the committee. The exercise looked at a number of different attacks that China could conduct. Some of them were cyber-related. Some of them were sort of more in the economic realm. And they looked also at undersea cables, mostly the disruption and the need to be able to quickly repair that infrastructure.
Well, the other thing is, I remember my time in Homeland Security, how we were trying to deal with cyber threats and the importance of dealing with the private sector, because many of the countries that are represented, as well as our own, that's done on the private side, and it has enormous impact to our safety and economy. And the same is true for other countries that we're trying to make more resilient and make sure we're not affected by things that affect them. So when you're looking at that situation and you're dealing with the private side, can you explain advantages there might be with the fact that we can deal with other countries to deal with their own private sector instances in terms of getting that kind of cooperation, particularly in revealing a cyber attack? Just minutes, hours make a difference in the ability to contain that. Perhaps anyone might want to address that.
It was particularly breathtaking, I thought, to see the scale and speed and agility of the private sector in the days after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They're able to move at a speed I wish governments could move at, and so they're a critical partner wherever you're operating. I found that foreign assistance is a part of it, but another part of it is maintaining a shared situational awareness. And the reporting that you referred to that they often issue is really an early warning often of incidents that we need to respond to quickly, and so they're a critical partner.
Great, thank you. I notice we have another member who's come for a first line of questioning, so I will yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Chairman Self. Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Let me go right into questions like how can private sector's technological expertise, such as that from organizations like Verific AI, be leveraged to enhance the resilience of allied infrastructure against state-sponsored cyber attacks?
Thank you. I think it's a critical thing that every country and government needs to recognize that this has to be a public-private partnership, and that governments need to rely and use private sector capabilities to secure their networks. We've made important strides within the U.S. government, for example, moving to cloud as a place to store our data in order to help take cybersecurity out of the hands of individual offices and place it higher up. We've also found that when incidents happen, private sector is often the most agile in investigating and remediating. And so it's very important as we talk to our allies and partners to make sure that they're thinking about this as a team sport as well, working with their own companies or working with capable U.S. cybersecurity providers in order to provide these kinds of services and support.
I would just add, as well. CDP maintains some of those relationships. Its incident response capability, the foreign assistance funding that you all authorized to focus on rapid response and rapid deployment of resources, that is a partnership with private sector companies. It's not deploying U.S. government personnel, but it's a relationship with private sector cybersecurity incident response professionals.
I'd add just one note, which is CDP's foreign assistance also sometimes makes it capable or makes the environment possible for private sector companies to come in. And that we saw that with Costa Rica. Because they changed their environment based on CDP assistance, Intel felt more secure in being able to go in and make a $1.2 billion investment that they probably would not have made if Costa Rica had not changed many of its cyber norms and policies as a result of its interactions and engagement with CDP.
Ms. Fixler, from your perspective, how should the CDP Bureau foster such partnerships to enhance cybersecurity and allied infrastructure, and what challenges must be addressed to ensure effective cooperation across the borders?
Thank you for the question. I'll focus specifically on the challenge. I think there's a challenge to think about things strategically. When it comes to critical infrastructure, everything is critical, but frankly, there are things that are more critical, and we need to focus on that systemically important infrastructure in our own country and abroad to think about what do we most need to protect against. So if we can think about that strategically, I think that is a challenge, but a real opportunity for us to do better.
Ms. Love-Grayer, can you provide which offices GAO found to have overlapped with CDP, and how the Bureau works to ensure clear delineation between responsibilities with other offices that have cyber equities?
Within state, we found that the Bureau of Democracy and Human Rights and Labor, DRL, as well as INL, which focuses on international law enforcement, both of those bureaus also have equities in cyber diplomacy. DRL in particular works on freedom, internet freedom issues, and they engage in multilateral forum. They provide foreign assistance. INL works on combating cybercrime, and they also lead a lot of the foreign assistance initiatives with other foreign governments. as well as multilateral diplomacy efforts. So the coordination between all three of them are important. We found that they do have regular meetings and conversations, but they were still facing challenges defining who should take the lead on certain initiatives, given the expertise that already exists in these other bureaus.
Talking about that, so can you talk about the steps that CDP can take to mitigate risk of the overlap or redundancy that you're talking about in existing cybersecurity efforts across the federal agencies? And how has CDP improved collaboration with key partners like DHS, DOJ, DOD, and Treasury?
Within the department, one of the things I believe they have started to do, and they can continue to do, is ensure that there is constant communication between all of the bureaus, and they are well aware of which partners they're working with and where the focus ought to be for each one of them. There is still some overlap in the missions, and I think there could be greater delineation between who's taking the lead on certain issues if they're not going to be consolidated in any kind of way. In terms of the interagency, currently they have formal interagency agreements with several agencies, DHS, DOD, FCC, Department of Commerce. Those do seem to be working well because they outline the parameters of those relationships and who's taking the lead.
Thank you. Chairman, are you back?
I thank the witnesses for their testimony and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for you, and we would ask you to respond to those in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length of limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're just getting up. I thought they were standing for me. They're moving. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, gosh, no. Did I come in too quickly? Maybe I did, for a change, but not too quickly, technically, obviously. Busy day. Turn these phones off. Great. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
All right. Thanks for being here. And for everyone watching at home, thank you very much. And for C-SPAN covering this, always live, which I appreciate. All righty, so obviously a little bit of an announcement. Happy 100 days. I know this was on your calendar, wasn't it? It should be. Happy 100 days, everyone. Just hours after President Trump took the oath of office, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was confirmed in a historic bipartisan vote of 99-0. From day one, he got right to work, and I can certainly attest to that. As I said in my first briefing, Secretary Rubio promised to deliver a foreign policy grounded in President Trump's vision, one that would make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. 100 days later, that promise is being kept. Secretary Rubio has returned the department to the fundamentals of diplomacy, engaging in the persuasion and power of face-to-face meetings around the globe, reminding our partners that being friends with the United States brings benefits that improve the quality of everyone's lives. Here at the State Department, we are rewarding performance based on merit, demanding accountability for every tax dollar spent, and ensuring every policy serves the interests of the American people. To restore integrity and results-driven foreign assistance, the Department and USAID have saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars by ending outdated and misaligned foreign aid programs. Instead, we are prioritizing core U.S. policies. That includes the life-saving response in Uganda, where more than 75 American experts worked hand-in-hand with local officials to officially end Uganda's 2025 Ebola outbreak, a tremendous global health achievement. The Secretary has traveled extensively, and don't I know it, to 15 countries, deepening U.S. diplomatic ties and securing major foreign policy wins, from Panama's decision to withdraw from China's Belt and Road Initiative to his leadership in bringing Ukraine and Russia to the table to discuss a path towards peace, leading the nations closer to peace than ever before. His efforts to protect our homeland are having a global impact. We've designated 6 violent Mexican cartels, along with TDA and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations to block their financial networks and bar their entry into the United States. Our border is more secure than ever, and illegal crossings at our southwest border have dropped by 95% since 2024. This is due to President Trump's leadership and Secretary Rubio's historic action to secure agreements with Guatemala, Panama, and El Salvador to intercept and deport illegal aliens who enter their territories. And to further build regional peace, Secretary Rubio signed a declaration of principles between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, launching a pathway to stability in the region. In the Middle East, he is actively working with Israel, Arab partners, and the European Union to shape post-war governance in Gaza and lay the groundwork for Arab-led reconstruction efforts aligning with President Trump's long-term vision for peace in the region. He also has reinforced the United States as the premier strategic partner for Gulf allies, resulting in 2 landmark investment commitments from the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia for technology, defense, and infrastructure. Those deals total $2 trillion in investments. We've also brought Americans home. Through diplomacy, we've helped secure the release of dozens of unjustly detained U.S. citizens, bringing them back to their families where they belong. We've reinstated Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, sanctioned Iran's shadow oil fleet and Houthi financiers, as well as designated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. These steps send a clear message. Under this administration, there will be consequences for supporting terrorism. 100 days in, the results are undeniable. This is American diplomacy the American people deserve. Decisive, accountable. Morning somewhere in Los Angeles, it's the morning. In Hawaii, it's very early. What can I do for you? Or would you want? Should I ask? I will go to Matt Lee first.
I'll start.
Well, no,
Well,
shall we?
Fine.
Finally, I'm asking the questions.
It's fine with me.
All right, here's what we'll do. We will go with Matt, and then I will come back to you.
I just have two very brief.
You set that up as who set this up.
I did not.
All right, sir.
Wait a second.
And now I've missed you. Everyone missed you. It was
Yes,
notably
I'm sorry,
different
I was
here in the
away.
room with you gallivanting around London for some reason. But here we are now.
Waiting
We're
for
all
the
together.
Secretary who never showed up.
Well.
But anyway, so listen. Since last week, since I was away last week, and I know this came up last week, but I just want to try and get a fine point, put a fine point on it, which is that tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, and the end of the Vietnam War. There have been reports that the U.S. has instructed or otherwise advised U.S. diplomats in Vietnam not to attend commemoration ceremonies. Is that true? Because the answer that we keep getting is that the U.S. and Vietnam are strong partners, and this, and they invited people, but there's no decision one way or another. So, is it correct that they've been told or advised not to attend?
Well, you know, as well as most people here, if not even better, after decades, that I'm not going to discuss conversations that we've had with our diplomats here or overseas. But I will, in the event people are curious about the answer you expect, I will provide you an answer, and everyone else as well. The United States and Vietnam have a robust bilateral relationship, and we are committed to deepening and broadening those ties. We look forward to working with the Vietnamese government and the people of Vietnam to address shared challenges and opportunities. And considering, again, half a century ago when that ended, we now, of course, have a generation, my generation, that it is amazing to be able to say that, to have this relationship with Vietnam as a good relationship and one that is bilateral and robust. So that is a very good example of what can happen over the time of about 50 years.
Okay.
Did you have a second question?
Well, but just on this, I mean, so
Sure.
are U.S. diplomats going to be participating in these?
You know, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to discuss what has been suggested or not suggested or communications with our allies and or our diplomats in foreign countries. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first, there's reporting today that 4,000 visas for students with criminal records were revoked in the first 100 days of the administration. That's a number that's higher than we've seen before, so I wanted to see if I could get more fidelity on that, and then I had a different topic.
Well, I know that consular affairs and the State Department do not discuss the details of visas. We do not provide statistics. We do not discuss numbers. And so I would just remind people that certainly I wouldn't comment on a number that has been printed somewhere. What I can tell you is that it's something that we don't provide.
And then separately, there's reporting that Iraq has arrested an ISIS suspect linked to the New Orleans terror attack on New Year's. Is the state have any comment on that or any participation?
I spoke with the secretary a little earlier. I did not ask him about that, so let's take that back. And I certainly would hope to speak with him again and can ask him that, and we'll get that back to you, certainly. And now, Andrea Mitchell. Yes.
I wanted to ask about Ukraine.
Okay.
Russia has continuously been bombing Ukraine. Kyiv the other day, more bombing overnight. After calling for a ceremonial ceasefire, a 3-day ceasefire next week to honor, so they can celebrate and honor their World War II victory, but they have still not agreed. I believe almost 50 days since it was first proposed to the ceasefire, the 30-day ceasefire that Ukraine has accepted. And now, as well, Foreign Minister Lavrov, in an interview, has said that the Russian position includes the demilitarization. He says denazification, which is a false statement, but the demilitarization of Ukraine as part of their agenda, as well as the lifting of sanctions, withdrawing lawsuits, canceling arrest warrants, and the like. First of all, the U.S. reaction to the continual bombing in Ukraine by Russia, And second of all, the Russian demand for demilitarizing. Would the U.S. ever consider requiring the demilitarizing of Ukraine as a condition of a peace plan?
Well, you know I can't and would not discuss what the options were or what's on the minds of our diplomats. And I understand, and I hear from people outside of this briefing room and certainly from all of you, and it's your job to ask. But that is not something we can do. It's harmful to get ahead of what our experts, what our diplomats, what the Secretary of State, what the President of the United States, the most powerful people in the world meeting to find a resolution to this. And discussing it or speculating does not help. It increases, I think, fear and confusion. So I won't do that. But I do have something I can tell you that the Secretary said to me about the situation just a short time ago, Andrea Mitchell. We are now at a time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end this conflict. How we proceed from here is a decision that belongs now to the President. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators in this process.
Well, he said on Meet the Press that this week was going to be pivotal.
Oh, sure. This sounds like a pivotal statement to me.
Yeah. So is there some sort of a time frame?
Well, he said now.
Just said.
He said now is the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties in the conflict. And if there is not progress, which we leave, of course, I'm not going to speculate on what that timeline means to the President or to the Secretary. But that is a very distinct statement from the Secretary. Both the Secretary and the President are very transparent men, and the American people have been watching this process openly, which itself is kind of a new experience. But that is what he said to me just a little bit ago.
Can you speak to his level of frustration with the process? It seems to be reflected in his statement.
I will not channel the Secretary. He again, is very available. And he has been, again, you saw him this weekend on television, and he's a very clear, often unguarded, transparent man who cares about the nature of what is transpiring on this planet in a very unique position to make a difference. And that is what he wants to do. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just to follow up on what the Secretary has said, you quoted him as saying concrete proposals need to be delivered by both sides. Proposals on what?
Well, obviously to end the conflict.
So
I mean, clearly it's about what they've been working toward is a ceasefire, a complete, full, durable ceasefire, right? Not a 3-day moment so you can celebrate something else. A complete, durable ceasefire and an end to the conflict.
Does this mean that the proposals that the United States had on the table, is it off the table now that you're seeking?
I'm not going to speculate on what the statement that's been made here means about things that have existed or have been discussed before. It's just what he has said today, and I think it's clear.
Fair enough. And my second question on North Korea, they acknowledge finally that they apparently have sent their soldiers to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Does this change your approach, your view to the conflict at all? And any response that you could come up with?
Well, we know this is pretty simple. North Korea is not being helpful. They're not being helpful. There are other nations that also are facilitating this carnage, and their actions make it possible to continue. Third countries, like North Korea, have perpetuated the Russia-Ukraine war, and they bear responsibility for it.
China?
We continue, North Korea, I'm speaking about North Korea, and other third countries, like North Korea. We continue to be concerned by North Korea's direct involvement in the war, North Korea's military deployment to Russia, and any support provided by the Russian Federation to the DPRK in return must end. Russia's training of North Korean soldiers directly violates Security Council resolutions 1718, 1874, and 2270, which collectively impose a broad prohibition on providing or receiving military training or assistance to or from the DPRK. All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you. On the Middle East, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk today called for concerted efforts to end the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip, and Amnesty International accused Israel of committing a live-streamed genocide against Palestinians. We heard President Trump on Friday acknowledge the suffering of people in Gaza and the need for aid to go in. What is the department's view of the ongoing blockade, and will the Secretary push to lift it? And I have a second question.
President Trump said just a few days ago that there is a very big need for medicine and food regarding, of course, Gaza and Gaza aid, and that we are taking care of it. And again, within the framework of the negotiations, the actions, the efforts, as we've discussed, I think every briefing, which is appropriate. I think the President of the United States making that statement makes clear that actions being considered and taken, and that the President is working on it.
So we are taking care of it. How will that translate to actual action?
Well, we'll find out. He's not a slow man. Also, the United States, of course, supports the flow of humanitarian aid with safeguards to ensure assistance is not diverted, looted, or misused by terrorist groups such as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But for one thing, we certainly, I think I can say generally about the President, is that when he says something, he acts, and he doesn't lollygag. And in this particular case, with both men setting these first 100 days as the hallmark of the nature of where they've both been personally committed, Secretary Rubio and President Trump, it is on peace and ceasefires for both Ukraine and Russia, and certainly in Gaza. And his noting what he wants to accomplish in that regard. Again, there's a very big need for medicine, food, and we're taking care of it. So it will not be long, I'm sure, to see the results of his work.
There was a second question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sanders.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Tammy. I wanted to move on to a country which is a neighbor, in fact, Canada. Unless mistaken, I haven't seen any official reaction, by the White House or the State Department or officials on the election victory last night of Mark Carney as the Prime Minister. And he pledged today that a united Canada would confront the President.
Well, here's what we can say about Canada. The United States extends its congratulations to Prime Minister Mark Carney and his party on their win in Canada's recent federal elections. The U.S.-Canada relationship remains one of the most extensive in the world. We look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney's government, particularly on key issues such as trade fairness, combating illegal immigration, halting the flow of fentanyl and other dangerous drugs, and countering the Chinese Communist Party influence in our hemisphere. All right. Yeah, Daphne.
Thank you. On Syria, we're reporting that the Syrian foreign minister is set to meet with senior U.S. State Department officials later today in New York. Who will he meet from state, and what will Washington's message be to him on sanctions relief?
Well, of course, we know that we can confirm that some representatives of the Syrian interim authorities are in New York for various UN meetings, but you knew that. We continue to assess our Syria policy cautiously and will judge the interim authorities by their actions. We are not normalizing diplomatic relations with Syria at this time. And I can preview nothing for you regarding any meetings. I have no meetings at all to be able to describe or to confirm for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question on Cuba, but if there's other questions.
All right. Go ahead. Cuba.
Okay. Right. Cuba today arrested high-profile dissident Jose Daniel Ferrer for violating the terms of his parole just 3 months after releasing him from jail as part of a Vatican-brokered deal with the Biden administration. And Felix Navarro, another high-profile dissident, was also arrested. Mm-hmm. Does the State Department have any reaction to these arrests?
Yes, we do. We strongly condemn the brutal treatment and unjust detention of Cuban patriots Jose Daniel Ferrer and his wife and young son, as well as Felix Navarro and other pro-democracy activists. We call for the immediate release of the hundreds of unjustly detained political prisoners and prisoners of conscience that the Cuban regime holds. All right. Now, who was somebody in the back? We were following up here. Syria? Yes. Yes, please. So go ahead.
In the jails in Syria, there are around 9,500 terrorists from ISIS. And I wonder whether the United States is going to ease the sanctions so those terrorists in Syria don't take advantage of the situation there. Also, there was yesterday civil unrest near Damascus. I wonder whether you have any comment on that. Thank you.
I cannot comment on the nature of what's happening inside of Syria or the nature of the reaction of our government or of the State Department. I'm sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Spain and Portugal suffered yesterday a massive blackout. Has the United States provided any support to them, and does it have any information of what were the causes?
We're all curious about that. It was kind of terrifying to see for all of our friends in Spain and Portugal. One thing I can tell you, of interest, of course, also to the State Department, is that there was no impact on the operation of our missions in Spain or Portugal. Electricity was fully restored to our missions as of this morning. And at this point, I could just refer you to the governments of Portugal and Spain for further information about what has happened. I know they're looking into it, obviously. But at this point, I have nothing further. All right. Yes.
Following up on your comments from Secretary Rubio on the Ukraine proposals, our understanding is Ukraine and the Europeans have presented a counter proposal to what was put on the table by the United States. Should we take this as a rejection of their counter proposal?
I think you should take it as what the Secretary meant, which is that what is happening now is that what we expect from them are concrete proposals
on
how to end the situation. So that's his statement. I would not expand on it as those are the words he used for me. I think it's very, very distinct that now we are at the time where concrete proposals need to be delivered by the two parties on how to end the conflict. How we proceed from here is now a decision of the president's. If there is not progress, we will step back as mediators of the process.
And does he have any follow-on conversations planned with his Ukrainian and European counterparts? I saw you spoke with
Nothing that I can report as of this moment, but clearly this is not a closing of the door. This is now a next step, which I hope that we are able to see. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Do you think that in first 100 days, President Trump was able to make America more great again, make America more richer again, make America more safer again?
Are you setting me up?
No, I'm just asking your opinion. I'm just asking your opinion.
The ultimate freezing moment. I am standing here because of my faith in the President of the United States prior to him winning this particular election, knowing from his past what he's accomplished. Of course, the American people have felt the same way in returning him to this office after 4 years that were not good for the people of this country, economically or otherwise. There are an extraordinary number of accomplishments ranging from the closed border, inflation going down, people at tables to discuss peace and ceasefires that never anyone had imagined or was able to accomplish previously, in addition to the nature of the idea that the State Department, as an example, that we have a responsibility when it comes to the money that is spent, that American taxpayers might have been the forgotten man and woman of the past, but they are now remembered again, and that the money that we spend is theirs, that they have worked for, and a commitment to the values and the nature of what matters to the United States. So we're doing these larger issues, but also, of course, every day we discuss the nature of what's happening in the world based on those values, and these men and women deciding to live their lives, including the men and women who I speak of often in this room, who anonymously have spent their lives and decades in many cases to help make sure that the people leading this country of either party have the information they need to make sure this nation is safe and secure. We now have an administration that is implementing those values and making it clear to the American people. And it's been 100 days, and already we know that tremendous change has happened. And it will continue to happen under the leadership of President Trump, his entire cabinet. But I'm standing at the State Department because of the leadership of Marco Rubio. And it's an exciting and good time for the globe. So the answer is yes.
Yesterday's State Department press statement says that the United States is in touch with the leadership of both Pakistan and India. And
that is correct.
Trying to calm down the situation. Do you have something to say?
Yes, the Secretary also gave me a note about that as well, sir. So we are reaching out regarding the Kashmir situation, India and Pakistan, that he said we are reaching out to both parties. And telling, of course, them to not escalate the situation. The Secretary expects to speak with the foreign ministers of Pakistan and India as early as today or tomorrow. He is encouraging other national leaders, other foreign ministers, to also reach out to the countries on this issue. So it is, again, as I've noted, every day action is being taken. In this case, the Secretary speaking directly to his counterparts in India and Pakistan. We expect certainly the impact he's usually had with the individuals he's spoken with, and certainly with President Trump's leadership, India and Pakistan, having those conversations. It's very important for them. And yes, sir, yes, I've been...
There were, on Monday, 68 mostly Ethiopian migrants killed in a detention center in Yemen. Are you in a position to confirm now that this was the result of U.S. military action?
I'm not prepared to speak about that. What I can tell you is that Houthi attacks continue to hinder international trade routes in the Red Sea region and have cost the global economy billions. That must stop. And we are aware of various reports in the region. And we are referring questions first to the Department of Defense, but also I will have us take this back to see what more we can have for you later this week regarding that issue. Absolutely.
And just
follow up on Pakistan.
All right, Pakistan, certainly.
A Pakistani minister made a statement about performing dirty work for the United States while also denying the existence of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Pakistan. What is the State Department's response to that?
Well, as I've noted, the only thing I'm really prepared to discuss here is the fact that the Secretary of State is going to be speaking with the foreign ministers of both countries.
And will that be raised? What
I can tell you, obviously, we're also monitoring the developments across the board in that region. And we, as you know, at multiple levels, I have to say, are in touch with the governments of India and Pakistan, not just at the foreign minister level, certainly, but at multiple levels. We, of course, are encouraging all parties to work together for a responsible solution. The world is watching this, but I have no additional details in that regard. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
On whether there has been any further collaboration between the United States and Pakistan since Pakistan facilitated the arrest of an ISIS suspect last month.
Yeah, I recall that we appreciated that arrest when it occurred, and I said so here at this podium. But at this point, I think what we should all be looking for is the results of the conversations the Secretary has today with the foreign ministers of both of those countries.
Ms. Tammy on Pakistan, follow-up, please.
Yes, certainly. Go ahead.
Congratulations on your 100 days completion.
Thank you, sir.
So the Secretary, Senor Rubio, already spoke to Pakistan Foreign Minister in these 100 days. But the problem is that the entire U.S. Congress has voted that the election last year were rigged. Recently, your congressional leaders went to Pakistan, which includes a general, a very respectable general. He said that things are not going well, and unelected leaders are ruling Pakistan illegally. So,
well, we have a very specific environment right now, with very specific requirements that the Secretary of State is taking care of and engaging in. And we're gonna leave it at that. And as a matter of fact, I've got an event I need to be going to regarding
just one on Afghanistan.
As a matter of fact, we'll take one more question perhaps on this issue. The young man there with the glasses there in the center here. Yes, sir.
I mean, moving to Indo-Pacific a little bit. First question on Taiwan. Today marks the first 100 days of Trump administration, but also marks the 100th day that we don't have an AIT chairperson yet. So when can we expect a new AIT chairperson? Second question being that I don't think Secretary Rubio has traveled to Asia. Does he have any plan to travel to Asia in near future and meeting with his Chinese counterpart in the near future? Thank you.
Well, I don't have an answer to the first question. We can perhaps take that back and see if we can get something for you. And at this point in time, I don't have anything to report to you about the Secretary's travels. But what I will tell you as to what I am going to here is the Secretary meeting with families of Japanese abductees. He is going to be meeting with a delegation of the Japanese legislative members, family members, and advocates for Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea. We will have a readout for you that will be released following that meeting. And that is what I'm heading to now. Thank you all very much. We have a very, very exciting week, and happy 100 days. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Military and Foreign Affairs will come to order. I'd like to welcome everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Thank you for joining us today as we discuss one of the most complex and serious threats to our national security, the unauthorized use of unmanned aerial systems, or UAS, over U.S. military installations and sensitive sites. In recent years, we've seen a surge in drone incursions over military installations across the country. In 2024, the Department of Defense stated that there are more than 1 million drones registered in the United States and estimated that there are more than 8,500 drones flown legally across the country every day. I've even seen some of these drone incursions firsthand during my time in the South Carolina Air National Guard. However, these incursions are not from hobbyists being blown off course. The multitude of drones reported flying over bases in the past several years revealed a coordinated effort by our adversaries to collect valuable intelligence and surveillance of some of our most sensitive military equipment. These incursions often are designed to disrupt important trainings and create chaos for a number of reasons. Number one, base commanders have inadequate or non-existent monitoring capabilities. Two, a near total lack of counter-drone capabilities. Three, unclear standard operating procedures to guide base commanders' responses and decision-making. And finally, four, ambiguous legal authorities both on and off base. This threat is magnified by the complex regulatory and prosecutorial framework that was patched together by the previous administration in what I would argue is a poor attempt to address this issue. Right now, the Department of Defense, Federal Aviation Administration, Intelligence Community, Department of Justice, and Department of Homeland Security are all involved in some aspects of the counter-UAS efforts. As a result, there is no agency with primary authority on countering drone incursions, leading to confusion and, more importantly, gaps on how to identify and mitigate this threat. This interagency failure was on full display last winter when hundreds of drones were spotted in the skies above New Jersey and other parts of the Northeast. After several temporary flight restrictions and mass confusion among state, local, and federal partners, the Biden administration provided the public no answers what was happening above them. However, with only a few weeks of the current administration taking office, they revealed that the drones over New Jersey were actually authorized by the FAA. This instance raises multiple questions as to why the previous administration left the American people in the dark for over a month when they knew the simple truth. Another notable incident occurred at Langley Air Force Base in December of 2023. Over 17 days, unidentified drones repeatedly breached our sensitive military airspace, one of most America's critical installations. The F-22 Raptor squadrons were moved to alternate bases to lessen exposure, and discussions were initiated on installing physical countermeasures. These are not isolated incidents. In February, the commander of NORAD and NORTHCOM testified to Congress that there were over 350 detections of drones at 100 different military installations last year alone. Additionally, since 2023, 2 Chinese nationals have been arrested for illegally flying drones over military installations to conduct surveillance. One of these individuals was caught attempting to flee the U.S. and return to China with sensitive footage he had recorded. Today, this committee will hear from officials from the Department of Defense on what the Trump administration is doing to help combat this issue and bring an end to these illegal drone incursions. We must demand full accountability, expedited technological upgrades, and enhanced oversight to safeguard our sovereignty and ensure that our military remains unexposed to foreign surveillance and potential threats. I'm hopeful that our witnesses here today have suggestions on how Congress can help empower the right federal agencies to combat this problem and secure the skies above our military bases. I now recognize Ranking Member Subramaniam for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your service to our country and to making our airspace safe. It's clear that UAS is an issue right now. It's the future of warfare, from the war in Ukraine to our own military bases in the continental United States. We are seeing real time that UAS are redefining how battles are fought and how intelligence is gathered. And I believe it's been 350 drones that have been reported in the last year over 100 different military installations. that's 350 different potential national security breaches that we know of. These include highly sensitive sites such as nuclear facilities and major military bases, and that's a huge threat to our national security and the lives of our service members. And unfortunately, our lack of coordinated, effective response needs to be addressed immediately. And I know everyone here today wants to work on it and is planning on working on it. And so we're familiar with this issue in my home state and the Commonwealth of Virginia. In December 2023, service members at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia saw drones hovering over their airspace for 17 days. And Langley, for those who don't know, is home to key national security assets like the F-22 Raptor stealth fighter, and it plays an important role in keeping us safe here in our nation's capital. And so we also have some important naval assets in that area too. And these drones demonstrated complicated aerial maneuvers and didn't just broadcast on known frequencies, suggesting that they weren't just a local hobbyist making an innocent mistake. As far as we can tell in Congress, there was and still is not a cohesive or coordinated plan for how we're going to deal with this. But maybe we can learn more today about what's happening now and what we can do moving forward. Our job on this committee is to find answers to questions, and I have a lot. Who is piloting these drones, for instance? Are these criminal actors or these foreign adversaries? Are they simply local hobbyists with advanced capabilities? I'm not sure about that, but maybe that's the case. And what are they doing? Are they gathering intelligence? Are they probing for weaknesses? Are they planning an attack? And finally, what is our plan for dealing with them safely and effectively? Because these UAS are a clear and present danger to our national security, and we need to have a plan to counter them. There are several areas I'd like to focus on today. The first is counter-drone authorities. Right now, the U.S. law allows the Department of Energy, Justice, Defense, and Homeland Security to detect and respond to drone activities in certain situations, such as nuclear facilities, for instance, missile defense assets, or other covered facilities. But only around half of all military installations actually fall under this definition of covered facility, which is why I think this may be something we should look at for change. The second is counter-drone technologies. It's not just as simple as shooting them down, as we know. There are homes and businesses and parks near bases like Langley, and people live there, children play there. Shooting down drones could endanger people in these communities, especially if we don't know what payloads the drones may carry. And a missed shot could also pose a threat to commercial air traffic as well. And so, we need to find a way to safely counter some of these incursions. And we have other technologies at our disposal, like jamming and disrupting and even taking over unknown or hostile drones. But there's a lot of work to do to develop these capabilities, and some of that work actually takes place in my district in Northern Virginia. And with that said, I don't know of a silver bullet, and so it's going to take a coordinated effort, I think, at the state, local, and federal level. And so we're all going to have to work together because everyone's got different jurisdictions. And I'd like to, on that front, see if we can work together and maybe have some sort of task force in place so that information is easily gathered and where everyone's up to date on the latest technology as well as the best practices. And so this is a very timely hearing on an important issue, and I want to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come up with a plan to protect our military bases and protect the American people. So I yield back.
Thank you for that. I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses for today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Rear Admiral Paul Spadero, the Vice Director for Operations, or J3, for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Mark Detlefson, who is the current Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the FAA is no longer testifying at today's hearing, but they have committed to answering in writing any questions that our members have. If any member has questions they would like to submit to the FAA following this hearing, please get them to staff for the FAA to answer. Now we're going to administer the oath to the witnesses. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take your seat. Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we will have read your your written statement, and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Rear Admiral Spadero for his opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Timmons, Ranking Member Subramaniam, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for your support and your oversight. Admittedly, several of my opening comments will echo those of the Chairman and the Ranking Member. The rapid emergence, proliferation, and employment of unmanned systems has fundamentally changed the way that both professional militaries as well as terrorist organizations conduct warfare. Over the last few years, we have seen the employment of unmanned systems, in particular unmanned aerial systems, in every major conflict, from the Russia-Ukraine war to Iran's attacks on Israel and attacks against U.S. bases and ships across the Middle East. And most tragically, an Iranian-supported militant group successfully employed a one-way attack drone on Tower 22 in Jordan, killing 3 U.S. service members and wounding 40 on January 27, 2024. Here in the homeland, as Assistant Secretary Leavitt will note in his opening remarks, the mass drone incursions over Joint Base Langley Eustis in December 2023 reminded us that the homeland is no longer a sanctuary. And should our adversary choose to employ drones for surveillance or even attack, we would not be prepared to adequately defend our homeland and only marginally capable to defend our military installations. The incursions over Joint Base Langley Eustis were not the first. They've not been the last, but they were the longest and the largest series of incursions that we have seen to date. In the comprehensive review of that event, as well as in the actions we took in follow-on incursions like those that occurred over Plant 42 in Palmdale, California, and over Picatinny Arsenal and Naval Weapons Station Earl in New Jersey, have resulted in improvements. But more action is needed, and the Joint Force has made counter-UAS a priority line of effort. We are now better prepared to respond to incursions with the designation of Commander U.S. Northern Command and Commander U.S. Indo-Pacific Command as the operational synchronizers in their respective areas of responsibility. Last year, and within weeks of being assigned this role, General Guillot, the Commander of U.S. Northern Command, released a comprehensive commander's assessment that has served as a roadmap to building the necessary command and control and standard operating procedures to address the drone threat. Over the last year, we have also invested in education and training against this threat. NORTHCOM has been the central driving force for the work being done by several organizations in partnership with industry to deliver the domain awareness and counter-UAS systems that we require. And lastly, we are progressing well in our completion of the counter-UAS tasks assigned to us in the fiscal year 25 NDAA. We appreciate your continued support and your oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I will now pass to Secretary Leavitt.
Chairman Timmons, Ranking Member Subramaniam, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The events of December 2023 at Joint Base Langley Eustis served to focus and energize DoD's counter-small UAS efforts in the homeland. During the event, DoD struggled to address the incursions in a timely and effective fashion, owing at least in part to challenges within the DoD and our ability to implement a relatively untested interagency coordination process. To some extent, those challenges from JBLE still exist. However, we have worked since then to improve and refine our processes and coordination efforts, and we have seen improvements in subsequent responses. I can assure the committee that the department is as frustrated by these events as you are. However, we can't simply focus on looking back and waste precious resources. As a department, we act, we review that action, we adjust, and we move out. Today, I'm here to tell you that we are continuing to move out. I'm confident that we are in a stronger position to defend DoD installations today than we were in December of 2023. We are fighting this threat on 3 fronts: internal process reviews, generating better domain awareness, and clarifying commander's authority and legislation. Internally, we must focus on the ability to provide response at the speed of relevance. The designation of U.S. NORTHCOM and U.S. INDOPACOM late last year as the counter-UAS operational synchronizers in their respective areas of the homeland was an essential step. We've developed more streamlined interagency coordination consistent with Section 130I. We are also conducting a comprehensive review, as requested in the FY25 NDAA Section 925, and where necessary, consolidating and updating DoD policy. This is an effort long overdue, and it provides us with direction and momentum. Lastly, working with our interagency partners, like our colleagues from the FAA, we have enabled DoD to sponsor facilities, which provide a critical mission to DoD but are not directly DoD facilities or assets. Second, generating better domain awareness is essential to developing an understanding of what is flying in our airspace and how to separate the negligent from the nefarious. This is the fundamental issue we saw at Langley in New Jersey. DoD is working through venues like the Joint Rapid Acquisition Cell, the JRAC, to rapidly acquire the right equipment and to give commanders better tools to understand the operating environment and the ability to effectively conduct non-kinetic and kinetic mitigations. Commander U.S. NORTHCOM phrased it this way in his posture hearing in February: "You can't defeat what you can't see." On the legislative front, we continue to engage with members of Congress to seek modest but important refinements to DoD's counter-UAS authorities under Section 130I. Our legislative proposal is intended to allow the Department to protect additional locations and missions, add greater stability for long-term planning and resource allocation within the Department, and facilitate improved understanding and cooperation among the U.S. interagency and local partners. Ultimately, I believe we need to address all these issues with end users in mind. Our installation commanders and the security personnel charged with the duties to protect our installations, our operations, and ultimately, our personnel. Lastly, the President of the United States has issued several executive orders directing the Department of Defense to take all appropriate and lawful measures to ensure the complete operational control of the border. The Department, in turn, is responding by preparing the path for employment of counter-SUAS activities along the border, both in support of DoD interests and in support of DHS as the lead federal agency. As the operational environment, legislation, and threats evolve, policy must adapt to ensure DoD's ability to continue to advance our national defense objectives remains. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Subramaniam, and distinguished members of the committee, in conclusion, the Homeland continues to face increased and evolving threats from UAS. To address these challenges requires a whole-of-government approach and a unified effort. We must modernize the ability to assess the threat, determine its weaknesses, and acquire and deploy countermeasures. Thank you for the support of Congress and for your continued commitment and support of the Department of Defense. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Rear Admiral Spadero, how many drone incursions have taken place over U.S. military installations over the past 2 years? We got the number last time we had a briefing of 350, but have they grown, or what's the current data you're willing to share?
Yeah, so the exact number I'd be happy to share in a classified setting, but I can tell you that it has grown.
I'm actually curious, why did we get the 350 number in an unclassified setting? That was one of the questions I had.
It's a great question, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's do this. Can you discuss procedures that DoD has in place for a base commander when the base commander gets reports of an unauthorized drone incursion?
Yeah, so currently there is a standard operating procedure that's been published by the commander of U.S. Northern Command. So each base has been provided that standard operating procedure. The expectation is they will respond in accordance with the.
When was that? When was that created?
It was just published here recently, within the last month. It was finalized and published.
So what percent of base commanders have any technology to actually track drones as opposed to just, ooh, I saw a drone, and then you report it?
Yeah, so the capabilities at each base is varied. Again, the specifics for the individual locations would be better in a classified setting, but it is not comprehensive. I can tell you that it is not sufficient, and again varies from base to base, from very little to somewhat more comprehensive.
Is that something that Congress can help with authorizations and appropriations to get additional resources? Because I think that I would feel that most bases should have at the very least, the ability to track. Whether they have countermeasures is a different thing, but is that something that y'all need? You need additional money?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I think the development, fielding, the acquisition, distribution of domain awareness sensors is the critical first step. It's not the only thing. Obviously, we need a method to exert command and control so that we can build a common operating picture, because it will take layers of different sensors, because one sensor may be better against certain UAVs and certain flight profiles, and you may have to rely on different sensors to round out the picture. So being able to fuse all that together to get the complete picture will be necessary. And then, as you mentioned, getting to a point where we could actually respond, that's an entirely next investment that needs to be made. So yes, we do need more sensors. We're addressing the shortfall right now with the fielding of flyaway kits. So these will be kits that will be available for bases that have very limited capability to detect on their own and build domain awareness. And should they have an incursion that they're unable to resolve, they would solicit the help from Commander U.S. Northern Command, and this flyaway kit, as well as expertise and additional resources that would be required, would be immediately deployed to that location.
So I guess resources are probably fairly easy, and y'all are going to work on telling us what you actually need from a technology perspective. But the other side is the authority. So, I mean, does a base commander have clear authorities what they can and can't do relative to whether the drone is in their airspace or just outside their airspace? And is that as big or bigger of a problem?
So all of our installations have the authority that's afforded them under the standing rules of engagement and the standing rules for the use of force. In those rules, if they can establish that there's hostile intent or hostile act, then they not only have the authority, but they have the absolute right and responsibility to respond appropriately to protect themselves, forces, as well as DOD property. So those are standing rules that they have. Now, being able to discern hostile intent and hostile act, as referred to in the opening comments, may be very challenging. Is this negligent activity being conducted by someone just flying a drone irresponsibly, whether that is a recreational enthusiast or it is someone that's using a drone for commercial aspects? So it can be a challenge here in the homeland to determine that.
So a base commander has the authority to, for example, arrest a Chinese national that's a quarter-mile off base?
He does not have the authority to detain someone that is off base. He would have to coordinate with local law enforcement to apprehend someone that is operating a drone outside of the base. Now, I know Secretary Dillison will talk about 130I authorities, which is something that we really do want to talk about today, because I think it's important. But under 130I authorities, there is some additional room to respond. For a covered facility, merely the presence of that drone conducting unauthorized surveillance or suspected of conducting unauthorized surveillance or interfering with operations, as you referred to in your opening statement about the interference with F-22 operations, that would meet the standard for response rather than having to determine hostile intent or hostile act.
Thank you for that. My time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go back to something I mentioned a couple of times, which is what is a covered facility and a not covered facility. And Rear Admiral Spadero, if you're not a covered facility, what does that mean? Like, does that impair your ability to respond? And what do covered facilities have that non-covered ones don't?
It's if you're not covered, you can request to be covered, but you'd have to meet the criteria to become a covered facility, and that is one of the problems with the 130I authorization, is meeting the criteria for covered. An example of this would be Luke Air Force Base, where F-35 training takes place for roughly 3/4 of those that fly F-35s, and it is not a covered facility because training facilities are not covered. So it would be problematic to actually get approval for Luke Air Force Base to be a 130I. Now, as I mentioned earlier, under 130I, if a drone is conducting unauthorized surveillance or suspected even of conducting unauthorized surveillance, then the base commander would be able to respond to that. Unauthorized surveillance may or may not meet the criteria of hostile intent, which would give you the authority to respond under the standing rules of engagement and the standing rules for the use of force. So it relieves some of the burden on that base commander to determine that there is an imminent threat. If this is interfering with our operations, if this is giving a potential adversary a look at our base and our sensitive activities, then we have the authority to respond.
And mentioned before having to reach out to local jurisdictions if someone's operating UAS outside of a base. And what kind of coordination is currently being done with state and local jurisdictions? Is it sort of ad hoc, or is there like a process in place right now? And does federal law limit the extent of engagement with state and local? And how can we make that better?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So each base commander, one of his imperatives is to build relationships with the local community. That would include law enforcement agencies. It is covered extensively in all of the base commander courses. So they're part of their training and their education program before they assume command is building how to build those relationships, the importance, what the limitations of those are. So each individual base commander is responsible. There are additional lessons learned and protocols and best practices about how to engage law enforcement on this particular threat. But those occur at our bases and did occur at Joint Base Langley-Eustis. They had a very tight relationship with local law enforcement, with sheriffs, police departments, as well as other federal agencies, law enforcement agencies that have capability in that area. And they did respond in concert together to try to apprehend individuals that were responsible for that drone activity over the base. So that it does occur, and it is very important.
And as far as technology and mitigation, what I don't know, maybe this is the right forum for this, but broadly, do you think there's technology gaps currently? And do you think that there's progress being made towards kind of filling those gaps? And what can we do, both in Congress as well as the private industry, to help kind of fill the gaps when it comes to technology for trying to address both kinetic and non-kinetic solutions?
Yeah, in general, the technology to field systems has far outpaced the technology to defeat those systems. It's a much wider, broader, deeper market for drone application for commercial and recreational purposes. So hence that technology has evolved very quickly from radio-controlled drones to now fully autonomous drones that may or may not even rely on reception of a GPS signal, which would make it very challenging to intercept. So on the counter-drone activity, you have to come back to agencies that would be interested in that, like Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, law enforcement agencies. So we have to partner and we have to create that demand within industry to get technology back on pace to counter this ever-increasing emergence of drone technology.
Do you feel like we have the personnel right now and the expertise in the country to be able to do this?
I think we've seen a good response. I'll defer to Secretary Dillison. He can talk about DIU and other organizations that have really made a solid partnership with industry to advance this technology.
Thank you, Admiral. Yes, there are several different organizations within the DOD that are looking at this issue and moving out rapidly to acquire new capabilities, such as the JRAC, the Joint Counter-UAS Office, and DIU. All of those, this is a focus area and one of their primary lines of effort.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. Admiral, thanks for your service. I want a yes or no from both of you. Are you aware of the August 2020 advisory? It's an advisory on the application of federal laws to the application and use of technologies to detect and mitigate unmanned aircraft systems. Are you two aware of that?
Yeah, no, sir. I'm not specifically aware of that.
No, if and when appropriate, I have a copy, and I'd like to admit that into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So I believe that's the source of a lot of the problems that we have. In the military, we have something called paralysis by analysis. Obviously, the commanders at Langley and other bases have seen drones, and they failed to act because, and I believe the source of those problems is this August 2020 advisory. And I think I have a solution for it. I was recently at the southern border where I met with Tom Homan, I met with Border Control, ICE agents, mayors, sheriffs, business owners, 10th Mountain Division folks that are protecting our border from San Diego all the way to Texas. And I asked them, are you seeing drones come across the southern border and surveying our troops? And the answer was yes. And I said, is 130I working for you right now? And I know what they said, but Admiral, what do you think? Is 130I right now working for us?
So they don't have 130I. That's the first piece,
Okay.
and we're working to resolve that. So, for instance, in the national defense areas that have just been established as an annex, does not have 130I.
I'm going to get to a point.
Yeah.
And how about, do you have an opinion on 130I right now as of today?
Yes, Congressman, if we can get 130I implemented in these areas where a Joint Task Force Southwest Border is operating, it should enable the commanders on the ground to have those expanded authorities that allow them to interdict and mitigate these UAS threats.
And I know you said you're working with Congress on legislation, so I'd like to talk to you about an idea on a piece of legislation. It may be something that involves judiciary and FAA, but let me run this across you. So we currently have troops on the border facing the cartels and our critical infrastructure. Now, of course, we've got Langley Air Force Base and other critical infrastructure as well. And of course, we've got bad actors that have bought land next to our military bases. And they're surveilling us on a daily basis. And it's only a matter of time until we have our next 9/11, 9/11 terrorist attack. The problem is bureaucracy prevents action, but this time we know about it and we can fix it. And right now with 130I, the way it's proposed, you have to be observed or attacked and then ask for permission, and that takes delays. I've got an idea that might speed that up. 18 USC, U.S. Code 32, is treating remote control airplanes, which I call a drone. So 18 USC 32 is treating remote control airplanes or drones as if they're passenger airplanes. And they're not. Basically, the problem is the government has created a complex statutes to let a few bad actors possibly take action if you jump through 1,000 hoops. 130I. This is not good enough. We owe it to our military and our citizens to fix this. The United States provides better protection from UAS to Saudi Arabia than we do to our own citizens. And so my idea for a bill is you change the word from aircraft to manned aircraft. Because I think every commander is afraid that if I shoot down a remote control airplane or a drone, no one's going to back me up. I think I remember hearing the Langley commander say, are you guys going to back me up? Are you guys going to back me up? And no one answered. That may not be 100% true, but Admiral, do you have any comments on that idea?
Yeah, this is the burden of command. And you need to understand that if there is something that is assessed as a threat to your forces or your installation, then again, you not only have the authority but the responsibility to act. I would counter that they have authority right now on the southwest border to engage UAS. We have, in the last few days alone, reaffirmed that under the standing rules of engagement and the standing rules of use of force, when you take in the totality of the facts and the circumstances at the time, you have the authority. We know that cartels have used UAS for unauthorized surveillance to assess our troop size, our movements, to solicit and enable attacks from other vectors. We know that they have used drones and kinetic attacks against Mexican military authorities.
I just returned from the southern border, and I asked the commander from Texas to San Diego if he has authority to shoot down drones that he's looking at, that's looking at his troops, and he still is not sure. I just left the southern border, and I think it goes back to that advisory. That advisory has created a stigma, and I think that we can mitigate or overcome that if we just change the word from aircraft to manned aircraft, and then they won't have such a huge penalty if they shoot down a drone. And certainly if someone wants to prosecute somebody for shooting down private property, there are plenty of laws on the books for that. Well, with that, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for helping the committee with its work. I do have to say that I would prefer that we were reviewing the facts of the signal chats that were conducted by Secretary Hegseth and the Trump leadership team in order to get to the bottom of that. However, I will at a later date in full committee enter
Thank you so much for coming. This is our second official influencer briefing here at the White House in the beautiful South Court Auditorium. And as you can tell, in the White House, we are fully embracing new media. Trust in the mass media has fallen to record lows. Thank you so much for coming. This is our second official influencer briefing here at the White House in the beautiful South Court Auditorium. And as you can tell, in the White House, we are fully embracing new media. Trust in the mass media has fallen to record lows. Tens of millions of Americans are turning elsewhere to get their news and their information. That's why we've welcomed in openly independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, content creators, and we will continue to do so. President Trump and our White House also believe strongly in the First Amendment, which is why our team has restored the press passes of hundreds of journalists whose passes were wrongly revoked by the Biden administration. So thank you all so much for coming today, for your interest in covering the historic achievements of President Trump's first 100 days. And today officially marks 100 days of promises made and kept by President Trump. Our primary focus is how President Trump is in the process of rebuilding the world's greatest economy, just like he did in his first term. President Trump has created 345,000 jobs since taking office in January. Last month's job report, we saw 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted. It was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been created and added to the economy already since January, and that's in comparison to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost per month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. So each month we were losing 6,000 manufacturing jobs under President Trump. In just 100 days, we've added 9,000. The U.S. unemployment rate remains at historic lows. The labor force participation rate for those without a high school diploma is up. Good news for working class American families. And the veteran unemployment rate is down as well to 3.8% in March. When we came into office, it was 4.2%. Remote work among federal employees has fallen over 16 percentage points from March last year to March this year, showcasing the success of President Trump's initiative to bring federal workers back to the office. We know middle-class Americans, hardworking people, they have to show up to the office every day. We expect bureaucrats and government workers to do the same, especially when they are living off of the taxpayer's dime. If you want to work on behalf of the American taxpayer, you should show up to work in person. Thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing the first price relief in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline in years, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prescription drug prices are down. Last month's drop in prescription drugs prices was the largest ever recorded. And thanks to President Trump ending Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy, gasoline prices and energy prices are down as well. The cost of wholesale eggs has decreased more than 50%. The President Trump inherited a complete mess from the Biden administration, who totally botched their response to the bird flu. They were killing chickens. They were killing our chicken supply in this country, which led to an increase in egg prices. And the president and Secretary Rollins did an incredible job attacking that on day one. On the deregulation front, President Trump is launching the largest deregulation campaign in American history. He has blocked all of the unfinalized Biden-era rules, which has saved us more than $180 billion already. He's launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. That has yielded more than $755 billion in total savings as well. And as you all know, investments from companies around the world continue to pour into this country. Every morning we wake up to a new headline with a new company from a different country announcing major investments in our country. What does that mean for people in your communities across the nation? It means jobs. It means Americans going to work. It means Americans providing for their families, for their children, living the American dream. And that's what those investments will do. It's truly the golden age of America. And that's why the president is working so hard to leverage good trade deals around the world. He knows America is the best place in the world to do business. He is using our leverage to negotiate good deals with countries around the world, to onshore manufacturing jobs here, to revitalize our middle class and our manufacturing industry, and also to protect our national security. I don't think any American agrees it's good that China currently supplies and produces our chips, our pharmaceuticals, and our critical industries. We want those things built in the United States of America. And President Trump is the first president in modern times to actually do something about that. So with that said, today is 100 days. There have been so many achievements, not just on the economic front, and the president continues to work very hard on tax cuts as well. And on negotiating those trade deals, but look at the success at the southern border, which we talked a lot about yesterday with our border czar, Tom Homan, Secretary Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller here at the White House, all of whom are doing a tremendous job and have created, at the president's direction, the most secure border in American history. We have a mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens underway. We are removing heinous criminals from your communities across the country. Every single day, we are making America safe again. And if you look abroad on the world stage, the president is really using his peace through strength foreign policy approach once again. To the rest of the world knows that America is back. I know Joe Biden used to say that, but we're stealing it from him because it's actually true now. With President Trump in the Oval Office, the world is a safer place and will continue to be. So thanks for coming to the Influencer Briefing. I look forward to taking your questions. And Deborah, why don't you kick us off?
On 100 incredible days. And over the first 100 days, the majority of policies that we've seen from the Trump administration have been either targeted at foreign affairs, such as bringing the American hostages home, or attempting to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, or on long-term goals such as cutting government spending with DOGE. What policies can we expect to see rolled out over the next few months that Americans will directly feel the effects of in order to secure the 2026 midterms for the Republican Party and keep his approval rating historically high?
Yeah, the first answer that comes to mind, Deborah, is definitely tax cuts. The president is working closely with Congress as we speak. He met with leadership from both chambers. The administration met with leadership from both chambers yesterday to talk about how we can quickly pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And the president promised on the campaign trail he wanted no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our hardworking seniors, no tax on overtime pay. He intends to keep those promises, and he needs Congress's help to do so. That's why he's working closely with them. But you look at, again, I talked about the leverage the president uses to negotiate good trade deals around the world, but he uses that leverage right here in Washington as well on Capitol Hill. He has great relationships with leaders on both chambers, and we are confident that we can pass a massive tax bill which will directly lead to more money in people's pockets right away. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the president has really wanted to end the war in Ukraine for a long time now and has been working on that in the first 100 days. We've seen President Zelensky come here, as well as the president meeting with President Zelensky just in the last couple of days. I'm wondering where those talks stand and if the president is optimistic that that conflict is going to wrap up shortly.
The president is optimistic yet realistic about the incredibly complicated and unfortunate situation happening with Ukraine and Russia. First of all, this is Biden's war. It would have never started if President Trump were in office. There is a reason that Putin did not invade Ukraine when President Trump was in the Oval Office, and it's because, again, President Trump leveraged the power of the United States to warn Putin not to do it. And the president has spoken about that in those direct warnings to the Kremlin that he gave in his first term. And then we had a mentally incompetent president in Joe Biden who didn't even know what day it is, never mind knew how to prevent war. And the entire world took advantage of that and took advantage of America's lackluster leadership abroad. And so we've had this terrible war. The president talks about it all the time. He's briefed on it constantly. There are men dying on the front lines of this. An entire generation is being wiped out. And enough is enough. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this end at the negotiating table, not on the battlefield. He has spoken directly to both sides of this war. He most recently met with President Zelensky at the Vatican when he attended the funeral of Pope Francis. And he remains optimistic that both sides will come together to negotiate peace. There are a lot of complexities on both sides of this war, but so he's realistic about that, but he is optimistic that we are moving in the right direction. And if you just take a step back and look at where we are now, where you have concessions from both sides publicly, where you have ceasefire proposals from both sides. The president's made it clear he wants a permanent ceasefire first, but you actually have the United States talking to Russia. You have the United States talking to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, communicating with both sides. Look at that compared to where we were when we came into office, where neither side was talking. There was just one approach to ending this war. No one was really talking about a peace deal. We were just talking about continuing to send blank checks to continue funding the fighting and the killing. This war has been a meat grinder. Young men are dying. Women and children are dying as a collateral result of the military conflict, and the president wants to see it end as quickly and soon as possible. And I can tell you, watching firsthand, he has exuded a tremendous amount of effort into this war. He's getting frustrated with the amount of effort this has taken, and he's made that clear to both sides. But he remains optimistic that we can get this done. Brendan.
I was wondering if you'd indulge me in a quick round of Trump trolling or Trump truthing.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, good.
Love it.
Rapid fire. Greenland joining America.
Definitely Trump truthing.
Canada becoming a 51st state.
Trump truthing all the way. And the Canadians would benefit greatly, let me tell you that.
Eliminating the IRS.
I think that is an optimistic goal, and the president, so I would say we're on the side of truthing there for sure. And the president, again, wants to see tax cuts, and he wants to see this massive revenue that we can gain from tariffs as well, which will create the external revenue service. So that's a definitive goal for sure.
And most importantly, Trump 2028.
Trump trolling, although the hats are flying off the shelves. Yes. Link, go ahead.
So one thing I've noticed in the first 100 days is that the White House is crawling with kids. You have a young, beautiful baby boy. There are babies everywhere. There's so many young folks on staff who have kids. But the last 4 years under Joe Biden, parents were really stressed and ravaged. They had to take on 2 or 3 extra jobs. Depression rates were up. Suicide rates were up. You're a very high-profile young mother who seems to juggle and balance it all beautifully. What advice do you have to young parents out there who are starting their careers, having kids, building families, and trying to find that balance so desperately?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And first, to the heart of your premise, it's true. The president has empowered not just me as a young mother in this role, but there are so many new moms and dads on our senior staff in the West Wing, but also across the entire administration. There are working moms and dads who are owing our country public service for President Trump while raising young families. And the president really empowers us to do that. And I commend him for that. He doesn't get enough credit for it. But as for the president is implementing policies every day to uplift young families and young people. He talked so much about young people and talked directly to young people so much on the campaign trail. It really, I think, inspires him when he is around young people in a young audience. And he wants to restore the American dream for the next generation, not just our generation of young folks, but our children and our grandchildren. What does that look like? Home ownership, the ability to afford a home, to live, to have a good paying job. That's part of this effort to onshore jobs, because you have an entire generation going to these incredibly expensive and liberal higher education universities, coming out saddled with debt and then unable to get a good paying job. The president wants to put an end to that so that young people can provide for their families and truly live the American dream. So to young people around the country, the president hears you, he sees you, he loves you, and he wants to uplift you. And all of the policies he's implementing every day are to provide a more prosperous and safe and free America for future generations. You're welcome. Sure.
Nice to meet you,
Hi,
Caroline.
you
Thank you
too.
so much for the time.
Sure.
Tagging off of Link's question about young people, one of the most pressing challenges for Gen Z right now is the lack of home ownership. As of 2025, I believe the median age is 38 years old of first-time home buyers, which is, a hindrance to starting families for a lot of people. How does the Trump administration plan on tackling this in the next 4 years?
It's a major issue, as you mentioned, that's directly impacting young people and young families. And the president is I think tackling it head on already. The reason that homes have become so unaffordable is because of the massive inflation crisis caused by the previous administration. Not just the cost of a home, but everything that goes into building a new home went up and through the roof, right? We also saw mortgage rates reach incredible highs under the previous administration. So a few things. The president wants to bring down the cost of living, which he is already doing, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, which will increase our supply of homes across the country, but he also wants to bring down mortgage rates and interest rates to make it easier for young people and all people to borrow money, to take out those loans, to buy your first home. And so we got to increase the supply, bring down costs, and bring down interest rates and mortgage rates. And by the way, those are all things the president successfully did in his first term. When he left office, inflation was a record low, 1.4%. Interest rates, mortgage rates also hit record lows in his first term. So this is a proven economic formula that works. It takes time to get there. We are in the process of the golden age. The president and the admin are slashing regulation every day, cutting red tape, cutting costs, and we need, again, Congress to pass those tax cuts to put more money back in people's pockets so they have greater purchasing power as well. You're welcome. Sure.
Teresa Nwuka with Independent Women and WMAL.
Oh, great.
We love working with the administration to really tout policies that work for families and work for small businesses in this country. Next week is Small Business Week, and I know that the SBA will be, championing all the small businesses, the millions in this country, almost half of which are women-owned. But I'd love to find out what the president feels about independent contractors who are not typical W-2 employees, not 9-to-5 workers, but who hang their own shingle. They're 1099 workers. We saw the Biden administration really try to crack down on that small business entrepreneurial spirit, and we're hopeful that the administration would overturn what the Biden administration did and maybe even work with Congress to pass some lasting changes, codify some lasting changes that would protect, your ability to be self-employed, your ability to be a small business owner.
Well, the president is a businessman at heart himself, right? He's a real estate developer, and I think that's a large reason the American people elected him the first time and the second time, because they trust in him. And small businesses are the backbone of our American economy. I come from a small business family myself, and the president knows what small business families need and independent contractors need, entrepreneurs need. You need less government in the way. You need less regulation. You need low energy costs, low taxes, a low cost of living, a low cost of goods. And that's exactly what the president is focused on doing, while simultaneously, effectively leveraging tariffs to protect our middle class and our working class and our manufacturing base. You look at our auto industry, think about Michigan. It used to be the heartland of the auto industry of the world. It was the auto capital of the world. And unfortunately, so many of those jobs have gone overseas. And so the president wants to protect good paying jobs here at home and unleash the might of our economy for small business owners. And that includes removing red tape and cutting taxes. And as for independent contractors and what the president would hope to do with Congress, we'll definitely check back in on that and get you an answer, because it's an important question. You're welcome. Sure.
Hi, Will Upton, the National Pulse. You kind of gave us an overview of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia 100 days in. What would the next steps look like, though, if we don't reach an agreement by, say, this summer? And also, can you give us an update on the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine? And is there any kind of response from the administration to Greenlandic Foreign Minister Vivian Motzfeldt and some of her comments about maybe seeking aid with China?
Sure. To your first question about the critical minerals deal, the president is confident that will be signed. Ukraine needs to sign it. They should sign it. It's not just good for the United States to recoup the billions of tax dollars we've spent and onshore some of those critical minerals, but certainly it's good for the Ukrainian people when this war is over to rebuild their country. It's an economic partnership between the United States and Ukraine. That's what the president envisions, and he wants Ukraine to sign that deal. He's confident that they will. As for what it would look like later down the road, I don't want to get ahead of the president, obviously, but again, I will reiterate, he's increasingly grown frustrated in the amount of time our Secretary of State recently said, there's not much more time or effort the United States has to give to this effort, and so we need both sides to come to the table to negotiate. As for Greenland, I hadn't seen those comments. If true, I'm sure they are. Certainly an interesting strategy to cozy up to communist China. Greenland needs the United States of America. We subsidize their national security and their defense. And the president has rightfully pointed out the great strategic importance that Greenland serves for not just our national security and economic interests, but for our country and for the world as a whole. And we can't allow Chinese or Russian influence to continue to infiltrate places like Greenland or the Panama Canal, I may add. Into the back.
Can you talk about the importance of a stock market all-time high, and, specifically in relation to the midterms? And it seems like a lot of folks, when Trump was elected, they thought that stock market goes up. He really cares about that. He uses it as a measurement of the economy. It's gone down, but it's still up, over the last 12 months or so. So how much of that is playing into some of the economic policy decisions?
I think the president has spoken on this. He said the stock market gets yippee, but he doesn't get yippee. He trusts in his economic agenda and formula, obviously. And, Wall Street made out very well in President Trump's first term. President Trump also wants to look out for Main Street and do what's best for both. So I think the president right now, his main focus, what drives him to make decisions is what's best for the working class Americans, for the American worker, for the small business owner, for American families. And he's trying to correct the wrongs of the last several decades, not just the last 4 years with the economic and inflation nightmare caused by the Biden administration, but of the unfair trade practices that have ripped off our country for a very long time. So look, the stock market goes up, it goes down, but President Trump has a goal, he has a vision, and he's remaining very much committed to that. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. We're heading off to Michigan tonight for a big rally, so I am sure we'll see all of your amazing creative content on social media later. It's going to be a great speech, and maybe you'll get a Trump dance too. So thank you so much for coming today. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.